start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 The Four Elders of the Lu Family. Yuner, live a good life with Changsheng in the future, and listen to your husband more, understand? Changsheng, Yuner is my granddaughter, I'm handing her over to you now, don't let me down. The fourth elder looked at Lu Changsheng and Lu Maiyuan and said. Although the fourth elder was in her 70s or 80s and was a grandmother, she didn't look old at all. She was wearing a simple dark blue dress, her black hair was meticulously tied up, and a jade hairpin was inserted diagonally. She looked plump and looked like a noble lady in her 30s or 40s. But if you look closely, you can see white hair on her temples, and there are a few crow's feet at the corners of her almond eyes. But these white hair and crow's feet did not make the woman look too old, but instead gave her a strong mature charm. Grandma, please rest assured, Changsheng will definitely take good care of Yuner and won't let her suffer any grievances. Lu Changsheng said respectfully. Although it was a utilitarian marriage of interests. But since they were married and had their wedding night, he would naturally take it seriously and take on his obligations and responsibilities. Lu Maiyuan also responded softly. Okay, Grandma believes in you. You guys work hard and let Grandma hold her grandson soon. The fourth elder held their hands together and said with a smile. Her face was gentle and kind, and her tone was gentle, but because she had been in a high position for a long time, her words were slightly majestic. When Lu Maiyuan heard this, her cheeks suddenly blushed and her head drooped. Lu Changsheng said calmly, yes, Changsheng will definitely work hard. He also hoped that Lu Maiyuan would get pregnant soon. Changsheng, I heard from Maiyuan that you have not been taught in making talismans, and you have to rely on yourself to explore. Grandma will give classes and teach you how to make talismans at the end of every month. You can come over then. If you have any problems in cultivation, you can also come to Grandma directly. The fourth elder continued to speak, with a kind tone, like a kind and loving elder. As the person in charge of the Lu family's talismans, in addition to making talismans, she will also teach the Lu family's children to make talismans and try to train new talisman masters. After all, no family would have too many talents like formation masters, alchemists, weapon refiners, and talisman masters. The more the better. However, these skills are very talent-based and have a very high threshold. She only taught Lu Maiyuan the entire Lu family. As her granddaughter, Lu Maiyuan also learned to make talismans, but she really had no talent, otherwise she would not have cultivated it. It was also because of her that Lu Maiyuan was able to have a blind date with Lu Changsheng for the second time. As long as Lu Changsheng and Lu Maiyuan get married, she will carefully teach and train Lu Changsheng and add a second-level talisman master to the Lu family. Changsheng, thank you, Grandma. Lu Changsheng immediately bowed and said excitedly. He also knew that the fourth elder in front of him was a first-level top-level talisman master. And he had the cultivation of the 9th level of key refining. There was naturally no problem in guiding him in his cultivation. As for talismans, although he didn't need anyone to guide him, with the guidance of the fourth elder as a cover, he could show his talisman skills faster in the future. Otherwise, if I want to show that I am a top-grade talisman master after becoming a mid-grade talisman master, it will take at least 3 to 5 years. This time is really too tiring. If there's the cover of the fourth elder, then it can be accelerated depending on the situation. We are all family, there is no need to be so polite. I am Maiyuan's grandmother, and I will also be your grandmother in the future. If you have any problems or difficulties in the future, just ask Grandma. Grandma still has some weight in this Lu family. The fourth elder smiled gently, with a kind and gentle look. Yes, Grandma. Lu Changsheng also showed a sincere smile. These words full of care and love, even if you know that the other party has the intention of buying people's hearts, it really warms people's hearts and gives birth to a bit of intimacy. Immediately, Lu Changsheng said to the fourth elder, Grandma, Changsheng really has something to trouble you. What is it? The fourth elder looked gentle. Changsheng has a good friend named Li Fiyu, who came to the Lu family with Changsheng to be a son-in-law. My good friend is different from me. He is devoted to cultivation. Now he is tied to having children, so I would like to trouble Grandma to ask if he can avoid having 50 children, or reduce the number. Lu Changsheng said. He naturally did not forget about his good brother Li Feiyu. He wanted to mention this matter to the head of the family, Lu Yunding, before. But because of Lu Miaohun's matter, he was a little embarrassed to mention it to Lu Yunding. Since there is an opportunity now, he naturally took the opportunity to raise it. Grandma can't interfere in such matters. But Changsheng, you asked, Grandma will naturally help with this matter. The fourth elder said with a slight hesitation. Such matters are not difficult for her, the fourth elder of the Lu family. As long as she is willing, it is just a matter of a word. What's more, this matter was proposed by Lu Changsheng. Now Lu Changsheng has some weight in the hearts of the Lu family's top leaders. For such a small matter, she is willing to sell it well, so that Lu Changsheng will be more grateful to the Lu family. After all, Lu Changsheng's request is not excessive. Even this request made her feel a little better about Lu Changsheng. Loyal. In the world of immortal cultivation, being loyal and sentimental is not considered an advantage. But standing in the position of the Lu family, she naturally hopes that Lu Changsheng is a person with love and sentiment. For your sake, Grandma can make the decision to cancel the contract of your friend Li Feiyu and exempt all the requirements for having children. But there is no order without rules. Our Lu family also has rules and never supports idle people. After the exemption of the childbearing issue, he will no longer enjoy any welfare benefits of the Lu family in the future. He can continue to live in the Lu family, but he must do certain things for the Lu family. If you can't accept it, then you have to leave the Lu family. The fourth elder said so. At this moment, her gentle and kind tone was a bit of majesty. Thank you, Grandma. I will talk to him about this later and give you an answer then. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng stood up and bowed, thinking that this was enough. Having been in the Lu family for so long, he also knows some of the Lu family's situation. Although they have their own spiritual veins and blessed land and industries, they are not very rich. Some of the Lu family's collateral descendants in Qingzhu Villa have to refine materials, look after bamboo forests, cut down green spiritual bamboo, etc. in order to earn spiritual stones. In this case, how can they support idle people? Without paying any price, it is already very good to cancel the contract of the year and choose to either stay in the Lu family to work or leave. Otherwise, according to the terms of the original contract, if you don't give birth to 50 children within 20 years, you will not only have to compensate 3 times the resources, but also serve the Lu family for 10 years. Okay, just tell Grandma when you have a result, and Grandma will tell the head of the family about this matter. The fourth elder said with a smile on his face. Then Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyan chatted for a while at the fourth elder's place, and then said goodbye and left. When leaving, the fourth elder also stuffed a few boxes of cakes and spiritual fruits into Lu Changsheng, making him feel like visiting relatives during the new year. Chapter 52 Li Feiyu's Choice. After leaving the residence of the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyan stopped by to visit the residence of the fifth elder. They also came to buy spiritual wine and asked if the wedding wine they drank in the bridal chamber yesterday was also brewed by the fifth elder. He felt that the spiritual wine last night was not bad. Changsheng, this is the jade bamboo wine you want. It is brewed with our Lu family's jade bamboo. It has the effect of nourishing the body and relieving fatigue. This is green pear wine, brewed with the green pear fruit. It has a similar effect to jade bamboo wine, and the taste is relatively green. You can try it. This is white jade 100 flowers wine, brewed with white jade spiritual rice and dozens of flowers and fruits. It has the effect of nourishing the body, clearing the mind and calming the spirit. The taste is rich, sweet, and long-lasting. This is Huanglian ancient wine, brewed with Huanglian spiritual rice. The fifth elder saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoyan coming and said that he wanted to buy spiritual wine. He was also very enthusiastic and took out various spiritual wines for Lu Changsheng to taste. These spirit wines are all first-class spirit wines, and the quality is determined by the material year and the fermentation time. Wine making is different from alchemy. In addition to the raw materials, there is another biggest cost, which is the time cost. Even if the raw materials of the spirit wine are ordinary, they can be stored in the spiritual land, constantly absorb spiritual energy, and ferment warmly, so that the spiritual energy in the wine becomes more and more mellow and thick, and the quality is improved. Lu Changsheng tasted several kinds of spirit wine and found that the jade bamboo wine and the white jade 100 flowers wine were more in line with his taste. Then he asked Lu Miaoyan what flavor of spirit wine she liked. The latter's taste was similar to his, and she preferred the white jade 100 flowers wine. Immediately, Lu Changsheng told the fifth elder that he would buy 10 bottles of jade bamboo wine and 10 jars of white jade 100 flowers wine. At the same time, he asked the fifth elder whether the wedding wine he drank last night was the spirit wine brewed by the fifth elder. The fifth elder laughed and told Lu Changsheng that the wedding wine was called Tiger Wolf Great Tonic Wine. Drinking occasionally to cheer yourself up is good for your health and cultivation, but drinking too much can hurt your body. 1 cup every 10 days or half a month is enough. Immediately, Lu Changsheng asked for another bottle of Tiger Wolf Tonic Wine. He planned to go back and nourish his wife and concubines. The jade bamboo wine and the white jade 100 flowers wine were low-grade spirit wines with relatively low years, 2 spirit stones per bottle and 3 spirit stones per jar respectively. The Tiger Wolf Tonic Wine was 5 spirit stones per bottle. There were a total of 55 spirit stones, and the fifth elder was very generous to give Lu Changsheng a discount of 5 spirit stones. After buying the spirit wine, Lu Changsheng did not stay for long, and said goodbye to Lu Maoyan and left. However, Lu Changsheng asked Lu Maoyan to go back first, and he went to Qingzhu Villa. He was going to tell Li Fiao about what happened just now. Brother Changsheng. Hello, brother-in-law. Brother Changsheng. Brother Changsheng, what's the matter with you? When Lu Changsheng arrived at Qingzhu Villa, many Lu family members took the initiative to greet him. Now that Lu Changsheng has become a mid-level talisman master and married Lu Maoyan, there is no Lu family member who is unhappy with him. They think that a mere son-in-law is not worthy of such and such. Under the education of the Lu family that everything is family-oriented, Lu Changsheng is now one of their own in their eyes. Even if some people feel unhappy, they will not be stupid enough to show it. Moreover, Lu Changsheng is usually very easygoing. He is easy to talk to everyone and never offends anyone. Everyone is willing to make friends with Lu Changsheng, a talisman master. Lu Changsheng doesn't know many of these people. But in the face of these greetings, he would smile and nod, and reply a few words. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng came to Li Fiao's residence and rang the doorbell. The one who opened the door was one of Li Fiao's wives and concubines. Brother Changsheng, wait a moment. I'll go and inform my husband. After seeing that it was Lu Changsheng, he knew that he was looking for Li Fiao. He politely asked him to wait in the living room, poured tea, and then went to inform Li Fiao. Changsheng, why are you here? After a while, Li Fiao came to the hall. Why, can't I come over if I have nothing to do? Lu Changsheng said with a smile. You just got married, are you busy? Li Fiao smiled and said. What can I be busy with? I came here this time because I have something to tell you. Lu Changsheng said. What's the matter? Li Fiao asked. About you giving birth to 50 children in 20 years. Lu Changsheng picked up the tea and took a sip. Have you mentioned this to the head of the family? What did the head of the family say? Li Fiao was shocked when he heard this, and his face showed surprise. He looked at Lu Changsheng anxiously. Although he said before that he didn't want to trouble Lu Changsheng. But in recent years, the Lu family has begun to put pressure on them, the immortal seedlings, to have children. Because of his relationship with Lu Changsheng, Uncle Fu was relatively gentle to him. But he also said it several times, so under pressure, he also gave birth to 5 children, and 2 more are pregnant. Gurgle, Lu Changsheng did not speak. Under Li Fiao's anxious eyes, he slowly drank a sip of tea, sighed comfortably, and said, I didn't mention it to the head of the family. Li Fiao was stunned. Seeing Li Fiao like this, Lu Changsheng smiled and said, I mentioned your matter to the 4th elder, and the 4th elder has agreed. Agreed to exempt you from giving birth to 50 children, and give you 2 choices, one is. Lu Changsheng did not keep people on hold and relayed the words of the 4th elder. Good, great. Li Fiao was excited. He was very satisfied to be able to cancel the contract without spending any money and not having to give birth to 50 children. He took a deep breath and thanked Lu Changsheng with a serious look. Changsheng, thank you for this. There's no need to be so polite between us. Fiao, are you going to stay in the Lu family or leave? Lu Changsheng waved his hand and asked. He really regarded Li Fiao as a brother, and he would help if he could. When he just became a first-level middle-grade talisman master, he wanted to mention this to Lu Yuanding. But because of Lu Maohun's matter, he was a little embarrassed to mention it to Lu Yuanding, so he waited until now. Although the children belonged to the Lu family, They are still young now, and I can't just ignore them and leave. I choose to continue working in the Lu family, and wait until the children are older and break through the middle stage of key refining before talking about it. Li Feiyu thought for a while and said he didn't want to have 50 children, not only because having children would affect his cultivation. It was also because he had concerns in his heart and couldn't ignore them. I also think it would be better to stay in the Lu family first. Lu Changsheng nodded and thought so. Li Feiyu is only at the 3rd level of key refining. It is very difficult for him to go out and become a casual cultivator. It is better for him to stay in the Lu family now. At least in the Lu family, if possible, he can still help. Then, he joked, "You have 7 children now. Maybe you can detect their spiritual roots and take care of them as a father." I don't expect that. Everyone says that cultivating immortals is good, but when you really embark on the immortal path, you will know that it is not as beautiful as you imagine. If possible, I hope that they have no spiritual roots and live a stable and worry-free life in the secular world in the future. Li Feiyu smiled and shook his head and said, at the beginning, he was determined to seek immortality and would rather give up his status as the young leader of the secular world and come to the Lu family as a son-in-law. But now that more than 4 years have passed, he has also learned that cultivating immortals is not as good as imagined, and it is very cruel. If you don't have spiritual roots and talent and don't have a family background, cultivating immortals is much more difficult than struggling in the secular world. That's not what you would say. Why, do you regret embarking on this path of cultivating immortals? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. This was not the Li Feiyu he remembered. He still remembered Li Feiyu's words, life is only a dream of 100 years, and if you see the immortal fate, you can't miss it, so he chose to give up his position as the young leader of the Red Whale Gang and come to the Lu family to be a son-in-law. Chapter 53 Encouragement, Demonic Spiritual Root. I don't regret it, but sometimes I wonder if it's worth it. Li Feiyu shook his head slightly and said with some emotion, people always grow up. After more than 4 years in the Lu family, he has also been worn down a lot and is no longer so high-spirited. Lu Changsheng was silent when he heard this. He thought of himself in his previous life. When he graduated, he was full of blood and fighting spirit, but after a few years, he gradually began to lie down. And Li Feiyu's situation is even worse. In the secular world, as the young leader of the Red Whale Gang, he was a first-class master at the age of 18. It is no exaggeration to say that he is young and promising. But after coming to the world of immortal cultivation and becoming the son-in-law of the Lu family, although he embarked on the road of immortal cultivation, his life only has children, and he can hardly see any hope in immortal cultivation. How can such a life be as full of blood and sharp as before? He stood up and patted Li Feiyu on the shoulder, saying, Feiyu, I always remember what you said at the beginning. It was the sentence you said when you chose to come to the Lu family, life is a dream, but it lasts only 100 years. Once you see the immortal fate, you can't miss it. You and I are fortunate to have spiritual roots and immortal fate. We have set foot on the immortal road and can see scenery that ordinary people can't see. We are already luckier than 99% of the people in the world. We should be brave and diligent, and move forward courageously, so as not to live up to the gift of heaven. Whether this road to immortality is difficult or dangerous, it is nothing more than the scenery on the way of life. Don't forget your original intention, keep sharpening and moving forward, and you will always be able to achieve it. Even if you fail, you will not regret it. Otherwise, if you have spiritual roots and immortal fate, but give up on yourself, give up halfway, and end up living a mediocre life, are you willing? Lu Changsheng looked at Li Feiyu and said aloud. He didn't want to see his good brother who was once high-spirited and devoted to immortality being worn away and losing his edge in this kind of life, and finally living a mediocre life. Moreover, this was not only said to Li Feiyu, but also to himself. He always showed himself to be unambitious and just wanted to live a peaceful life. But in fact, from the moment he awakened his past life memory and knew that there were immortals in this world, he had an endless yearning in his heart and wanted to cultivate immortality. There was no reason. Immortals are immortals, and if there are immortals, you should seek them. There is no reason, and there is no need for a reason. But he has the system by his side, he can see hope, and he is full of hope for his future. Li Feiyu was shocked when he heard Lu Changsheng's words. Unexpectedly, his good brother who always showed that he had no ambitions and only wanted to have many wives and concubines and children would say such a deafening word. But he also knew that Lu Changsheng was comforting himself and encouraging himself. But the next moment, he suddenly remembered that when they met for the 3-year appointment, Han Lin said that Lu Changsheng had won the first place in the 4th level of Qingyun Sect's assessment, the questioning platform. The questioning platform tests a person's Tao heart. That is, the state of mind and will of seeking immortality. How could Lu Changsheng really have no ambitions and give up seeking immortality if he could get the first place? Yes, Changsheng knows that he has a 9th grade spiritual root and there is no way to become an immortal in this life, so he changes another way to become an immortal. By marrying and having children, and having more children, he can continue his desire to become an immortal and entrust it to his children and descendants. Li Feiyu thought to himself. At this moment, he seemed to be much more cheerful. If a person who has no ambitions and only knows how to indulge in women and reproduce, how could he sell the flying sword he obtained shortly after coming to the Lu family and spend all his spirit stones to learn to make talismans? And in 4.5 years, he went from a son-in-law to a middle-grade talisman master and married the granddaughter of the Lu family's elder. This is obviously not something that a person with no ambitions and a mind full of women can do. If his good brothers can do this, how can he be worse and fall behind? He looked at Lu Changsheng, his eyes gradually firmed as he said, "Willing? Of course not. Changsheng, you are right, immortal fate is hard to find. We are lucky to see immortal fate. How can we give up easily? Ordinary people only seek fame, wealth, beauty and power, but we seek immortality. How can it be simple and easy? That's why we need to pursue it harder, and have a heart that knows it is impossible but still does it. Life is a dream of only 100 years, now that we have seen immortal fate, how can we live a mediocre life?" "Thank you, Changsheng," Li Feiyu said, his eyes also had a spirit, and there was a sharp flame burning. "Why thank me? I just don't want to see you being worn down and losing your edge before you really step into the world of immortal cultivation," Lu Changsheng said. He doesn't have many friends in this world. If he really wants to count, it's Li Feiyu in front of him. I still hope that Li Feiyu can go a long way on the road of immortal cultivation in the future. I, Li Feiyu, am not so easily defeated. Now that I am no longer bound by a contract, when the child grows up and I break through the middle stage of key refining, I will go out and try my luck, and truly experience this world of cultivation. Otherwise, if this continues, I am afraid that my edges and corners will be worn away and my edge will fade away. If I turn into a pile of dry bones in the future, I will trouble you to take care of these wives, concubines and children," Li Feiyu said with a smile, very free and easy. He came from a gang, and he was very open-minded about his own life and death, but he couldn't let go of the people around him. "Don't set up the flag so early," Lu Changsheng said with a twitch of his mouth. "What do you mean by setting up the flag?" Li Feiyu asked. "Nothing. If there is any accident, I will take care of your wife and children myself." Lu Changsheng smiled and shook his head. Li Feiyu didn't care about these, and the two continued to reminisce and chat. Since Lu Changsheng moved to Qingzhu Valley, the two have indeed met and chatted less. Lu Changsheng also took out a jade bamboo wine he had just bought from the 5th elder, and drank a bottle with Li Feiyu. After the two of them had drank, Lu Changsheng did not stay for long, and went back directly to the residence of the 4th elder to tell the 4th elder about Li Feiyu's affairs. The 4th elder was very efficient in his work. He dealt with Li Feiyu's affairs the next day and terminated the contract signed with the Lu family. Under the arrangement of Uncle Fu, Li Feiyu chose to become a spirit butcher because he had practiced martial arts and knife skills. The spirit butcher is similar to the butcher in the secular world. It is to skin, bone, extract marrow, take elixir, and other dissections of the corpses of monsters. There are many special monsters. After hunting, it is not only troublesome to obtain materials by yourself, but also easy to waste and destroy materials. In this case, a skilled spirit butcher will be asked to dissect and collect materials. And Li Feiyu chose to become a spirit butcher, and the Lu family would naturally have an old hand to guide him. If Li Feiyu's strength was not a little lacking, Li Feiyu would have wanted to join the Lu family's patrol hunting team to hunt monsters. Seeing that Li Feiyu was freed from giving birth and began to learn the craft, Lu Changsheng was relieved. That's all he can do for now. At the border of Qingzhou and Jizhou in Jiang State, there is a steep mountain with rugged rocks, full of heavy fog and bottomless cliffs. Hoo-hoo, woo-woo, the wind whistled in the cliff valley, and the gray fog was filled with palpitations. The blood-colored lake in the center had dried up at this time. Only a huge blood cocoon and a pile of bones remained. The blood-colored light on the cocoon was bright and dark, like a heart beating and breathing quietly, which was extremely strange. At this moment, the blood cocoon made a dull heartbeat, like a giant drum vibrating, which shook the whole valley. A moment later, an old man and a young man appeared in the void. The young man was wearing a black robe, with a head of black hair tied up with a wooden hairpin. He looked extremely handsome and weird, and his whole body revealed a sense of vicissitudes of life that did not belong to this age group. As expected of a demon spirit root, it has merged with a demon master's blood so quickly and completed the baptism. The young man looked at the blood cocoon and chuckled with unusual affinity. "Congratulations, ancestor. Congratulations, ancestor." The old man immediately bowed and congratulated. The young man chuckled and raised his hand to lightly touch the blood cocoon. Suddenly, the blood cocoon began to crack inch by inch, turning into dots of blood-colored fluorescence, revealing the man wrapped inside. The man was in his 20s, with an elegant and handsome face and fair and delicate skin, but there was a half-moon-like blood-colored lotus between his eyebrows, which made him look indescribably evil. He slowly woke up and opened his eyes. His eyes were different from those of ordinary people. They were filled with dark and deep blood light, which was breathtaking. "Where am I? I remember that I seemed to encounter bandits and then jumped off the cliff." Changsheng woke up as if from a dream. His blood-red eyes were full of confusion, and he rubbed his eyebrows with his hands. But the next moment, he saw his palms become white as jade, his nails sharp and scarlet, and he was shocked. This. Then he saw the white bones around him, and was shocked again, horrified. Before he could be surprised, a young man came in front of him and laughed. "Today, you are my disciple." Chapter 54. Only power is eternal. Jing State, Qingzhou, Zhoushan Prefecture. A teenager, a young man, and an old man suddenly appeared in a desolate, dilapidated, weed-covered courtyard. "Is this my home? How did my home become like this?" The young man frowned as he looked at the dilapidated courtyard in front of him. It can be seen that no one has lived in this courtyard for a long time. Changsheng looked at the situation in front of him and couldn't help but have a bit of an ominous premonition in his heart. He quickly turned around in the yard and ran to the gate, and he was sure that this was his home. Why would my parents move when they are fine? Even if they move, it is impossible to abandon this house directly. Changsheng whispered to himself, but he felt a cramp in his heart, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His dark red eyes also glowed with scarlet light, like blood that was about to dry. He endured the cramp in his heart and ran to the street, asking passers-by on the road what was going on with the Chu family. But when pedestrians saw his dark, blood-red eyes, they all looked like frightened rabbits. Their faces suddenly changed, and they ran away in fear. Finally, a hawker said tremblingly in fear, "I don't know what sin the Chu family has committed. A year ago, the whole family was murdered. I heard that there is still no result in this case." The words fell. Boom. Changsheng was struck by lightning, and his brain seemed to explode. He staggered, half knelt on the ground, and spit out a mouthful of blood. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He muttered in disbelief, and the picture of his parents' kindness and love, and his sisters obedient and innocent appeared in his mind. He didn't believe that his parents, sister, Subo, and aunt were all dead. But now the facts are in front of him, and he can't find any reason to explain. Changsheng looked up to the sky and howled. His eyes were broken, leaving 2 lines of blood and tears, and he was extremely sad. His face was painful and hideous, and the crescent-shaped lotus between his eyebrows was scarlet and dripping, causing a wisp of blood-colored aura to burst out of his body, and a blood-colored phantom with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. What was even more shocking was that his black hair turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. As expected of a demon spirit root, it has only been baptized by the blood of the demon master, and has not yet started to practice. It has completely merged, and it can stimulate the demon blood hidden in the body. In the courtyard, the young man looked at Changsheng's situation and chuckled. "Ancestor, will he think that we ask someone to do this and feel resentful?" The old man asked carefully. "What about resentment?" "Resentment is motivation. With this child's potential, as long as he works hard to practice, he can condense the demon body in less than 100 years. What I want is for him to condense the demon body in the fastest time and cultivate it to perfection," the young man said calmly, with a faint smile on his face. At this time, Chu Changsheng, who was half kneeling on the ground, suddenly stood up, gasped, breathed in the air, clenched his fists with trembling body, and came to the courtyard. With a ferocious face and bloodshot eyes, he looked at the young man and the old man and shouted, "Did you do it? How dare you?" Hearing Chu Changsheng's words, the old man immediately scolded, exuding a majestic aura, making Chu Changsheng feel as if he was carrying a heavy burden. He knelt down and was about to gasp for breath. The young man waved his hand and looked at Chu Changsheng and said, "The first principle that your teacher will teach you today is not to be impulsive in doing anything, and you need to think twice before you act. What's the point of you coming to question me so impulsively? What if it was done by your teacher, and what if it wasn't done by your teacher? Your behavior is very stupid. You can't do anything except being incompetent and furious, causing trouble for yourself, and eventually losing your life for nothing. Remember, in this world, only your own strength is eternal. You have the spiritual root of the devil and have been baptized by the blood of the devil. You are a peerless genius who practices the way of the devil. What you need to do now is to be patient and practice hard. When you have the strength, you can start to investigate the truth and avenge your parents and family. However, considering that it is your first offense, your teacher will not hold you accountable." The young man said in a calm tone. "Okay, you have also gone home and finished reading. Now come with me." The young man's words fell. The three of them turned into a divine rainbow and disappeared from the courtyard. Qingzhu Valley. In a manner, come in a hurry, don't mind your own business. When you encounter injustice, think about self-reliance. Don't establish an enemy, peace is the best. If an enemy establishes, strike first. Private desires are the root of disasters. Accept your fate and then cultivate yourself. Lu Changsheng was holding a wooden board and teaching Lu Pingyun, Lu Wuyu, Lu Wuiao and other little guys the three-character classic. "Husband, it's time to eat. What are you teaching them?" At this time, Lu Miaoyan came over and called Lu Changsheng to eat. They are 3 or 4 years old, so I made up some things for them to read as an enlightenment. Lu Changsheng stood up and said with a smile, calling a group of little guys into the house for dinner. Lu Miaoyan also knew that although her husband came from a secular farmer's family, he was very studious and often read books. So it was normal that he could make up some enlightenment spoken language. It was just the enlightenment sentences that sounded weird to her. She didn't care too much, and a sweet smile appeared on her bright face, and she said, "For enlightenment, there is a Bailu villa in Qingzhu Mountain, where there are teachers invited by the secular world. My husband can send Pingyun and others to be enlightened. My husband is usually busy, so just leave these things to me." Lu Miaoyan said. "Wait until they are a little older, and send them there together next year." Lu Changsheng nodded. "This Bailu villa is in Qingzhu Mountain, not far away, so he can let his wives and concubines pick him up every day. After all, he doesn't have time to teach these children, and he may not be able to teach them well. Moreover, Lu Changsheng doesn't have too many requirements and expectations for these children. As long as they grow up safely, don't grow up crooked, and don't cause trouble for his father, it's fine. He is not like most parents, who want their sons to become dragons and their daughters to become phoenixes. Mainly, there is not much to hope for. With a system in his body, he knows that among this group of children, only Xiaoqi and Xiaoshiki have spiritual roots. The other children have no spiritual roots and can only go to the secular world in the future. With him as a father, these children will directly surpass 90% of mortals in the secular world, and they will be just like that if they work harder. Of course, it's not that there are no requirements at all. It is also prepared for these children to practice martial arts and strengthen their bodies when they grow up, and achieve martial arts innateness. Then get married and start a family early, establish a martial arts family in the secular world, and expand his old Lu family. To be honest, with his father to help, these 2 points are not difficult. As for Xiaoqi and Xiaoshiki, Lu Changsheng didn't have too many requirements. After all, the quality of their spiritual roots was there. He knew very well that it was difficult for such spiritual roots to cultivate immortality. Lu Changsheng didn't want his children to work too hard, just enough. After all, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. His old Lu family didn't fight for the day, but focused on a long-term future. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it, and he and Lu Miaoyan brought the children to the dining hall to eat. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55, Jade Bamboo Rice, Metaphysics. In the middle of the dining room, there was a large rotating round table so that the whole family could sit down. Of course, the children were still young and could not sit at the table. When they grew up, or when there were more wives and concubines, there would be no room for them. My husband, this jade bamboo rice was cooked by Zhaoqing with spiritual fire for 3 hours. How does it taste? After Lu Changsheng sat down in the main seat, Lu Maiyuan brought a small wooden barrel made of jade bamboo and served Lu Changsheng a bowl of rice. Every grain of rice in this bowl of rice was lush and green, exquisite and translucent, like agate jade, exuding a refreshing bamboo fragrance that made people's appetites grow. Lu Changsheng took a bite and felt that the fragrance lingered in his mouth. He took 2 more bites and commented, "It is worthy of being a first-level spiritual rice. It tastes really good. You all try it too," Lu Changsheng said to his wives and concubines. This jade bamboo rice was just delivered by the Lu family yesterday. It was one of the benefits given by the Lu family when he became a mid-level talisman master. After becoming a mid-level talisman master, his basic welfare benefits did not change much. On top of the original 10 spirit stones, 30 kilograms of spirit rice and a bottle of Huanglong Dan per month, he received an additional 20 kilograms of the Lu family's specialty emerald bamboo rice each month. Each grain of emerald bamboo rice is like emerald jade. Not only does it contain rich spiritual energy and taste sweet, but long-term consumption can also warm the body, cleanse the body of impurities, and purify the flesh and blood. Ordinary grains, meat and vegetables will have impurities deposited in the body. This is why the rice that cultivators usually eat is spiritual rice. And this emerald bamboo rice is 1 level better than ordinary spiritual rice. It is a first-level spiritual rice. Even the Lu family has a limited annual output. Only some people such as the Lu family elders and guest elders have a certain share every month. This time, Lu Changsheng was promoted to a mid-level talisman master and married Lu Maiyuan, so the Lu family gave him a share of 20 kilograms per month. In addition to the reward of emerald bamboo rice, the other change is that if you complete the talisman-making task arranged by the Lu family every month, you can get an additional spiritual stone reward. Unlike before, he completed the talisman-making task assigned by the Lu family every month without any reward. This reward is not much, not too little. Currently it is 10 spirit stones. But if the task can be completed in excess, the Lu family said that they would purchase the extra talismans at the market price. It can be regarded as a disguised treatment improvement, with a little more incentive effect. Lu Changsheng naturally had no objection to this, and felt that it was enough. After all, if you really want to count, the Lu family married Lu Maiyuan to him and gave him a little maid as a dowry, which can be regarded as a reward. After getting along with each other for a few days, Lu Changsheng still likes Lu Maiyuan, the little wife. Although she has a little girlish temperament, she is very well behaved and sensible. Not only does she not have a lady's airs, she also quickly got along with his current wives and concubines in the backyard, and they get along very harmoniously, with a bit of the style of a big wife. This made Lu Changsheng very satisfied. As the saying goes, beauty is not as good as a delicate tart, and a virtuous wife helps me to soar to the sky. For Lu Changsheng at present, marrying a wife or concubines, appearance, figure, and appearance are not his main considerations. Appearance is above average, spiritual root qualification and moral character are the main things. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. Hearing Lu Changsheng's words, the wives and concubines began to eat. However, there was not much jade bamboo rice, only a small bucket was cooked. After Lu Changsheng served a large bowl, the others just shared a little to taste. At this time, Zhaoqing also brought a tray and brought the remaining dishes to the table. As Lu Maiyuan's maid, she learned the skills of spiritual plants and meals. Although she is not a spiritual chef, her cooking skills are also very good. She is at least a top chef in the secular world. So after following Lu Maiyuan here, she served as a little cook here. There is still room, Zhaoqing, you can sit down and eat too. I don't have so many rules here. Lu Changsheng glanced at Zhaoqing and said, I'm not hungry. Zhaoqing looked at Lu Changsheng with her clear big eyes, with a well-behaved smile on her face, and said crisply, Zhaoqing, just sit down if your husband asks you to. Lu Maiyuan, who was standing by, also knew that her husband didn't care about so many formalities. She stood up and took Zhao Qing's arm and asked her to sit down. "Thank you, son-in-law." Zhao Qing thanked him crisply, then she also served a bowl of rice and ate it in small mouthfuls. That night. Afterwards. Husband. Lu Maiyuan was sweating all over, lying weakly in Lu Changsheng's arms, and said shyly, "I can't do it anymore. Let Zhao Qing come in and serve your husband." Lu Changsheng felt a little warm in his heart when he heard it. His little wife was really considerate and well-behaved. "It's okay, let your husband love you first." Lu Changsheng pinched his wife's face and stood up again. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. With a daily diet of jade bamboo rice and spiritual wine, Lu Changsheng can clearly feel that his physical fitness is a level better than before. However, there is still no progress in the 100 refining treasure body art. There is no way the authentic level of body refining exercises is like this. It is powerful, but the threshold for practice is really high. It is very difficult to get started, and it has extremely high physical foundation requirements. Lu Changsheng's body is already very good, not to mention the physical foundation. So if he wants to practice the 100 refining treasure body art, he can only rely on slowly warming up his body and using time to endure. He estimates that at the current progress, it will take at least 2 or 3 years to get started. Unless it is really as he thought before, through the system lottery, get a magic weapon to take a shortcut, use the condensation method in the 100 refining treasure body art, integrate the magic weapon into the body, and use the magic weapon to warm up his body. But this is still a bit far away. Not long ago, his 21st child was born. If you want to draw a lottery, you have to have at least 9 children. What's more, if you have 30 children, it is not certain whether the system will give you the money. But no matter whether the system gives you the money, Lu Changsheng always remembers that having children is the kingly way. After more than a month of hard work, Lu Maiyuan also successfully became pregnant. Although it is said that when a female cultivator becomes pregnant, her vitality will be damaged, which will greatly affect her cultivation. But for this matter, the Lu family's top leaders are all happy to see it. Because in the eyes of the Lu family's top leaders, the more children they have, the more stable this marriage will be, and the more firmly Lu Changsheng will be tied to the Lu family. Lu Changsheng is also very happy. Lu Maiyuan has a 7th grade spiritual root, and the child they give birth to will have a high probability of having spiritual roots. Especially with the example of Chu's Hansun in front, he is very much looking forward to the child in Lu Maiyuan's belly. After Lu Maiyuan became pregnant, the head of the family Lu Yuanding and the 4 elders all sent nutritional supplements. There is a more metaphysical saying in the world of cultivating immortals. If the mother has a good environment, good nutrition, and enough spiritual energy to nourish the fetus during pregnancy, then the probability of the child having spiritual roots is greater and the quality of the spiritual roots is better. This kind of thing is difficult to verify whether it is true or not. But now if there are conditions, Lu Changsheng is also willing to believe in this metaphysics. He took out some spiritual stones so that his wife, concubines and children could also eat spiritual rice and vegetables every day. In the past, the 30 kilograms of spiritual rice that the Lu family had every month was not enough for their family. Basically, he was given priority, and his wife, concubines and children could only eat spiritual rice and vegetables occasionally. But now, the welfare of the Lu family has improved slightly, coupled with a stable income from selling talismans from Hongyi and the harvest from Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng can take out money and spiritual stones to improve the eating conditions of his wife, concubines and children. Chapter 56 My Demonic Brother-in-Law. On this day, Lu Changsheng received a letter. It was a letter from Hongyi, saying that the people he sent out learned a piece of news in Zhoushan Mansion. A strange man appeared in the Chu family's house. According to his investigation, this man is most likely Chu Cheng, because someone recognized Chu Cheng's appearance at that time. Moreover, this strange man appeared in the Chu family and asked someone what happened in the Chu family. So all these situations combined, it can be almost confirmed that this man is Chu Cheng. But for some reason, Chu Cheng used to be a handsome scholar. Now he has become evil and demonic, with a pair of bloodshot eyes, like a monster. Hongyi said in the letter that after Chu Cheng appeared, he disappeared and there was no news. He suspected that Chu Cheng also started to cultivate immortals, but he cultivated the magic way, so he asked Lu Changsheng to be careful. The magic way. After reading the letter, Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. According to what he knew, the Qingyun Sect was the most respected in the Zhang Kingdom's cultivation world. Several major immortal gates, immortal cities, and immortal families are all righteous forces on the surface. There is no demonic force. Therefore, in Zhang country, there is no soil for demonic cultivators to survive. Occasionally, there are some demonic cultivators, who are also casual cultivators who have obtained the inheritance of the demonic path. Lu Changsheng did not expect that his cheat brother-in-law would actually embark on the path of demons. I don't know if this brother-in-law will find Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He was not worried that his brother-in-law would find Qingzhu Mountain or something. After all, if you don't do bad things, you don't have to be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door. Not only did he save Chu Zhenzhen, but the two of them were also in love. Could it be that this cheat brother-in-law would come to trouble him? Even if Chu Changsheng didn't know the truth and came to trouble him, he had to have the ability to find him. In Lu Changsheng's view, Chu Zhenzhen had an 8th grade spiritual root, and even if her brother had spiritual roots, he would probably not be much better. What's more, in Zhang country, demonic cultivators were like rats crossing the street, and everyone wanted to beat them. In this case, how could he come to Qingzhu Mountain to trouble him? Alice, it seems that my elder brother-in-law is also a tragic figure. He embarked on the path of cultivating immortals, but he cultivated a path of demons. When he returned home, he learned that his whole family was destroyed. Lu Changsheng sighed and shook his head. He had a good impression of his elder brother-in-law whom he had never met. Because in the past year or so, Chu Zhenzhen told him a lot of childhood stories. Among them, he often talked about this cheap elder brother-in-law. In Chu Zhenzhen's words, although her brother eats all day, has a serious personality, and likes to talk about a lot of long-winded principles, he is not a rigid person. Usually, he loves her sister very much. When her sister makes a mistake, although Chu Changsheng, as a brother, will preach, he will often come to help with the aftermath, deal with it, and help hide it from his parents. I won't tell Zhenzhen about this for the time being, so as not to worry her. If I have the ability and can help in the future, I can help this elder brother-in-law. Of course, the premise is that he is still alive. As for now, forget it. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and exhaled for a long time, without thinking too much about it. He is now just a weakling at the 3rd level of key refining, and can only live in Qingzhu Mountain. He can't help this brother-in-law now, and he is too lazy to worry about it. Then he wrote a letter to Hong Yi, asking him not to inquire about Chu Changsheng's news. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if he was involved with the demon cultivators. That night. Afterwards, Chu Zhenzhen's cheeks were rosy, full of blush, her eyes were blurred, and she slowly came back to her senses. She punched Lu Changsheng with her little pink fist and said angrily, "Hey, don't even think about the 3 of us serving you in the future, you just know how to humiliate others." Lu Mian on the side was so ashamed that she shrank into the quilt like an ostrich. Although Zhao King was also a little shy, she was relatively calm and continued to serve Lu Changsheng. This is not rare, you see, Yuner didn't say anything. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said, "Husband, please stop talking, it's so embarrassing." Lu Mian buried her head in the quilt and said sullenly. Half a month later. "My dear husband, I have completed the process of drawing qi into my body and have become an immortal cultivator." On this day, Chu Zhenzhen, wearing a golden hairpin and a pink and white dress, reported the good news to Lu Changsheng with a happy face. After more than a year in Qingzhu Mountain, the baby fat on her face and the childishness have faded, and her immature body has become much plumper. The pure and lovely face has a bit more moving charm of a wife and a mother. Ms. Zhenzhen has broken through the 1st level of key refining. Lu Changsheng was very happy to hear the news. His wives and concubines have spiritual roots, so he naturally hopes that they will embark on the immortal road and accompany him for a longer time. Not to mention that they will become his helpers in the future, at least after cultivating immortals, it will be good for all aspects of the body. The reason why Chu Zhenzhen has only broken through the 1st level of key refining now is that she was pregnant, nurturing the fetus, and recovering her body before, which delayed her cultivation. Otherwise, in this Qingzhu Valley, enjoying the 2nd level spiritual veins, even if there are no cultivation resources, she would have been able to break through the 1st level of key refining long ago. Looking at his charming wife, Lu Changsheng took her into his arms and said, "To celebrate my daughter Zhenzhen becoming a cultivator, let your husband reward you." Even though she was already a mother of a child, Chu Hansun's shy personality remained unchanged. Hearing this, she was immediately embarrassed and her cheeks flushed. Before she could say anything, she felt a warmth on her lips, and then her body softened. After a while, Chu Hansun's voice was a little hurried, and she panted slightly. "Husband, go back to the room. It's okay, I'm at home, and there's no one here," Lu Changsheng said gently. Then, under Chu Hansun's hesitating voice, there was also a sizzling sound. "Let the small courtyard, which was in autumn, have a little more spring." In the next few days, Lu Changsheng will also focus most of his energy on Chu Hansun. Now that Chu Hansun has broken through the first level of key refining, and it has been half a year since her last birth, he naturally has to take good care of her and start working hard for the second child. In a blink of an eye, it was the end of the month. At the end of each month, the fourth elder gives lectures and teaches how to make talismans. On this day, Lu Changsheng got up, had breakfast, and went to the fourth elder's residence. Since he had been here once before, he didn't need anyone to lead the way. Lu Changsheng walked through the corridors with ease and came to a quiet courtyard. The walls of the courtyard were planted with green and jade-like kindling bamboo. In the middle was a small pavilion with 5 tables and chairs placed next to it. At this time, next to the pavilion, there was a beautiful figure standing upright. She had a beautiful face, bright eyes as clear as water, and wore a simple and elegant white dress. Her long black and beautiful hair fell behind her shoulders, softly hanging down to the beautiful buttocks at the waist of her snow-white dress, with black and white contrasting. It was just a simple white dress and white embroidered shoes, but it matched her graceful figure and elegant temperament, giving people a different kind of attraction, and a kind of ethereal temperament. The breeze blew gently, and there were rays of sunlight falling, shining on the woman's white dress. It made her body seem to be coated with a layer of holy bright yellow light, and she looked a little more sacred and noble. When Lu Changsheng saw Lu Mayaoj, who was standing tall and graceful, as if she had walked out of a painting, he couldn't help but reveal a bit of surprise in his eyes. I don't know if it was Lu Mayaoj who was the first fairy he saw in the world of cultivation after awakening his memory. As a result, he felt that he had a special feeling for Lu Mayaoj in his heart. When he saw Lu Mayaoj before, because of the difference in status, Lu Changsheng had some thoughts about her, but he didn't feel much. Now with the confidence given by the system and the improvement of the status of the Lu family, Lu Mayaoj in front of him is no longer so far away for him. When he saw Lu Mayaoj, he couldn't help but ignite some thoughts that he hadn't had before. He wanted to press this fairy who looked elegant and celestial under him and taste her at will. Alice, no wonder many people become morally corrupt after they become rich and powerful. Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head in his heart. He had just married Lu Mayaoj not long ago, and now he actually had improper thoughts about his wife's sister. Miss. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it, smiled, and went forward to greet Lu Mayaoj. As the Lu family's talisman master, Lu Mayaoj would come to learn talisman making from the fourth elder on this day of every month. As for the other Lu family children who came to learn talisman making, since they were all talisman making apprentices, the fourth elder divided the lectures and teaching of talisman making into 2 groups. In the morning, it was Lu Mayaoj and Lu Changsheng, and in the afternoon, it was the other children of the Lu family. Lu Changsheng. Lu Mayaoj greeted Lu Changsheng with a faint smile when she saw him. Her smile was very shallow, like the snow lotus on the Qingzhu Mountain, which was restrained as soon as it bloomed, and returned to the elegant look just now. This made Lu Changsheng think to himself that the 2 sisters were quite similar in this respect. Neither of them liked to laugh, but they both looked very pretty when they laughed. He did not go over to talk to her or anything like that. Even if he had feelings for Lu Mayaoj, he would not go up to pursue her. One reason was that his status was not suitable for pursuing her, and the other was that girls were not pursued, but attracted. Lu Changsheng sat down at a table and chair nearby, waiting for the fourth elder to come over. Chapter 57, Taking Talisman Making Lessons with the Eldest Lady. Not long after, the fourth elder came to the courtyard. Her black hair with silver threads was elegantly tied up, and she was wearing a blue-brown dress. She looked like a dignified and graceful lady. Grandma. And Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj immediately bowed to the fourth elder. No need to be polite, sit down. The fourth elder looked gentle and kind, and waved his hand. Then he looked at the 2 and said, Changsheng, Mayaoj, both of you draw the talismans you have been practicing recently for me to see. Hearing this, The two took out the talisman-making tools and began to draw talismans. Lu Changsheng drew the fire cloud talisman that he had shown at the beginning. After all, when he showed himself as a first-level middle-grade talisman master, the success rate of the talisman was only 1 or 2%, so he naturally had to practice. The fourth elder looked at the two people drawing talismans, and saw Lu Changsheng drawing the fire cloud talisman with a steady wrist, stroke by stroke, and showed a bit of surprise. Then, under the gaze of the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng successfully drew the fire cloud talisman. Changsheng, you should have a success rate of 60-70% when drawing the fire cloud talisman now, right? After watching Lu Changsheng drawing the fire cloud talisman, the fourth elder showed some surprise on his face and praised. When Lu Miaoj, who was drawing the talisman on the side, heard this, her white wrist trembled, causing the talisman she was drawing to fail, and then her beautiful eyes looked at Lu Changsheng. Her face, as clear as snow, showed surprise. She knew that Lu Changsheng became a first-level mid-grade talisman master 2 months ago. Only 2 months have passed, and the success rate of the first-level mid-grade fire cloud talisman has reached 60-70%. This talent for making talismans is simply terrible. She couldn't help but think of 3 years ago, when Lu Changsheng became a talisman apprentice, and she went with Uncle Fu to test Lu Changsheng. At that time, she saw that Lu Changsheng's talent for making talismans was higher than hers. But she never expected that Lu Changsheng's talent for making talismans was higher than she imagined, so much higher. Without anyone's guidance, he became a mid-grade talisman master in more than 3 years. Now, under the guidance of the fourth elder, the fire cloud talisman, which originally had a success rate of only 20%, has increased its success rate to 60-70% in 1 month. This progress is simply terrifying. Even though she has always been calm and has begun to try to draw top-grade talismans and challenge the top-grade talisman master, at this moment, in front of Lu Changsheng, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed and frustrated. She pursed her lips, put away her disappointment and frustration, and took out a piece of talisman paper to draw talismans again. Thanks to Grandma's guidance last time, I have been practicing hard at home during this period of time, and I have achieved this success rate. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. He didn't know that his behavior made Lu Miaoj feel frustrated. This time, the talent display of the fire cloud talisman was something he had thought of before, and it was part of the plan. Under the guise of the guidance and teaching of the fourth elder, he accelerated a display of his talent in talisman making. Good, very good. Grandma can see that you have no major problems with the fire cloud talisman. It's just that during the turning process, when you draw the talisman line, your spiritual power is not smooth enough. But in this regard, as long as you practice more and become more proficient, it will be fine. The fourth elder heard Lu Changsheng's words and praised him repeatedly. She continued to say to Lu Changsheng, then today Grandma will teach you to draw the wind talisman. The wind talisman is the same as the fire cloud talisman, both of which are first-level medium-grade talismans. In terms of difficulty, it is a little higher than the fire cloud talisman. Thank you, Grandma. Lu Changsheng said respectfully. He didn't care about what talismans to learn or practice, and he completely followed the arrangements of the fourth elder. One reason was that he didn't care, and on the other hand, this was also the condition of the Lu family's spiritual contract. He had to follow the arrangements of the Lu family to learn and practice the corresponding talismans. The wind talisman is different from the fire cloud talisman. It emphasizes the word soft. Not only the brush strokes should be soft, but also the spiritual power output should be soft, with a sense of roundness. And the wind talisman has a very key point, that is, every time a turning point appears, the brush strokes should be light and smooth, and the spiritual power will be continuously bounced and output. The fourth elder explained the key points of the wind talisman to Lu Changsheng. Then he drew a wind talisman on the spot, and asked Lu Changsheng to sense the spiritual power fluctuations on it and draw according to the talisman lines on it. Yes, Grandma. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded, first picked up a stack of white paper from the table, and familiarized himself with the outline of the talisman lines on it. Generally, when drawing a new talisman, you first draw the outline of the talisman lines on white paper to familiarize yourself with it, and then try to make the talisman with talisman paper. If you use talisman paper to practice at the beginning, it is basically a waste. Because it will definitely fail at this time. Of course, Lu Changsheng is an exception. But in front of the fourth elder, he naturally showed an attitude of learning honestly. Then, the fourth elder looked at Lu Mayaoj, who was making a talisman, and saw that Lu Mayaoj failed to draw the talisman again. Knowing that Lu Mayaoj was not familiar with the talisman she was drawing, he explained the key points aloud. Mayaoj, this golden light shield talisman requires hardness as the main and softness as the auxiliary. The brush strokes should be soft with hardness, but the spiritual power output should also be strong and powerful. When you make the first stroke, the brush strokes and spiritual power should be like iron wrapped in cotton. When the first fold of the talisman line turns, you should have more collection intentions, and the spiritual power should be released. After the ninth fold, you need to output spiritual power continuously. Making talismans is more difficult and complicated as the grade of the talisman increases. The beginning, development, turning point, and ending, every stroke, all have very strict specifications. There are a lot of requirements for the writing technique alone, such as strong and powerful, hard with soft, soft with hard, hard and soft, etc. It is very complicated. The golden light shield talisman that Lu Mayaoj was drawing was a first-grade top-grade talisman, very complex, and a level higher than a mid-grade talisman. Yes, fourth ent. Lu Mayaoj nodded upon hearing this, her delicate face showing a look of concentration, and continued to bend over to draw the talisman. But halfway through the drawing, green smoke came out of the talisman paper again, and she failed. Mayaoj, when you were drawing the talisman line, you used too much force on your brush strokes and it conflicted with your spiritual power, so you failed. Come, feel my spiritual power, the strength. The fourth elder pointed out the mistake. He immediately held Lu Mayaoj's palm and slowly drew the golden light shield talisman. Lu Changsheng also looked over here. He could see that the fourth elder's talisman making level was indeed good. At least he was very familiar with the golden light shield talisman. Otherwise, there would be no way to lead people to draw talismans in this way. Mayaoj, use this feeling and try again. The fourth elder said after Lu Mayaoj finished drawing the golden light shield talisman. Yes, Auntie. Lu Mayaoj nodded gently, and then tried to draw it again. However, she failed again at the half step of drawing. Seeing this, the fourth elder did not say anything. He just encouraged, it's okay, you just practice more and get familiar with it a few more times. For a talisman master, this is very normal. If you can succeed in a few times, then it is not so difficult to become a talisman master. After a while, the fourth elder saw that Lu Changsheng was almost familiar with the drawing of the wind talisman, and said to Lu Changsheng, come on, Changsheng, you also draw the wind talisman for me to see. Yes, Auntie. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately began to show how to draw the wind talisman. However, he also failed at about 1/5 of the time. He is a genius in performance, but he is not a monster or pervert. If he succeeded in 1 or 2 times, it would be too amazing and easy to get into trouble. Your hands are very steady, and your brush strokes are very steady, but your spiritual power was a little anxious just now. In this step, your hands should be a little relaxed, and your spiritual power should gently wrap your brush strokes. Come, feel my spiritual power and strength. The fourth elder said after watching Lu Changsheng finish drawing. He then stepped forward, held Lu Changsheng's palm, and slowly drew the wind-running talisman with him stroke by stroke. Although there is a rule that men and women should not touch each other, Lu Changsheng is just a junior in her eyes, her grandson-in-law, so naturally she would not pay attention to these things and think in this way. During this process, Lu Changsheng could clearly feel the strength and spiritual power flowing from the fourth elder's palm through the touch. In this step, your hands should be relaxed, and your spiritual power should wrap your brush strokes with a little elasticity, and your wrists should be shaken lightly, and finally it should be done in one go. Try it again. The fourth elder said to Lu Changsheng in a kind tone, and then released his palm. Okay, Grandma. Lu Changsheng nodded, but did not start drawing directly. Instead, he took out a wine gourd from the storage bag, drank a sip of wine, and then continued to draw. It contained the white jade 100 flowers wine, which had the effect of restoring spiritual power and calming the mind, which was helpful for him to make talismans. He naturally did not use this wine to help calm his mind, but he needed this wine to help restore his spiritual power. In this regard, the fourth elder did not say anything. She also knew that Lu Changsheng was only at the 3rd level of key training, and could not draw many first-level medium-quality talismans. He needed to rely on spiritual wine to restore his spiritual power. Later, Under the watchful eyes of the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng failed to draw about a quarter of the way. Your spiritual power did not wrap the brush strokes and condense at one point. Try more. The fourth elder commented after reading it. In this way, under the guidance of the fourth elder, a morning passed. This morning, neither Lu Changsheng nor Lu Mayaoj succeeded in drawing new talismans. But I have already gotten started with this kind of talisman and have grasped its essence. The next step is to go back and familiarize myself with it more and practice more. Chapter 58, Qingyun Second Child, a tear-breaking elixir. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. Qingyun, who had always been the focus of Lu Changsheng's attention, ran to Lu Changsheng and said, "Husband, I seem to be pregnant." "Pregnant? Let me see." Lu Changsheng was delighted when he heard this, and put his head on Qingyun's belly. At this time, there was naturally no fetal movement. But as a cultivator, Lu Changsheng could faintly sense the new life in his belly. Okay, it's true that you're pregnant. Come, Zhenzhen, let your husband kiss you." Seeing that Qingyun was pregnant, Lu Changsheng was in a good mood. He stroked his wife's cheek and kissed her pink lips fiercely. There were other sisters in the courtyard. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh, making Qingyun, who was kissed, blush. She gave her husband a pink fist with some shame and anger, and her delicate and white face turned red as blood, shy. But this touch of girlish shyness, combined perfectly with Qingyun's style as a wife and a mother, seemed pure and lustful. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng was so angry that he wanted to kill his little wife right there. However, seeing her husband so happy, Qingyun also showed a happy smile on her blushing face. Now that Lu Mayaoyan and Qingyun are both pregnant, Lu Changsheng is in a very good mood and feels that these days are getting more and more promising. He is looking forward to the birth of the children of his two little wives. He also remembered that he still has two concubines who have never been pregnant, and a little maid who has spiritual roots. However, Lu Mayaoyan has only been pregnant for a month, so he is not in a hurry to let the maid Zhaoqing get pregnant. After all, it is not good for the maid to get pregnant at the same time as his own lady, as it seems to be a bit of a competition for favor. Although Lu Changsheng himself does not care. But after all, he is in the Lu family, so he still has to pay attention. Therefore, he plans to focus on the two concubines next. Lu Changsheng is also a little curious about these two concubines. If the two get pregnant, will the hair and eye color of the children born be like himself or the two girls? In a blink of an eye, it is the end of the month again, and it is the day when the fourth elder teaches talismans. When the fourth elder checked the progress of Lu Mayaoj and Lu Changsheng's talismans, Lu Changsheng took out a wind-running talisman and said to the fourth elder, "Grandma, I successfully drew the wind-running talisman yesterday." "What? You drew the wind-running talisman?" The fourth elder was stunned at first. Then she looked at the wind-running talisman in Lu Changsheng's hand, her face full of surprise. She didn't expect that Lu Changsheng had successfully drawn the wind-running talisman in just 1 month. You know, the most difficult part of the talisman is the first step, from 0 to 1. When the first step is successful, the next 1 to 10 are relatively simple. Lu Mayaoj, who was standing aside, heard this and looked at Lu Changsheng with her beautiful eyes, and was also very surprised. After more than 2 months, she has not made much progress in the golden light covering talisman. Although the golden light covering talisman she practiced is a top-grade talisman. But when she was at Lu Changsheng's stage, it took her almost 3 months to learn the golden light covering talisman of the same level as the wind-running talisman. But now, Lu Changsheng has successfully drawn the wind talisman in just 1 month. Lu Mayaoj bit her lips lightly with her pearly teeth, and felt a little hit. Her talent in making talismans is already very good. Otherwise, it is impossible that she is the only talisman master among so many Lu family members. And she is far ahead and is about to challenge the first-level upper-grade talisman master. The fourth elder also told her that she is very talented in making talismans and has the hope of becoming a second-level talisman master in the future. But at this moment, her talent in making talismans, which she was proud of, was completely crushed in front of Lu Changsheng. She has seen the day when she will be surpassed by Lu Changsheng. The fourth elder took the wind talisman from Lu Changsheng. His fingers caressed it inch by inch, feeling the strokes on it and the flow of spiritual power. You have no problem with the outline of the talisman. You are very stable in holding the pen to draw the talisman. You are a natural talent. This talisman is still far from being mature in terms of spiritual power. It is not skilled and stable enough. For example, there is obviously a problem with the spiritual point at this stroke. If you are not careful, you will fail. And the fourth elder commented on Lu Changsheng's talisman and pointed out the problems in detail. Then he said, "Come on, Changsheng, draw another fencing talisman for me to see." "Yes, Grandma." Lu Changsheng heard it, took out the talisman paper, and began to draw the talisman. However, before he drew half of it, the talisman began to emit green smoke and failed. At this point, the spiritual power must be tightly wrapped in the brush strokes, but after the turning point appears, it must be loosened immediately with a bounce meaning. The fourth elder said, signaling Lu Changsheng to continue. Then Lu Changsheng failed again. He just got started yesterday. At this time, the success rate of making talismans should be at most 10%, so naturally he can't show too much. Then, under the guidance of the fourth elder, Lu Changsheng failed twice again. Seeing this, the fourth elder did not say anything. He just comforted him, "It's okay, you are a little nervous, and you are just getting started, just get familiar with it. Come, Grandma will teach you to draw it again." Then, she held Lu Changsheng's hand and taught him to draw the wind talisman again. "Thank you, Grandma, Changsheng will work hard and not let you down." Lu Changsheng said to the fourth elder. "Good boy, Grandma is very satisfied with your performance. Grandma believes that as long as you work hard, you will definitely become a second-level talisman master in the future." The fourth elder said in a kind tone. She was very satisfied with Lu Changsheng, her grandson-in-law. Not only was he gifted in making talismans, he was also very stable and good to his granddaughter. The only shortcoming was that he had too many wives, concubines and children. He usually spent too much time on marrying and having children. In her opinion, if Lu Changsheng could devote all his energy to making talismans and focus on the way of talismans, he would be able to go further in the future. By the way, Changsheng, you have been in the third level of key refining for a while, right? Suddenly, the fourth elder asked Lu Changsheng. "Yes, Grandma, I reached the peak of the third level of key refining 8 months ago. But you know my spiritual roots, they are only 9th grade spiritual roots." Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he heard this. He reached the peak of the third level of key refining 8 months ago. In these days, he has never slackened in his cultivation, but he has never felt that the bottleneck has loosened. This is the case with low-grade spiritual roots. Every bottleneck is a hurdle. If you need it, Grandma can apply for a breakthrough pill for you and the family. The fourth elder said with a slight hesitation. From the third level of key refining to the fourth level of key refining, it is a hurdle from the early stage of key refining to the middle stage of key refining. The worse the spiritual root aptitude, the more difficult it is to break through. In this case, in addition to relying on time, you can also use breakthrough pills to break through the bottleneck. "Thank you, Grandma, but I still want to work harder and try to break through myself." Lu Changsheng heard this and declined politely. Although he was troubled by this bottleneck, he was not very anxious. "I don't want to use elixirs to break through for the time being. The reason is very simple. When breaking through from the third level of key refining to the fourth level of key refining, I used a tier-breaking elixir. Then, when breaking through from the 6th level of key refining to the 7th level of key refining, the difficulty will increase a few points. If I use a tier-breaking elixir again when breaking through from the 6th level of key refining to the 7th level of key refining, the difficulty of building a foundation will be several times higher. It's okay to use elixirs like Huanglong Dan to assist in normal times, and there will be no side effects. But using tier-breaking elixirs to break through by stimulating potential will have a certain impact. For most people, if you don't consider building a foundation, using tier-breaking elixirs actually has little impact. But Lu Changsheng focuses on the future, not the present. Now that he is not in a hurry to break through, he still wants to try his best to break through by himself. When he really can't break through, he will use elixirs to help break through when he needs it. Hearing Lu Changsheng's refusal, the fourth elder was slightly surprised. But she soon smiled and praised, "Good, you have ambition. If you have any problems in your cultivation, come to see Grandma at any time." When Lu Miaoj, who was standing by, heard this, her beautiful eyes also showed a little strange color. "You know, such a breakthrough pill is very precious. The breakthrough pill that breaks through the middle stage of key refining is worth hundreds of spirit stones and is very scarce. In the Lu family, you need to make contributions to exchange it. Now the fourth elder proposed to apply for one for Lu Changsheng, but the latter refused and said that he wanted to break through on his own. It is not easy for a 9th grade spiritual root to break through the bottleneck. However, she did not say anything about this. She just had a few more sensory views on Lu Changsheng in her heart. She felt that the latter was very different from what she had heard. Afterwards, the fourth elder talked to Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj about some knowledge of talisman making, and let the two go back when the time was almost up. The look this young lady gave me just now seemed a little different from usual. The two walked out of the fourth elder's residence, and Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Mayaoj's graceful back and raised his eyebrows slightly. He naturally wouldn't think that this young lady fell in love with him. Could it be that she was struck by my talent for making talismans during this period? Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of a possibility. He couldn't help but think to himself, if that's the case, then this young lady is not as indifferent and detached from the mundane world as she appears to be. That's right, she's not a real fairy. How can she really be detached from the mundane world? She has 7 emotions and 6 desires. Did the second young lady at the beginning also look cold and noble on the outside, but her real personality was not like that? Lu Changsheng chuckled, didn't take it too seriously, and went home. Chapter 59, 8th grade spiritual roots, the 6th lottery. Time flies. On this day, Lu Changsheng's 22nd child was born. Like most children, he had no spiritual roots. Now Lu Changsheng has gotten used to children without spiritual roots and has no expectations. If they have spiritual roots, he will take it as a surprise. However, surprises come so suddenly and unexpectedly. A month later, when Lu Changsheng's 23rd child was born, he felt a mysterious throbbing all over his body. It was the throbbing of a child having spiritual roots. And this time, the throbbing made him feel an indescribable mysterious feeling all over his body. Lu Changsheng had a feeling in his heart. His spiritual roots were promoted. With the addition of this child's spiritual roots, his spiritual roots were promoted from the 9th grade to the 8th grade. At the same time, at this moment, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 3 children with spiritual roots, and get a chance to draw a lottery. Good. The throbbing of the spiritual roots being promoted and the system prompt sound made Lu Changsheng overjoyed and extremely excited. He didn't expect that, without any expectation, this child would have spiritual roots, which would allow him to advance to the 8th level. Moreover, the system also came out with a wave of money. This sudden surprise, or 2 surprises at the same time, made him excited and happy. Husband, what's wrong with you? The wives and concubines beside him didn't know what was wrong with Lu Changsheng, why he suddenly looked so happy. Lu Changsheng also found that he was a little excited. The main reason was that this surprise came too unexpectedly and too suddenly, so he couldn't hold it back for a while. I have been troubled for a long time, and I suddenly figured out a problem about talismans, so I am a little happy and excited for a while. Lu Changsheng smiled and said, Congratulations, husband. Congratulations, husband. Congratulations, husband. When several wives and concubines heard this, they also smiled and congratulated him without doubting or thinking too much. What is there to congratulate? My Lu family has added another son. This is a happy event. Lu Changsheng waved his hand and said. He couldn't help but secretly thought that he still needed to sharpen his mind and remain calm even when facing a disaster. Otherwise, if this happens more often in the future, it will be easy for people to see the clues. He walked into the delivery room and immediately saw the midwife holding a swaddling cloth. Congratulations, son-in-law, it's a girl. The midwife said to Lu Changsheng. A girl is fine, after all, the first 2 were sons. Lu Changsheng didn't care. He didn't feel much about having a son or a daughter. He held the child from the midwife's hands. It might be because he became an immortal cultivator and practiced the immortal posture technique, and the child's mother's condition improved during pregnancy. The child looked much better, no longer wrinkled like an ordinary newborn baby. Even though Lu Changsheng was very happy to know that the child had spiritual roots, he would not show it particularly obviously at this moment. After looking at the child for a while, Lu Changsheng left and came to the study. This time when the child was born, the system gave me some money, which means that the achievement of the number of spiritual root children is different from the achievement of the total number of my children. This is normal. The difficulty of spiritual root children is obviously one level higher. I wonder what the number behind is, 5? Or 10? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He didn't think much about it. If you think too much about this kind of thing, you will be disappointed if you have expectations in your heart. It's better to let it go. After all, even if the system doesn't give me money, he still wants to have this child. Immediately, Lu Changsheng started the part he was most looking forward to. System, I want to draw a lottery. Immediately, a light red virtual lottery disc appeared. I don't know what I can draw this time. I hope it's a magic weapon. Looking at the lottery disc in front of him, Lu Changsheng took a deep breath. Because of the 100 refining treasure body art, he is now particularly looking forward to magic weapons. He wants to see if the system can directly draw a magic weapon for him to practice the 100 refining treasure body art. After all, the skills can give him all kinds of strange and fancy tricks. But as long as the magic weapon is similar, it can be used to practice the 100 refining treasure body art. Start the lottery. With a thought, the golden light began to rotate on the light red wheel. After 5 seconds, the wheel slowly slowed down. Under Lu Changsheng's somewhat nervous and expectant gaze, the golden light stayed on others. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the insect peach blossom goo. The reward has been issued in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A butterfly pattern that looks like 2 petals of peach blossoms emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Insect, peach blossom goo. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he saw this reward. He was not too disappointed that he didn't get the skills, magic weapons, etc. he wanted. After all, he had been disappointed so many times. How could a lottery go according to his own ideas? There is still a long time in the future, and there are still many opportunities to draw. As long as he works hard, he can always draw the reward he wants. He looked at the peach blossom goo in the system space. Goo worm, peach blossom goo, quality, heavenly spirit goo, description. This strange goo created by the goo Taoist monk peach blossom fairy can improve the host's skin, enhance temperament, create an appearance that is extremely attractive to the opposite sex, and can also improve the host's luck in love. Lu Changsheng didn't know much about goo worms. He only knew that among the 100 arts of cultivating immortals, there were factions similar to beast control, such as goo poison, corpse refining, raising ghosts, etc. He really didn't know anything about this aspect. But out of trust in the system, the 3 words heavenly spirit goo in terms of quality, and this effect description, he felt that this peach blossom goo was very unusual. It must be a top quality goo worm. First it was the immortal appearance technique, and now there is the peach blossom goo. Does it mean that I am destined to rely on my looks to make a living? Lu Changsheng smacked his lips. After experiencing the changes in the effects of the immortal appearance technique, he was still looking forward to the effect of this peach blossom goo and thought it was very good. After all, he had been practicing the immortal appearance technique for more than 3 years and he was so handsome. Now I have a peach blossom goo. Would I be a perfect immortal in the future, the dream of millions of fairies? Especially the improvement of appearance by this peach blossom goo, and it is for the opposite sex. Not only for the opposite sex, but also can improve peach blossom luck. Being handsome and having good peach blossom luck, isn't this a sure win? It is simply tailor-made for me who will have many wives and concubines in the future and be a killer of fairies and witches. Peach blossom luck. Although there is a saying of luck in this immortal world, it is illusory, mysterious, and there is no detailed explanation. Most books just say that some people are born with great luck. No matter what happens, they can turn bad luck into good luck, and even go out to pick up treasures, and they are unstoppable and make rapid progress on the road of immortal cultivation. Although this peach blossom goo cannot improve a person's luck, it can improve a person's peach blossom luck. I wonder if I can have peach blossom luck in the future on the road of immortal cultivation with this peach blossom goo. At that time, I can see if there are more statements about luck, as well as information about goo worms. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although he likes to read all kinds of books, he only knows about the theory of luck and the unorthodox ways of goo worms, and doesn't know much about these things. Now that he has obtained this peach blossom goo, he wants to learn more about it. Without thinking too much, Lu Changsheng had an idea and extracted the peach blossom goo from the system space. Chapter 60 Peach Blossom Goo. As Lu Changsheng extracted the peach blossom goo, a butterfly with wings like 2 pink and white peach petals appeared in front of him. This peach blossom goo was only the size of a thumb, and it exuded a faint pink glow, crystal clear and tender. In the hand, it was very soft and smooth, just like holding 2 petals of peach blossoms, without much weight. On it, there were wisps of faint and ethereal peach fragrance, refreshing. Changsheng looked at the peach blossom goo in his hand and could clearly feel that he had a kind and mysterious connection with it. Just like getting the 9 nether mastiff before. There was no need to tame and subdue it by any means, the system directly helped to tame and subdue it. Moreover, through the system, he knew that this kind of goo worm needed to be refined in order to control it. And the way to refine it was also very simple. First feed it with a drop of blood essence, and then gradually refine the goo worm with the spiritual power of the mind. After knowing the basic use of this peach blossom goo, Changsheng did not hesitate. He directly forced a drop of blood from his fingertips and fed it to the peach blossom goo. The peach blossom goo has a sesame-sized mouth part. When it saw the drop of blood, it slowly licked it. After a while, the peach blossom goo finished eating the blood. Changsheng began to wrap the peach blossom goo with his spiritual power, and began to invade its body and will, refining it. For many Gudeo cultivators, it is a very dangerous thing to want to refine the goo worm. Although the goo worm has no spiritual intelligence, it also has life. It is a kind of living being with the instinctive will to survive. Facing the refining of the immortal cultivator, it will naturally resist instinctively. Even some cruel and domineering goo worms will counterattack the refiner. However, this peach blossom goo was obtained by Changsheng from the system lottery. There is already a trace of cordial connection between the two, so naturally there is no problem. Under his spiritual power refining, this peach blossom goo not only did not resist at all, it even took the initiative to cooperate to let Changsheng's spiritual power enter the body and be refined. So that Changsheng does not need to spend his mind to suppress the will of the peach blossom goo. An hour later. Changsheng looked at the crystal clear peach blossom goo in his hand and let out a long breath. It wasn't that the refining was completed. It was that his spiritual power was exhausted and he had to rest to recover his spiritual power. If this peach blossom goo was not obtained by the system lottery, with my current cultivation strength, I would not be able to refine it at all, and it would be impossible to refine it successfully. Maybe it would be counterattacked and damaged. Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head. This hour, he used all his spiritual power to refine the peach blossom goo. As a result, his spiritual power was exhausted, and he had not refined 1/10 of the peach blossom goo. You know, this is still the peach blossom goo actively cooperating throughout the process. If the peach blossom goo resisted a little, he would have difficulty refining it. But this also shows that this peach blossom goo is even more extraordinary, and it is not a goo insect that ordinary key refining cultivators can touch at all. Only a cheater like me can obtain things far beyond my own stage through the system. Just take advantage of the recovery of spiritual power now to see what changes have occurred after my spiritual roots have been promoted to the 8th grade. Changsheng began to sit cross-legged to practice and recover his spiritual power. He also wanted to see what changes he had made when his spiritual roots were promoted from the 9th grade to the 8th grade. An hour passed. Changsheng opened his eyes. After practicing meditation and breathing, he found that his cultivation speed had not improved much after his 9th grade spiritual roots were promoted to the 8th grade. It was only 10% faster than before. The cultivation speed of the 8th grade spiritual roots is about 30% faster than that of the 9th grade spiritual roots. With the addition of Zyoki and Zyoshiki, my spiritual roots are almost close to the 8th grade. So with the addition of this daughter, although my spiritual roots have been promoted from the 9th grade to the 8th grade, the improvement is not that big. The cultivation speed has increased by about 10%, which also shows that this child's spiritual roots are also low-grade spiritual roots, which should be similar to Zyooshiki's spiritual roots, 7th grade spiritual roots, or 8th grade spiritual roots. Changsheng muttered to himself. He didn't feel any sense of loss. After all, whether it is the 9th grade spiritual roots or the 8th grade spiritual roots, they are all low-grade spiritual roots. The difference between the two is not that big. So there is no obvious qualitative change from the 9th grade spiritual roots to the 8th grade spiritual roots. However, the promotion of spiritual roots from the 9th grade to the 8th grade is also a milestone for Changsheng. At least the first step has been taken. The first step to improve spiritual roots. In the future, as long as there are more and more children with spiritual roots, His spiritual roots will be promoted step by step sooner or later, from low-grade spiritual roots to medium-grade and high-grade spiritual roots. Even the legendary earth spiritual roots and heavenly spiritual roots. Spiritual roots are not only related to the speed of cultivation, but also to the bottleneck of cultivation. After the 9th grade spiritual roots are promoted to the 8th grade spiritual roots, I wonder how much help it will be for me to break through the bottleneck of the 4th level of key refining. Lu Changsheng couldn't help thinking in his heart. In addition to affecting the speed of cultivation, the grade of spiritual roots also affects the bottleneck of cultivation. The better the spiritual roots, the weaker the bottleneck. Like him, he is now stuck with a bottleneck of breaking through the 4th level of key refining from the 3rd level of key refining. But if it is a middle-grade spiritual root, this bottleneck may not exist. Lu Changsheng had read in a book before that spiritual roots of the level of earth spiritual roots and heavenly spiritual roots, from key refining to the foundation establishment stage, there is no such thing as a bottleneck. If you continue to practice smoothly, you will basically be able to break through to the Qingyun stage in the future and condense a high-grade golden elixir. Lu Changsheng didn't think about it anymore, as it was still very far away from him. He got up and went from the study to the practice room to continue practicing and restore his spiritual power. The next day, Lu Changsheng got up and went to the library of Qingzhu Villa, looking for books about luck and Gudao. But in the Lu family, there are no books about luck at all, and there are no detailed books on Gudao. I just saw some simple introductions about goo worms in an ancient book. For example, the quality of goo worms is divided into 6 levels: ordinary goo, spiritual goo, mysterious goo, earth spirit goo, heavenly spirit goo, and immortal goo. Levels like immortal goo are like the true spirit bloodline of monsters, and naturally belong to legends. Even earth spirit goo and heavenly spirit goo are legendary existences and are very rare. This also gave Lu Changsheng a general understanding of the preciousness of peach blossom goo. It should be similar to the 9 nether mastiff with heavenly bloodline. The goo worm will also continue to transform as it grows, and it is divided into the following categories from low to high: 1st turn, 2nd turn, 3rd turn, 4th turn, and 5th turn. It corresponds to the key refining stage, foundation building stage, Dan formation stage, Yuanying stage, and Shenhua stage of the immortal cultivators. The peach blossom goo in Lu Changsheng's hand is naturally a 1st turn. In the following time, in addition to meditating and practicing every day and making talismans, Lu Changsheng will also take time to refine the peach blossom goo. He wants to refine this peach blossom goo as soon as possible to see what its specific effect is. After all, Lu Changsheng is still looking forward to improving himself and this peach blossom luck. Half a month later, Lu Changsheng finally completely refined the peach blossom goo. At this moment, he has a wonderful feeling about the peach blossom goo in front of him. It's as if this peach blossom goo has become a part of his body. At the same time, he has a detailed understanding of this peach blossom goo. Peach blossom goo feeds on peach blossom luck. The more prosperous the peach blossom luck around the host, the faster the peach blossom goo grows. Every time the peach blossom goo grows and transforms, the host's peach blossom luck will become more and more prosperous. However, the growth and transformation of the peach blossom goo will be affected and restricted by its owner. If the owner has not broken through to the foundation building stage, then this peach blossom goo will not be able to advance to the 2nd level, even if it consumes more peach blossom luck. At present, the peach blossom goo has 3 effects. The first 2 are introduced in the previous system description. It can subtly improve the host's body, make the skin become radiant, and the temperament become outstanding, making it more attractive to the opposite sex. At the same time, it will improve the host's peach blossom luck. These 2 effects are both passive effects. The first one can still gradually see some effects. The second peach blossom luck is invisible and intangible. The third effect of the peach blossom goo is an active effect. When the peach blossom goo is activated, a fragrance called the 5-element peach blossom miasma can be released. This fragrance has the effect of making people confused and infatuated. Whether it is a person, an animal, or a plant, it will be affected. As for the effect, it depends on the strength of the goo. For example, the peach blossom goo is only a 1st level goo insect now, so the power and effect of this 5-element peach blossom miasma is almost the same as that of the key refining stage. Chapter 61 The father of 30 children breaks through to the 4th level of key refining. Isn't this peach blossom fairy a flower thief? Otherwise, Where would a decent person make this kind of goo? It's not only to create an attractive appearance for the opposite sex, but also to improve the luck in love, and there are such despicable means. After learning about the effects of this peach blossom goo, Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head. But he didn't care about these. After all, the goodness or badness of things depends on the user. For a gentleman like him, even if this peach blossom goo is not decent, it will be used in the right way. The next moment, Changsheng put away the peach blossom goo. The peach blossom goo in his hand flew directly to the middle of his forehead, forming a pink peach blossom petal mark on his forehead. In the following time, this peach blossom goo will subtly improve his physical condition and improve his luck in love. Changsheng touched the peach blossom mark on his forehead, and his mind moved slightly, and the mark immediately dimmed and disappeared. Normally, if he didn't use the peach blossom goo, this peach blossom mark could be hidden. It will only appear when the 5 elements peach blossom miasma is used. Otherwise, a grown man with a peach blossom mark on his forehead feels weird and a bit feminine. I stay in Qingzhu Mountain all day and don't go out. I wonder if this peach blossom luck will work. Changsheng couldn't help but think of the young lady in his heart, and he had some expectations. Walking out of the training room, he saw that the night outside had darkened. Changsheng came to a side yard, carried Jier and Shuir, 2 of his concubines, to the bed, and began to work hard. He has been paying special attention to the 2 of them during this period, but neither of them has gotten pregnant yet. Changsheng didn't care about this. He had checked that the 2 women had no physical problems and could give birth. As long as you work hard, there will be results sooner or later. Moreover, this kind of thing is not just about looking at the results, but also carefully experiencing and savoring the process. Afterwards, hiss, Changsheng lay on the bed with a look of comfort and enjoyment, and his palms gently stroked the 2 women's red and blue hair like silk. Even though they had been sleeping together for so long and had been served many times. But in front of the 2 women, he couldn't help but drink greedily and felt very enjoyable. 6 days later, Changsheng found that Shuir was successfully pregnant, and there was a new breath of life in her belly. Then, with his unremitting efforts every night, Jier was also successfully pregnant a month later. Counting the children in the belly of these 2 concubines, Changsheng calculated that the total number of his children was exactly 30. Not long ago, his 24th child was born. In other words, if the remaining 6 children are born, the system may give him a share of the money. He was still very much looking forward to the system's share of money. After all, at this stage, he couldn't count on children at all, and could only rely on the system to help him a few more times. In a blink of an eye, more than a month passed. It has been more than 2 months since I refined the peach blossom goo. At the beginning, Changsheng was still very much looking forward to the peach blossom goo. But after more than 2 months, he felt that he had not changed much, and there was no so-called peach blossom luck. This made his expectations almost disappear, and he no longer cared about the peach blossom goo. After all, he was already so handsome in appearance, and the improvement of peach blossom goo was just icing on the cake for him. As for peach blossom luck, this kind of thing is mysterious and there is no expectation at all. On this day, in the practice room, Changsheng, who is meditating and refining qi, suddenly felt a throbbing. He was stuck at the 3rd level of qi refining for a year, and finally there was a slight loosening of the bottleneck. Usually, the 4th elder also taught him about cultivation knowledge, letting him know that this feeling of loosening was the opportunity for the 3rd level of qi refining to break through the 4th level. He immediately took out a huanglong pill from the storage bag and swallowed it into his mouth, and then held several spirit stones, closed his eyes and concentrated, and quickly operated huanglong. The pill melted as soon as it entered the body, and was quickly consumed under the operation of spiritual power. The spiritual energy in the spirit stone in his hand quickly poured into the body, making Changsheng's spiritual power run faster and faster, and the spiritual pressure became greater and greater, even with a bit of irresistible meaning. After a long time, boom! Changsheng's whole body shook violently, his hair and robes fluttered, and wisps of dirt oozed out of his pores, making his whole body seem light and airy. The spiritual energy in the Danshan Qi was no longer strands. Instead, the strands intertwined with each other like a stream. At the 4th level of qi refining, the spiritual energy is like a stream, and the body oozes out dirt. Finally broke through to the middle stage of qi refining. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes and felt the spiritual energy flowing in his body like a stream, and a look of joy arose spontaneously. A year ago, he cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of Qi refining. But he was stuck for a whole year, and only today did he break through. He felt that if he had not been promoted from the 9th grade spiritual route to the 8th grade more than 2 months ago, he would probably have been stuck for a while. No wonder Hong Yi stayed at the 3rd level of Qi refining for 3 or 4 years and has not yet broken through to the 4th level of Qi refining. Lu Changsheng also understood why Hong Yi stayed in this realm for so long. In Qingzhu Valley, he enjoyed the 2nd level spiritual veins. The meals he usually ate were jade bamboo rice, monster meat, and spiritual vegetables. The tea he drank was spiritual tea, and he also drank some spiritual wine when he had nothing to do. He also had a bottle of Huanglongdan every month to assist in his cultivation. In this situation, he was trapped by the bottleneck for so long. Although Hong Yi had an 8th grade spiritual root, in the secular world, the spiritual energy was barren, the resources were limited, and he was busy running around, so it was even more difficult to break through the bottleneck. This also reminded him of Xiao Xiao, who broke through the 4th level of Qi refining when the 3-year agreement was reached. Now thinking about it, I can only say that the 4th grade spiritual route is so terrifying. If it were a top grade spiritual route, or the legendary Earth spiritual route or Heaven spiritual route, how terrifying it would be. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it. He stood up and performed a cleaning technique to clean up the impurities and dirt discharged from his body after the breakthrough. Then he walked out of the practice room with some excitement. It was winter at this time, and snowflakes were floating outside, and a layer of white snow condensed on the ground. Although the green bamboo robes on his body had the effect of being immune to cold and heat, the sudden opening of the door and the cold wind made Lu Changsheng feel a little cold. However, the coldness only lasted for a moment, and the spiritual power in his body and the robes on his body immediately dissipated the coldness. Unconsciously, I have been in the Lu family for 5 years. Lu Changsheng looked at the green and vigorous green bamboo in the snow. Thinking of how he awakened his past life memories on the heart-searching platform, he was eliminated in the Qingyun Sect assessment and chose to become the Lu family's son-in-law and came to the Lu family. In the past 5 years, he relied on his unremitting efforts to cultivate from immortal to the 4th level of Qi refining. He also struggled from the Lu family's breeding son-in-law to the Lu family's son-in-law and married the elder's granddaughter. Lu Changsheng walked slowly to the front yard and saw a few little kids wearing cotton jackets running around and playing in the snow, with a faint smile on his face. These are all the results of his hard work in the past 5 years. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Daily Life. In the yard, a group of children were playing. Daddy. A little girl wearing a red cotton padded fur coat, sitting on a swing and eating candied haws saw Lu Changsheng and called out crisply. Then she jumped off the swing, ran to Lu Changsheng with her short legs, handed the candied haws in her hand to Lu Changsheng, and said with a smile, "Daddy, it's so sweet." Lu Changsheng's face was unconsciously full of smiles, and he tasted a candied haws. It was really sweet, sweet to the bottom of his heart. Glancing at Lu Pingan's sons who were having fun with the 9 other mastiff again, Lu Changsheng snorted unhappily and picked up his daughter. He held her slightly cold little hand and said in a warm voice, "Let's go, it's cold outside, go play inside." As expected, his daughter is still considerate. Lu Changsheng walked into the lobby with his daughter Lu Xile in his arms. There were several braziers on both sides of the lobby, with charcoal burning to dispel the cold, and a group of wives and concubines were chatting happily together. However, there are always some little ones who have just learned to walking around. Not only do they look like they are about to fall down at any time, but they also like to pick up and put everything they see into their mouths, which makes people have to watch them the whole time. At this time, Xiaoqi Lu Xiansu rode a mechanical wooden horse and came to Lu Changsheng's side, asking him to move aside. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng stood and refused to move. Then Lu Xiansu hit Lu Changsheng with a mechanical wooden horse. As a result, the whole person in the mechanical wooden horse overturned and fell to the ground, with a pursed mouth and about to start crying. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile, and immediately used the object control technique to control the mechanical wooden horse, moving it around next to his son. Lu Xianzi, who was about to cry, stopped crying when he saw this scene. He climbed back on the mechanical wooden horse and ran under Lu Changsheng's control, having fun. Although this child has spiritual roots, he is not precocious and sensible at all, just like a normal child. "Daddy, hug me." Xiaoxi, who was playing nearby, saw Lu Changsheng and walked over with his short legs, opening his chubby hands. Lu Changsheng held Lu Xiao in one hand and picked up Xiaoxi with the other. Seeing that she was holding a white jade bun in her hand, he said, "Give Daddy a bite." Xiaoxi thought for a moment and raised the bun in his hand to him. "Daddy will show you how to eat a big bun in one bite." Lu Changsheng said, and ate all the white jade buns in Xiaoxi's hand, which were as big as an adult's fist. Lu Xiao, Xiaoxi and the other little ones in his arms opened their eyes wide. But the next moment, Xiaoxi looked down at her empty hands. "Hey, where's my bun?" Looking at Lu Changsheng's chewing mouth, her aggrieved little mouth shrank, as if she was about to cry. As if to say, "You ate all of this big bun and didn't leave any for me. Husband, why do you always like to tease children?" Lu Miaoyan came over with a bulging belly and said angrily. Every time Lu Changsheng came, he would make the child cry, and then coax him back to normal. In her opinion, he was just too idle. As she spoke, she took out a white jade bun from the steamer beside her and handed it to Xiaoxi, showing a motherly smile and saying, "Come on, don't cry. Child, it's just for fun." Lu Changsheng said indifferently, and also took a white jade bun to eat. "This bun tastes very good, and is made of white jade spirit wheat ground into flour." Now that he has the conditions, in addition to daily diet, Lu Changsheng will also buy a lot of spiritual materials and spiritual food at home, and let Zhaoqing make some desserts for his wives, concubines and children. Eating like this every day and living in Qingzhu Mountain, the health of all the wives, concubines and children is getting better and better, and they are very healthy. Apart from anything else, the children raised in this way will definitely be martial arts geniuses when they practice martial arts in the future. Husband, your breath, have you broken through the middle stage of qi refining? At this time, Lu Miaoyan looked at Lu Changsheng and said with a bit of surprise on her face. She had lived with Lu Changsheng for a long time, so she could naturally see the change in Lu Changsheng's spiritual energy, which was much stronger than usual. "That's right, after so much hard work, I finally broke through this barrier." Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. "Congratulations to my husband for breaking through the middle stage of qi refining." Lu Miaoyan smiled, hugged Lu Changsheng's arm and shook it, her watery eyes showing admiration. "Congratulations to my husband. Congratulations to my husband for breaking through the middle stage of qi refining. Congratulations to my husband for taking another step forward in the immortal path." A group of wives and concubines congratulated Lu Changsheng. "Wow! Daddy is so amazing. Congratulations, Daddy. Congratulations, Daddy." Seeing their mothers like this, several children also surrounded Lu Changsheng and shouted. Lu Changsheng laughed loudly. Then he waved his hand with a smile on his face and said, "It's just the 4th level of qi refining. It must be said that this feeling of being liked, admired, and looked at by all his wives, concubines, and children is very good. It satisfies the male chauvinism psychology very much." Every time, he would feel a sense of pride, happiness, and satisfaction. Then, while Lu Changsheng was amusing the child, he was chatting with his wives and concubines. This was how he relaxed in his spare time every day. Otherwise, he would not go out every day, and he would only practice and create people, without any other entertainment. It would be okay for a short time, but it would be a bit tiring for a long time. The next day, Lu Changsheng rubbed his waist. Yesterday, in order to celebrate his breakthrough to the middle stage of qi refining, his wives and concubines shyly met some of his requests and served him. He basically did not rest all night last night. The body is the capital of revolution. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. Then he went out and came to the residence of the 4th elder. Today is not the end of the month, when the 4th elder teaches talisman making and cultivation. But before, the 4th elder told him to let her know after he breaks through the 4th level of qi refining. Although he didn't know what it was, his grandmother told him, so Lu Changsheng naturally came over. After all, there is nothing to hide about this kind of thing. "Son-in-law, the old lady is making a talisman, you may need to wait a while." The housekeeper in the fourth elder's mansion saw Lu Changsheng coming and respectfully offered tea. "Grandma Zizhu, I'm not in a hurry, you go and do your work." Lu Changsheng took the tea and said to the housekeeper. Almost half an hour passed. The fourth elder came to the hall. She was dressed differently today than in the past. She wore a lotus crown and a blue-brown Taoist robe, like a female Taoist. She looked less elegant and noble, and more elegant. Lu Changsheng knew that although his grandmother was a top-level talisman master, the success rate of drawing a first-level top-quality talisman was not high. If she wanted to draw a top-quality talisman, she would choose a time and an auspicious day. Then she would perform ritual procedures such as cleansing her body, face, and hands to adjust her state to increase the success rate of making talismans. This female Taoist dress was also one of her talisman-making rituals. Lu Changsheng stood up and bowed. "Grandma." "Changsheng, you came to see Grandma, what's the matter?" The fourth elder looked at Lu Changsheng with a friendly smile on his face. Lu Changsheng and Lu Maiyuan have been married for more than half a year. She has seen Lu Changsheng's performance in the past 6 months. He works diligently, is not arrogant or impatient, and has an outstanding talent in making talismans. This makes her more and more satisfied with his grandson-in-law. She thinks that she was right to marry Lu Maiyuan to Lu Changsheng. She even doesn't care much about Lu Changsheng's many wives and concubines. Because she also found that Lu Changsheng is not as obsessed with women as she knew. In the past 6 months, not only has he not delayed the work of making talismans, but his performance has also been getting better and better. Chapter 63 Managing the Talisman Shop. Changsheng, have you broken through the 4th level of key refining? At this time, the 4th elder saw the change in Lu Changsheng's spiritual energy, and a bit of surprise and joy appeared on his face. Although Lu Changsheng used the key condensation technique to gather the spiritual energy in his body, his key condensation technique was not very advanced, but only in the entry-level proficiency stage. After all, after he had mastered all these basic spells, he did not spend too much time on them. The 4th elder had the strength of the 9th level of key refining, and after a careful look, he could easily see the change in Lu Changsheng's cultivation aura. Yes, Changsheng just broke through the 4th level of key refining yesterday, so I came here to tell Grandma today. Lu Changsheng nodded and replied. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect you to break through the 4th level of key refining so quickly, much faster than Grandma imagined. The 4th elder sat down next to the chair and said with a smile, now that you have broken through to the 4th level of key refining, Grandma also has something to entrust to you. Grandma, please tell me. Lu Changsheng was a little confused. What can a 4th level key refining person do? Our Lu family has a talisman shop in Jilong Market, and Grandma wants you to take care of it. The 4th elder spoke up and said so. Take care of the talisman shop. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he heard this. As a family of immortal cultivators, the Lu family naturally has many sources of income. For example, the green spiritual bamboo and jasper spiritual bamboo all over the mountain are one of the main sources of income for the Lu family. In addition to supplying their own people with spiritual rice, spiritual vegetables, and spiritual medicines, the excess will also be sold in the market. So the Lu family also opened their own shops in some markets. He knew that Jilong Market was a large market close to Qingzhu Mountain. It was established by the dominant force in this area, Qingyun Sect. After so many years in the Lu family and entering the core circle of the Lu family, he also knew more about the Lu family. Although the immortal cultivation family like the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family is self-reliant and independent, it is actually under the jurisdiction of Qingyun Sect. Every year, a certain amount of offerings must be paid to Qingyun Sect. This is why Lu Yuanding was able to go to the Qingyun Sect mountain range and recruit eliminated disciples as his son-in-law. If this were a force that had nothing to do with the Qingyun Sect, would you try doing this? Back then, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Chen family of Hongai Valley fought for the ownership of the Spirit Stone Mine, and both sides' foundation-building ancestors fought. In the end, it was the elders of the Qingyun Sect who came forward to mediate and stop the fight, so that the two families stopped. Of course, in the end, the Qingyun Sect, the arbitrator, took away 40% of the profits of this Spirit Stone Mine. The remaining 60% was divided equally between the Lu family and the Chen family, 30% each. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he couldn't help but sigh that strength is the king. The Lu family and the Chen family fought for the few percent of the profits of this Spirit Stone Mine. As a result, when the Qingyun Sect came, they took away 40% directly, and the two families didn't dare to say anything. The fact that this spirit talisman shop can be opened in Jiulongfang City also shows that this shop is a very good shop among all the shops of the Lu family. Unexpectedly, the fourth elder actually said that she would let Maya Oj manage such a shop. Yes, I let Maya Oj manage this talisman shop before. But you also know that Maya Oj has now been promoted to high-grade talisman master and is preparing to break through the 7th level of key refining, so she doesn't have so much time and energy. So I thought about letting you learn to manage it. Grandma was a little worried about you before, but now that you have broken through the 4th level of key refining, Grandma is much more relieved. Just treat it as a training experience. After you are familiar with it in the future, Grandma will directly let you manage this talisman shop. The things you have to do on a daily basis are also very simple. Just keep an eye on the store, replenish the goods every month, and occasionally take in apprentices. During this period, Grandma will also give you another salary. The fourth elder picked up the tea, took a sip, and said slowly, in the Lu family, apart from Lu Changsheng, there are a total of 3 talisman masters. She and Lu Maya Oj, and a Lu family member who was just promoted to low-grade talisman master not long ago. Now Lu Maya Oj has to concentrate on making talismans and spend time practicing, so she doesn't have much free time to manage the store. The Lu family's son has just entered the 1st grade talisman master, which is obviously not suitable. And Lu Changsheng is not only a mid-grade talisman master, but also her grandson-in-law. She is very satisfied with his performance in the past 6 months. She basically agrees with Lu Changsheng and treats him as her own. So she thought of handing it over to Lu Changsheng. Not only does it save the trouble of hiring a talisman master from outside to sit in the store, it also allows Lu Changsheng to get in touch with the Lu family's business and go out for training. After listening to the words of the 4th elder, Lu Changsheng thought of refusing at the first time. He just wanted to live a stable life in the Lu family. But since the 4th elder said so much, he couldn't refuse, and there was no reason to refuse. After all, in a family of immortal cultivation like the Lu family, the children of the family enjoy the benefits brought by the family. When they reach a similar age and strength, they must contribute to the family. It is the same for someone like Lu Maya Oj who has good talent in making talismans, and is the daughter of the head of the family. He married Lu Maya Oj, and now he is considered a member of the Lu family, so naturally he can't escape this kind of thing. Moreover, the 4th elder wanted to hand over this talisman shop to him to manage, which was also a good intention for his own good. Not only did it give him an extra income and salary, but he was also responsible for some business and could get in touch with more things, and his status in the Lu family would also be greatly improved. Changsheng, listen to Grandma's arrangements. Lu Changsheng thought for a while and responded with a bow. He also understood that it was unrealistic for him to stay in the Lu family and do nothing until he reached the foundation. In this case, he simply agreed. This Zhejiang market was established by Qingyun Sect. It is a large market with a great foundation building cultivator in charge. No one dared to act rashly in the market. If he went to manage the talisman shop, he would not have to worry too much about danger. Moreover, running the shop in the past would not only bring him an extra income. He would also have the opportunity to sell the thousands of talismans he had on him. It would be much more convenient to buy materials for practicing the 100 refinements treasure body art at that time. In the past 6 months, when he traded talismans with the people sent by Hong Yi, he also asked Huang Yi to help buy some materials. But not only did it take time to go back and forth, many of the materials needed might not be available, and the communication back and forth was very troublesome. If he went to Zhejiang market, it would be very convenient if he wanted to buy any materials. The only bad thing is that life is not as comfortable as it is now in Zhejiang market. Without the 2nd level spiritual veins to enjoy, and without his wife and concubines around, he will fall behind in terms of having children. However, if he went to the market, he could see if he could marry a few fairies with spiritual roots. After all, if you want to have children and have more children with spiritual roots, you have to take concubines. At that time, his garbage peach blossom gu might be able to play a role. At present, Lu Changsheng feels that he has no peach blossom luck. Even if he does not go out of the door every day, peach blossoms cannot come in. Okay, then it's settled. When Maya Oj comes back in a few days, you will go with her. The 4th elder nodded and smiled. Yes, Grandma. Lu Changsheng nodded in response. Then he took 2 boxes of spiritual fruitcakes home from the 4th elder's house. Chapter 64 Li Fiayu's hard work. After returning home, Lu Changsheng, Lu Maiyuan, Chu Hansun and other wives and concubines talked about their plans to go to Jialong market in a while. When the wives and concubines heard this, they were both happy and worried. They were happy that Lu Changsheng could be in charge of the family business, which was a good thing, and that the Lu family valued him. They were worried that Lu Changsheng would be away from home for a long time, and they were reluctant to let him go. This Jialong market is not far from Qingzhu Mountain. I can come back every month like the eldest lady. When your husband is familiar with the place, I will take you out to play. Lu Changsheng said to his wives and concubines. He has always felt a little boring in Qingzhu Valley. The wives and concubines are naturally the same. So he thought that if it was more stable in Jialong market, he could take a few wives and concubines to live there, play, and relax. Thank you, husband. Thank you, husband. The women were also very happy to hear this. Husband, you should take Zhaoqing with you when the time comes. That way there will be someone to take care of her. At this time, Lu Maiyuan spoke to Lu Changsheng. I am such a big person, why do I need someone to take care of me? Besides, you need Zhaoqing to serve you now. Lu Changsheng waved his hand, indicating that it was not necessary. Well, husband, you can take Zhaoqing with you. I can't be with you, so let Zhaoqing accompany you. Okay. Lu Maiyuan immediately bit her pink lips with her pearly teeth, and looked at Lu Changsheng with a pair of watery eyes. At the same time, she took Lu Changsheng's arm and shook it gently, and said coquettishly in a soft and sweet voice. Okay, take her, listen to you, Yuner. Lu Changsheng has always been soft-hearted, and when faced with his wife's coquettishness, he immediately responded doubtingly. He estimated that Lu Maiyuan asked him to take Zhaoqing with him. In addition to letting Zhaoqing accompany him, there was also someone watching him, to prevent him from having affairs outside and bringing a bunch of women back. But Lu Changsheng didn't care, and thought it was good to take Zhaoqing with him. It is said that it is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but difficult to go from luxury to frugality. He has been used to being served by others for these years. If he changes to a place where no one serves him, he will indeed be a little uncomfortable. It will be much more convenient to have someone by his side. Moreover, if he really wants to take a concubine, it doesn't matter whether Zhaoqing is by his side or not. But let's wait for your husband to go over there and see what the situation is. Now we don't know what the situation is. Lu Changsheng pinched his wife's face and said. After all, he was going to work. Without knowing what the situation is, taking a little maid with him is a bit like going to enjoy life, which gives people a bad impression. Yes, seeing that her husband agreed, Lu Maiyuan immediately showed a sweet smile, a bit cute and naive. She also knew that it was impossible to completely prevent her husband from looking for concubines or new people. But as a woman, a wife, it is impossible to just watch and do nothing. It was night. All the wives and concubines knew that Lu Changsheng would leave home in a few days, and they all served him tenderly. After practicing the 100 refining treasure body art for half a year, nourished by food, spiritual wine, and breaking through the 4th level of key refining, Lu Changsheng's combat power has also been greatly improved. However, facing the obsession of all the wives and concubines, who took turns to fight, Lu Changsheng still couldn't stand it. He even suspected that his wives and concubines wanted to tell him in this way that after going to Jialongfang market, he should not flirt with other women outside. After going to Jialongfang market, you have to spend more time and practice the 100 refining treasure body art as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you go home once a month in the future, how can you bear it, and you won't have the face to take concubines and bring new people back. Lu Changsheng lay on the bed and said secretly in his heart. The next day, Lu Changsheng suddenly remembered that he and Hong Yi traded talismans. Every 3 months, Hong Yi would send people to trade talismans, and there was still a month before the next transaction. If he went to Jialongfang market, he might not be at home at that time. Immediately, Lu Changsheng informed Lu Maiyuan about the talisman transaction and gave her 30 talismans that had already been drawn. He told her that if the people sent by Hong Yi arrived, she could go over to trade. It was just selling some low-grade talismans to friends, and there was nothing to hide about it. The Lu family would know about it. Moreover, Lu Changsheng felt that the Lu family might have known about this matter for a long time. Regarding this matter, Lu Maiyuan naturally agreed very obediently, so that Lu Changsheng could rest assured. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng came to Qingzhu Villa, thinking of chatting with Li Feiyu and seeing how Li Feiyu was doing recently. However, when he arrived at Li Feiyu's house, Li Feiyu was not at home. Li Feiyu's wife and concubine told Lu Changsheng that Li Feiyu had gone to farm. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was very surprised. After chatting with Li Feiyu's wife and concubine, he found out. A few months ago, after Li Feiyu mastered the profession of a spirit butcher, he also mastered the skills of a spirit plant husband, the small cloud rain technique and the Zhengjin technique, and asked Uncle Fu to take a job as a spirit farmer. Not only that, sometimes Li Feiyu would also do the work of cleaning and refining materials. Many low-level spiritual materials cannot be used directly because they contain too many impurities. So there is a job that allows cultivators to constantly cleanse with spiritual power to refine the impurities in the materials. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng didn't know what to say for a while. He couldn't help but sigh that it was difficult to cultivate immortals, and it was even more difficult to survive. However, he also vaguely understood in his heart that Li Feiyu worked so hard not only to support his family. He was also preparing to leave the Lu family in the future. Otherwise, a job as a spirit butcher would be enough for Li Feiyu to support his family. It was almost noon when Li Feiyu came back in a dusty state. Although he was a little tired, his eyes were bright. Before, in the Lu family, the only thing he had every day was giving birth to a baby. Now he is no longer bound by giving birth to a baby. Although it is hard, there is at least a glimmer of hope in life. After all, what people fear most is not seeing hope. Changsheng, why are you here? Li Feiyu was a little surprised to see Lu Changsheng coming to his house. I came to see how you are. Lu Changsheng smiled. He then told Li Feiyu that he would leave the Lu family in a while and go to Jiulongfang market. If Li Feiyu needed to buy something in the future, he could buy it for him. Although Qingzhu Villa has a treasure pavilion, from Lu Changsheng's current perspective, the things that can be bought there are very limited. In the Lu family, precious things need to be applied for and cost family contributions. Li Feiyu naturally didn't have anything to buy. He just asked Lu Changsheng to be careful outside. He told him some experience and precautions when walking outside. Although Li Feiyu talked about the secular world, these things are also applicable in the world of immortal cultivation. Then, Lu Changsheng also told Li Feiyu that if he needed any help, just ask, don't be embarrassed. Otherwise, relying on himself to fight like this, he would break his body in the Lu family, which would be a real loss. Hearing this, Li Feiyu asked to borrow some spiritual stones with some embarrassment. He explained that when he was a spiritual butcher, he knew that the Lu family raised a kind of spiritual pig called black pig. This kind of black pig can be slaughtered in 3 years, and can be sold for about 50 spiritual stones. In the past 6 months, he has also understood the breeding process and methods of this black pig, and wants to raise 2 of them himself. But a black pig cub requires 6 spiritual stones, and he currently has insufficient initial funds, so he can only temporarily take out 4 spare spiritual stones. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help shaking his head, thinking that Li Feiyu was really hard-working. Not only was he a spiritual butcher and a spiritual plant husband, he was also preparing to raise 2 more spiritual pigs. However, he also knew that in Li Feiyu's current situation, if he wanted to cultivate immortality, he had no choice but to work hard. Immediately, he took out 20 spiritual stones and lent them to Li Feiyu. Now that he is in the Lu family, he basically has 10 spiritual stones per month. He would get 10 spirit stones for completing the talisman-making task every month, and he would also hand in 3 or 5 extra talismans every month, which would also be worth 10 spirit stones. Hongyu could also bring him more than 40 spirit stones every 3 months. Therefore, his current apparent income could be said to be quite considerable. He could also give out some spirit stones to help Li Feiyu. However, Li Feiyu only borrowed 10. He said that 10 spirit stones would be enough, and he would be able to return them to him after the spirit rice in the spirit field was ripe. Lu Changsheng did not say much about this, as he knew Li Feiyu's personality. Afterwards, they had a meal at Li Feiyu's place, and the 2 drank some spirit wine and chatted before leaving. Chapter 65 Gift. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. On this day, the housekeeper of the 4th elder's house came and asked Lu Changsheng to go over. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately followed the housekeeper to the 4th elder's residence. As soon as he entered the hall, He saw the fourth elder talking to Lu Mayaoj. He stepped forward and bowed slightly, saying, "Grandma, Sister Mayaoj." After studying talisman making with the fourth elder for so long, he and Lu Mayaoj also changed their ways of addressing each other, and seemed to be much closer. Although this closeness was not the closeness he wanted. "Changsheng, you are here." Seeing Lu Changsheng coming, the fourth elder smiled and nodded, saying, "You will follow Mayaoj to Kowloon Market to take care of the talisman shop. I have already told Mayaoj. When the time comes, you will listen to Mayaoj's arrangements. She will also be in Kowloon Market for the next period of time. You should ask Mayaoj for advice more often." The fourth elder said so. "Yes, Grandma." Lu Changsheng nodded, and then bowed to Lu Mayaoj and said, "I'll trouble Sister Mayaoj in the future." "No trouble." Lu Mayaoj shook her head gently, her voice always so soft and gentle. "Changsheng, you rarely go out, so this time, Grandma prepared some gifts for you," the fourth elder said to Lu Changsheng. While speaking, he took out 3 brocade boxes of different sizes from the storage bag and placed them on the table. Thank you, Grandma." Lu Changsheng's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was a little curious about the fourth elder's gift. His grandma is an elder of the Lu family, a first-level top-level talisman master, and she will never be stingy. "Open it and take a look," the fourth elder said with a smile. Lu Mayaoj couldn't help but look over when she heard this, and was a little curious about the gift that her aunt prepared for Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng opened the first long brocade box. But inside was a 3-foot-long green sheathed sword, and the sword tassel was green. This magic sword is called Qingyun, and it is a mid-grade magic weapon. But a trace of lapis lazuli has been added to make it sharper than the same level, and it is very suitable for you to use now. The fourth elder introduced it. When Lu Changsheng heard this, he looked at the Qingyun sword in front of him and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his fourth grandmother would use a mid-grade magic sword. Generally, the price of a low-grade magic weapon is about 50 spirit stones. The price of a mid-grade magic weapon is about 150 spirit stones. Although after breaking through the middle stage of key refining, one can control and drive a mid-grade flying sword. But many cultivators in the late stage of key refining may not be able to afford it, or be willing to buy a mid-grade magic weapon. Just like the 3 robber cultivators he killed in Qingzhu Mountain. They had the cultivation base of the 6th and 7th levels of key refining, but they all used low-grade magic weapons. And this Qingyun sword is obviously not an ordinary mid-grade magic weapon. The price is estimated to be 200 spirit stones. "Thank you, Grandma." Lu Changsheng thanked her and picked up the magic sword. It feels slightly heavy and cold to the touch, and the scabbard is cyan, like sapphire. There are gilt patterns engraved on the scabbard, and the sword tassel is cyan, which is obviously a decoration added later. Most magic tools like magic swords can change their size according to one's wishes. This magic sword is made into this style, and it is known that it is not of the same grade as the flying sword that he had obtained from Qingzhu Mountain before. It is obviously a high-end flying sword. Because the most common thing about flying swords is that they are sharp and practical. Only high-end flying swords will work hard on their appearance. Lu Changsheng pulled the magic sword out of the scabbard. The whole sword body is silver-white, but there is a faint cyan gold halo flowing on the surface, and the cold light flashes. The fourth elder smiled and opened the second brocade box directly. In the second brocade box, there is an exquisite and luxurious, shining sky blue gold-rimmed embroidered robe. You should dress well to show your status when you go out to manage the store. This is a middle-grade magic robe, with 7 magic array effects, big and small, dust-proof, like spring, wind-transforming, self-concealing, spirit-gathering, and body-protecting. Grandma doesn't need to explain the first 3 effects, which are similar to the green bamboo robe you are wearing now. Wind-transforming can turn a strong wind into a breeze. Grandma applied for an iron feathered eagle from the family for you, so that it will be much more convenient for you to go back and forth to Jiulongfang City in the future. The wind-transforming effect of this robe can prevent you from being affected by the strong wind when riding the iron feathered eagle, and you don't need to consume mana to block the strong wind. Grandma knows that you don't like to show off. This self-concealing can make the robe's precious light restrained, and it looks like ordinary clothes, not attracting people's attention. And the spirit-gathering effect can gather spirits in a small area, which is helpful for your cultivation. This body-protecting effect can passively trigger a body-protecting spell when you are in danger to resist a blow from the 7th level of key refining. The fourth elder slowly spoke and introduced this robe to Lu Changsheng. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng showed a look of surprise. A mid-grade magic robe? The clothes he was wearing now were the green bamboo robes that Lu Yuanding rewarded him for having his first child when he first came to the Lu family. It was not even a low-grade magic robe. It only had 3 basic effects, big and small, like spring, and dust avoiding. And this mid-grade magic robe had a total of 7 effects. There were 4 more effects than before: gathering spirits, transforming wind, hiding oneself, and protecting oneself. Especially the protection. When in danger, a protection spell can be passively triggered to resist a mid-stage key refining attack, which made Lu Changsheng extremely happy. With this robe, he no longer had to worry about being attacked by other warriors and cultivators. "Thank you, Grandma." Lu Changsheng thanked him again with a happy face. At this moment, he couldn't help but sigh that his grandma was generous. A mid-grade magic robe costs 150 spirit stones. That generally refers to magic weapons such as flying swords. The price of the robe will be much more expensive. This middle-grade magic robe is estimated to cost 200 spirit stones. The Qingyun sword plus this middle-grade robe will cost more than 400 spirit stones. Moreover, this gift is not only valuable, but his grandmother also spent a lot of thought and considered every aspect. Lu Changsheng thought that he would go to Jiulongfang market and ride a spirit horse again. Unexpectedly, the fourth elder actually got him a flying mount. You know, in the Lu family, there are not many flying mounts, and they are very rare. The fourth elder smiled, opened the third brocade box, and said with a smile, "These are the talismans drawn by Grandma herself. You carry them with you for self-defense." There are 3 talismans in total. Lu Changsheng recognized these 3 talismans at a glance. Top-grade talisman, lightning-inducing talisman. Top-grade talisman, escape talisman. Top-grade talisman, lightning talisman. The lightning-inducing talisman and the escape talisman are both high-grade talismans that are relatively difficult to obtain. If they are sold, they can be sold for 40 or 50 spirit stones. The top-grade talisman, the lightning talisman, is even more valuable, at least 200 spirit stones. The Qingyun sword, the middle-grade robe, and these 3 talismans are worth at least 700 spirit stones in total. When Lu Changsheng killed 3 robbery cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain, all his gains added up to almost 500 spirit stones, which was already a huge sum of money. But at this time, the fourth elder directly gave a gift worth more than 700 spirit stones, which was a big deal. "Thank you, Grandma." This gift touched Lu Changsheng's heart. He bowed and said seriously. Although he was valuable, the fourth elder of the Lu family was so good to him. But many things are judged by deeds rather than intentions. At least the kindness of the fourth elder to him was true. Lu Changsheng remembered all of this. "We are all family. As a grandmother, I am giving my grandson something. Why should I thank him?" the fourth elder said to Lu Changsheng with a gentle expression. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng looked at the fourth elder in front of him, smiled sincerely, nodded and said, "Yes, Grandma." "Changsheng, do you recognize these 3 talismans?" The fourth elder pointed to the 3 talismans in the brocade box and said. Chapter 66, Magical Weapons and Robes. "Grandma, Changsheng will recognize these 3 talismans. This is a top-grade talisman, the lightning-inducing talisman, which can trigger a lightning strike comparable to a strike from the 9th level of key refining. This is a top-grade talisman, the invisibility talisman, which can hide your body after use, and hide into the ground, several miles away. This is a top-grade talisman, the lightning talisman, which will emit a lightning bolt after being activated, which is equivalent to a full-strength strike from the peak of key refining." Lu Changsheng said seriously. He could see that these 3 talismans were specially prepared for him by the fourth elder, in order to prevent him from encountering any dangerous accidents. With these 3 talismans, as long as he did not encounter a great cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, he would basically have the power to protect himself. "That's right, it seems that Changsheng, you also study hard in your daily life, so these are not difficult for you. Put the things away, and go put on this robe for Grandma to see." The fourth elder smiled, stretched out his hand and touched Lu Changsheng's head, and said kindly, "Yes." Lu Changsheng nodded, put away 3 brocade boxes, and went to the side hall to change clothes. Lu Miaoj, who was standing by, was surprised when she saw the 3 gifts. She was surprised at the generosity of her aunt. Although her aunt was a talisman master and much richer than ordinary cultivators, the more cultivators earn, the more they spend. They don't have the habit of saving money, and they all transform resources into their own cultivation and strength. So this gift worth more than 700 spirit stones can be said to be a big deal. Moreover, the fourth elder also spent a lot of thought on these three things, and they were all given according to Lu Changsheng's current situation. Even though she couldn't help but envy her fourth aunt's love for Lu Changsheng. However, she also knew the general reason in her heart. On the one hand, her fourth aunt wanted Lu Changsheng to be completely integrated into the Lu family. On the other hand, Lu Changsheng's performance in the past 6 months has won the fourth elder's love. He is almost regarded as his own grandson by the fourth elder. That's why he is so doting and generous. Lu Changsheng came to the side hall. He changed out of the green bamboo robe he had worn for 5 years and put on the middle-grade magic weapon robe given by the fourth elder. I don't know if it's because the family color of the Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain is green, or the fourth elder saw him wearing a green robe every day. So the magic sword and the robe he gave were both green. However, after living in the Lu family for so many years and wearing the green bamboo robe all the time, Lu Changsheng got used to this color and liked it. The style of this robe is similar to the green bamboo robe, but it looks obviously higher, more exquisite and luxurious. On the sky blue brocade robe, vivid and natural bamboo leaves are embroidered with dark green silk threads, and there is an elegant and delicate gold thread embroidery on the collar and cuffs. With the blessing of the formation, the robe is worn on the body, and a faint aura emerges. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and the saddle makes the horse. Lu Changsheng, who is already handsome and unrestrained, looks even more extraordinary against the background of this robe. It's worthy of being a mid-grade magic robe. The experience of wearing it is obviously different. Lu Changsheng was like in his previous life, when he changed into new clothes for the new year when he was a child. He was full of joy. He stroked the silky robe on his body with great pleasure. It felt very wonderful. It felt light and made him feel that it was obviously different from the previous Qingzhu robe. As a mid-grade magic robe, it not only has the effects of the 7 magic arrays, but also has a very strong fabric, which is made of spiritual materials such as monster fur. Water and fire are not intrusive, and swords and guns are not broken. These are basic effects, no need to mention them. Lu Changsheng tried to sense the self-obscuring magic array in the robe. Suddenly, the spiritual light on the robe dimmed and dissipated, becoming restrained, and the fabric also looked ordinary. It looked like a more exquisite brocade dress. It looks much more normal now, otherwise it would be too conspicuous, telling others that I am a fat sheep. Lu Changsheng looked at the robe after the self-obscuring and said with a sigh, I think this magic array is very good and very suitable for me. When I buy clothes in the future, it is best to have this effect. Then he closed the self-obscurity again, let the robe flow again, hung the Qingyun sword on his waist, and walked out of the side hall calmly. In the hall, seeing Lu Changsheng, who has a handsome face, a tall and slender figure, a sky blue bamboo leaf robe embroidered with the gold edges, and a green jade long sword on his waist, the fourth elder's eyes lit up. On his plump and soft face, he showed a kind smile of an elder, and exclaimed, not bad, it seems that my Changsheng was born to wear such a robe, it looks good. Lu Changsheng has practiced the immortal appearance technique for so many years, and he has also obtained the peach blossom goo. His appearance can be described as handsome and outstanding, and his temperament is also very outstanding. In the words of the immortal appearance technique, it is outstanding at the peak, half a step beyond the ordinary. He has a handsome face, a gentle temperament, and deep facial features that are just right together, which makes people feel very comfortable when looking at him, and feel like being bathed in spring breeze. Now that he had put on this robe, there was a spiritual light flowing around him, which made his gentle and elegant, calm and indifferent temperament even more fairy-like, as if he was a banished immortal. It's all because of Grandma's good choice of clothes. Lu Changsheng said generously, his temperament was as gentle as jade in spring breeze. Grandma is telling the truth. Changsheng is really suitable for this kind of robe. There is a fairy-like aura. The fourth elder said with a smile. Then he looked at Lu Miaoj, right, Miaoj. Lu Miaoj on the side looked at Lu Changsheng in front of her. She had to admit that Lu Changsheng in front of her looked very handsome. It's not that she had never seen a man with a better appearance than Lu Changsheng, but she had never seen anyone like Lu Changsheng. Face, skin, figure, posture, temperament, all integrated. There was an indescribable harmony and comfort, which made people feel very comfortable when looking at it, and they couldn't help but feel good about it. Especially at this time, the spiritual light of the robe flowed, which perfectly set off Lu Changsheng's figure, posture and temperament. He has the temperament of a banished immortal. This kind of robe is indeed very suitable for Changsheng's brother-in-law. It is also because my aunt has a good eye and knows what kind of clothes are suitable for Changsheng's brother-in-law. Lu Miaoj said with a faint smile, her voice as soft as clouds. Lu Changsheng smiled. He didn't expect that this young lady had a high emotional intelligence. Changsheng remembered to find a Lu to get the iron feather eagle later. I have already greeted a Lu. In 2 days, you and Miaoj will set off for Jiulongfang market. Stay at home for the next 2 days to accompany Miaoyan and the others. The fourth elder smiled and stepped forward, straightened his collar for him, and smoothed the wrinkles of his robe. This gesture of care and love from the elders touched Lu Changsheng quite a lot. People's hearts are made of flesh. In the past 6 months, the fourth elder in front of him has really been good to him. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, Grandma." Then, the fourth elder instructed and taught Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj to make talismans for a while. Now, Lu Changsheng's talent for making talismans is on the right track. The fourth elder and Lu Miaoj also almost accepted that Lu Changsheng was a rare talent in the art of talismans. Lu Changsheng estimated that if he practiced for another 2.5 years, he would be able to show his ability as a top-grade talisman master. By then, his living standard would be further improved. He was also looking forward to it. If he became a top-grade talisman master, would the Lu family marry a few more girls to him to win him over and deepen the bond with the Lu family? At noon, the two left the fourth elder's residence. Lu Changsheng hid the aura of his robe and went to Lu Bo's residence to receive the iron-feathered eagle. Chapter 67 Iron-Feathered Eagle. Lu Changsheng, are you here to get the iron-feather eagle? When Lu Bo saw Lu Changsheng coming, he knew his purpose. He took a look at the robe on Lu Changsheng. Although the robe looked like an ordinary brocade dress after the spiritual light was dimmed. But if you look closely, you can still see some differences from ordinary clothes in the fabric craftsmanship. Yes, Lu Bo, I will go to Jiulong market in 2 days, so the fourth elder asked me to come to you to get the iron feather eagle. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. Jiulong market is not bad, it is a good place, not far from our Qingzhu Mountain, and the public security is good. When you are young, you should also go out more and gain experience. Lu Bo smiled and nodded. He took out a yellow leather bag and a yellow copper token, handed it to Lu Changsheng and said, "This is your iron feather eagle. The method of using the spirit pet bag is the same as that of the storage bag. This beast control card allows you to communicate with the iron feather eagle in a simple way and issue commands. You have never ridden this kind of iron feather eagle, so you should not be familiar with it. You need to adapt in advance. I will take you outside to adapt to it." Lu Bo continued. "Thank you, Lu Bo." Lu Changsheng nodded, took the spirit pet bag and the beast control card, and looked at them. This was his first time to come into contact with such things. He had thought about buying a spirit pet bag for the 9 other mastiff before. Later, he thought that he would not go out anyway and would not use it for the time being, so he did not waste the money and planned to buy it later. Moreover, Lu Changsheng did not plan to bring the 9 other mastiff with him on this trip to Jiulongfang market. Now the 9 other mastiff is still a first-level early-stage monster, and it is not very useful to take it out. It is better to keep it at home and continue to be a playmate for the child. Soon, Lu Bo led Lu Changsheng out of Qingzhu Valley and came to a wide field. There were several Lu family members practicing magic here, and even trying to fly with swords. After the cultivators reach the 3rd level of key training and can drive the flying sword, they can try to fly with swords. But it's just for fun. To really fly with a sword, you must reach the late stage of key training. At that time, the spiritual power in the body can support short-distance flight. And you have to buy a special flying magic tool, otherwise the spiritual power consumption is still very large. Lu Bo, brother Changsheng. Brother-in-law, Lu Bo. When these Lu family members saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Bo, they all greeted them. "Haha, you continue, I'll take Changsheng to get familiar with the iron feather eagle." Lu Bo nodded and smiled at them. When several Lu family members heard this, they looked at Lu Changsheng with some surprise and envy. One of them asked, "Brother Changsheng, are you going out to experience?" The iron feather eagle is the Lu family's flying mount, and only a few family members and clan elders can apply for it when they go out. Yes, I will go to Jialong Market in a few days. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded, and did not hide it. After all, this is not a secret. Hiss. 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 When several Lu family members heard this, they looked at Lu Changsheng with more envy. A family of immortal cultivation like the Lu family will arrange for the children of the family to go out for training when they reach a certain age and strength. Not only can they not afford to support them, but they can also contribute to the family. Only by going out for training and looking for opportunities can there be a glimmer of hope for building a foundation. Otherwise, most children have average talents and have no hope of building a foundation in this life. The training arranged by the family is to arrange to work in various markets. These markets are naturally good and bad. For example, Jialong Market not only has a good environment, but is also close to Qingzhu Mountain. It is a good place. But only a few outstanding children will be arranged to go to Jialong Market for training. Some of the poor ones will even be arranged to go to some spiritual lands for reclamation. They didn't expect that Lu Changsheng would be arranged to go out for training, not only with an iron-feathered eagle as a mount, but also to go to Jialongfang City. Such treatment is simply enviable. However, thinking that Lu Changsheng is a first-level middle-grade talisman master, they know that this is not enviable. Let alone becoming a middle-grade talisman master, even if they become a low-grade talisman master, the treatment will not be bad. Alice, I will also go out for training next year. I wonder where I will be arranged to train. In my opinion, as long as it is not to open up wasteland, it is almost the same anywhere. The worse the environment and the more dangerous the place, the more opportunities there are. We are talented. If we want to build a foundation, we can only fight for it. That's right. Although the environment in Jialongfang City is good, it is too comfortable and there are no opportunities. But how many people have fought for it? I am only in 8th grade spiritual route. I don't want to build a foundation. In the future, I will be satisfied with marrying more wives and concubines like Lu Changsheng. Several Lu family members couldn't help but talk about the future. Although they are devoted to cultivating immortals, they are also a little confused about the future. Lu Bo took Lu Changsheng to a deserted place and said, "Lu Changsheng, you can adapt here." Lu Changsheng nodded and looked at the pet bag. He immediately sensed that there was a black hawk with black feathers, like black iron. His mind moved slightly and he opened the pet bag. The iron-feathered hawk inside turned into a black light and flew out, landing in front of him. It was 2 meters high, and its feathers sparkled in the sun, very powerful. Lu Changsheng could vaguely feel the mood of the iron-feathered hawk from the beast control card in his hand, and it was a little afraid of him. This iron-feathered hawk has been tamed and has lost its beast nature. It is very gentle. You can just ride it, and then use the beast control card to give orders with your mind. Be careful, don't fly too fast, too high, or too far at the beginning. Lu Bo reminded him. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, cast a light body technique on himself, jumped up, and landed steadily on the hawk's back. He first squatted on the iron-feathered eagle, holding its black feathers tightly with both hands, and then conveyed the order to the iron-feathered eagle with the beast control card. Take off. Immediately, the iron-feathered eagle's wings flashed and flew up to the sky quickly. The wind around Lu Changsheng was howling, making him unable to open his eyes. But the next moment, the wind-transforming magic array on his robe was activated, emitting a faint fluorescence, dispelling the surrounding strong wind and turning it into a gentle breeze. Several Lu family members heard the movement and looked over here. Looking at Lu Changsheng riding on the iron-feathered eagle, their eyes were full of envy. After all, this is a flying mount. For low-level cultivators, if they can have a flying mount, it is not only convenient to travel, but also very cool. Is this the feeling of flying? Lu Changsheng held the iron-feathered eagle tightly, feeling a little uneasy and excited. This feeling is completely different from flying in the previous life. He did not let the iron-feathered eagle fly too high. Otherwise, if he fell, he would not be able to hold on at the 4th level of key refining. There was a reason why the iron-feather eagle could be used as a flying mount by the Lu family. It flew very steadily. Coupled with the wind-transforming effect of the robe, Lu Changsheng felt extremely stable. After riding for a while, Lu Changsheng gradually got used to it, loosened his hands, and sat cross-legged on the eagle's back steadily, letting the iron-feather eagle take him flying in the air. After flying a few circles, Lu Changsheng let the iron-feather eagle fall. After all, Uncle Lu was still waiting below. Chapter 68, second time going out. Not bad, Lu Changsheng, you adapted quite quickly. Some people are afraid of heights, and it takes several days to adapt to flying for the first time. Lu Bo said with a smile after watching Lu Changsheng fall. Lu Bo, I wonder if this iron-feathered eagle can fly with 2 people. Lu Changsheng asked Lu Bo. He felt that the iron-feathered eagle could carry 2 people, but he still asked to confirm. After all, he planned to take Zhaoqing to the market in a few months. This iron-feathered eagle is a first-level early-stage monster. Not to mention 2 people, it can carry 3 people. But with more people, the speed and endurance will both decrease, especially for long-distance travel. Lu Bo said so. He added, remember to take good care of this iron-feathered eagle. Feed it once every morning and evening. Just feed it with ordinary raw meat. It's about 30 kilograms per meal. This is a bottle of soul-feeding pills. If you don't have time to feed it because you're in a hurry, you can feed it 1 soul-feeding pill. Okay, I'll go back first. You can continue to practice here and get used to it. It will take 2 days for the iron-feathered eagle to fly at full power from our Qingzhu Mountain to Jiulongfang City. While Lu Bo was talking, he took out a porcelain bottle and said, Thank you, Lu Bo. I'll continue to get familiar with it here. Lu Changsheng nodded, took the soul-feeding pill, and after Lu Bo left, he jumped onto the iron-feathered eagle to get used to flying. He was still quite fresh for the first time flying and found it very fun. After an hour, Lu Changsheng had almost adapted to the iron-feathered eagle. He was able to stand directly on the eagle's back and stand with his hands behind his back. The strong wind turned into a gentle breeze under the wind-transforming effect of the robe, making his hair and robe dance gently, looking very chic. Lu Changsheng felt that it was almost done, so he let the iron feather eagle fall and jumped off its back. It would look much better if it was replaced with a white crane. Looking at the iron feather eagle in front of him, Lu Changsheng felt that with his appearance and temperament, it would look better if the iron feather eagle was replaced with a crane. But having a flying mount is good enough, why would he need a bicycle? Practicality is king. Good looks are only pursued after conditions are met. Putting the iron feather eagle back into the spirit pet bag, Lu Changsheng thought of the Qingyun sword given to him by the 4th elder. He tried to take it out and drive it. However, there was no reference for him to attack, and he could not feel the sharpness of the Qingyun sword. A medium-grade magic weapon is still a bit difficult for me now, and I can't drive it for too long. After playing for a while, Lu Changsheng took the Qingyun sword back. The higher the quality of the magic weapon, the more spiritual power it consumes. As he is now at the 4th level of key refining, he can only control a medium-grade flying sword at most. If he is given a high-grade flying sword, his spiritual power will not be able to support it. But this is normal. After all, the higher the quality of the flying sword, the greater its power. Lu Changsheng did not continue to experience it. He put the Qingyun sword into the storage bag and went home. He thought that after going to Jiulongfang market, he would sell the flying sword and flying knife he got from Qingzhu Mountain for money. Now that he has the Qingyun sword, he doesn't need these anymore. When he walked to the door of his house, Lu Changsheng turned on the aura effect of his robe. Although this effect is very fat sheep, Lu Changsheng had to admit that this aura effect is really beautiful and cool. This time at home, he naturally had to let his wives and concubines appreciate it. Sure enough, when the wives and concubines saw Lu Changsheng's dress, their eyes were shining and they praised him out loud. Lu Changsheng's male chauvinism was satisfied again. He couldn't help thinking that he could buy a robe for his wives, concubines and children on this trip to Jiulongfang market. In this way, he would not be afraid of spring, summer, autumn and winter. But when he thought of so many wives, concubines and children, he couldn't afford it even if each of them only had one robe. He could only temporarily give up this idea. When I have money in the future, I will consider it after I sell all the talismans on my body. That night, a group of wives and concubines came to serve tenderly, and all said that Lu Changsheng should not take off his clothes. This made Lu Changsheng sigh in his heart. It seems that men and women are the same. However, the robe is not afraid of being ruined. He will go to Jiulongfang market soon. After a period of separation, Lu Changsheng also responded to the small requests of his wives and concubines and played with them to his heart's content. 2 days later. Okay, I'm leaving. Mayan, if there is anything at home, just send a message to me directly. Lu Changsheng rubbed his sore waist and said goodbye to his wives and concubines. Don't worry, My husband, I will handle the affairs at home. Lu Maiyuan hugged Lu Changsheng reluctantly and said softly. Have a safe journey, my husband. My husband is alone outside, you must take good care of yourself. My husband, why don't you let me go with you, there will be someone to take care of you. My husband. The other wives and concubines also spoke up, looking reluctant. After so many years of getting along, they have several children, so naturally they have deep feelings for Lu Changsheng. After all, apart from marrying several more and liking to have children, Lu Changsheng is absolutely a good man in terms of how he treats his wives, concubines and children. And taking wives and concubines is a very normal thing in this world. Besides, Lu Changsheng only has a dozen, which is not a lot. Okay, I'm not going far away. I'll come back when I'm free. Be happy. After Lu Changsheng said goodbye to his wives, concubines and children, he came to the hall. Facing the hall, Lu Maiyuan, who was wearing a white dress whiter than snow, black hair like a waterfall, and elegant temperament like a fairy, said, Sister Maiyuan, let's go. Lu Maiyuan nodded, stood up and walked out with Lu Changsheng side by side. My husband and the eldest lady look so good together. They both look like they have an air of fairy. My husband is going to the market and working with the eldest lady, it's impossible. What are you thinking, girl? My husband has married Sister Maiyuan, how could he still have a relationship with the eldest lady? Several wives and concubines saw Lu Changsheng and Lu Maiyuan walking side by side, like a perfect couple, and they couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis. Lu Maiyuan was also a little absent-minded when she saw the backs of the two. Are you reluctant to leave? Lu Maiyuan could see that Lu Changsheng had some reluctance on his face, and said softly. A little bit, I'm sorry to make Sister Maiyuan laugh. Lu Changsheng nodded. Although he can come back every month, he did feel a little reluctant to leave this time. Maybe this is the taste of home. It makes people always have concerns in their hearts. I mentioned this to my aunt, saying that I don't have much time to take care of this talisman shop, so I troubled you. Lu Maiyuan said with a bit of apology on her beautiful face. It's okay, I want to go out and take a look myself. I can't stay at home all the time. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Although he was a little reluctant, it was just a little sadness of parting. It's not that hard to say how hard it is. A man's ambition should be like the Yangtze River running east to the sea. How can he miss the gentle hometown in front of him? In addition to taking care of the talisman shop, he also had other things to do when he went to Jiulongfang City. There is no need to say much about the fairy taking concubines, and this 100 refinements treasure body art must be practiced. Otherwise, if you live these 2 days a few more times, your waist will really be unable to bear it. Moreover, Lu Changsheng felt that it was necessary to get a book on the art of sex and the secret art of dual cultivation. Not to mention what it is used to increase cultivation, at least learn it, improve combat power, and reduce deficits. The business of the talisman shop is not very busy. If you miss home, you can come back often. And I will be in Kowloon Market for some time. If you have something to do, you can come back anytime. Lu Maiyuan said with a gentle temperament. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded without saying anything more. From Qingzhu Mountain to Kowloon Market, it is about 8,000 miles. But if we ride the iron-feathered eagle and fly straight north, we can reach Kowloon Market in 2 days. Just let the iron-feathered eagle follow my iron-feathered eagle. The two walked out of Qingzhu Mountain, and Lu Maiyuan released an iron-feathered eagle from the pet bag and said softly. This iron-feathered eagle should be a flying mount purchased or raised by the Lu family. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded, and also released the iron-feathered eagle in the pet bag and rode on it. Then, the two iron-feathered eagles flapped their wings and quickly flew into the sky, flying towards the direction of Kowloon Market. Is there any unexpected danger on the way? Lu Changsheng looked at the increasingly smaller Qingzhu Mountain, and couldn't help but have some thoughts in his mind. It shouldn't be such a coincidence. Miss goes back and forth every month and nothing happens. And I have talismans and so many talismans with me. As long as I don't encounter a great cultivator who has established his foundation, there will be basically no problem. He shook his head, not thinking too much and worrying too much. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69, Remarks on the release. This book will be on the shelves at 12 noon today. Since it is on the shelves, I have to write something, write some words of thanks for the shelf. First of all, I am very grateful to all the readers for their follow-up reading and support for this book. As a newbie, it is my first time to write a book. To be honest, I am really surprised and unexpected to have such a result. When I started writing this book, I read I Will Always Be Evergreen in the Immortal World by the fast food restaurant master. I thought it was very interesting, and I thought Li Ergo was very suitable to be the protagonist. I also felt a little sorry for the plot of the eldest lady, so I thought of using Li Ergo as the protagonist to write this book. It happened that there was nothing to do at the factory at the end of the year, so I went home early for the new year. I was bored at home, so I started writing directly with a playful mentality. Now that it is going to be on the shelves, my mood is naturally not as casual as it was at the beginning, and I am a little nervous. The main reason is that I have no confidence in what I will write later. Maybe I am numb from screwing screws every day and have no emotions. As a result, I have no energy to do anything. When I write novels, there are not too many emotions in it. The whole process is plain and there is no pretense. Then, I didn't have any drafts saved, so I wrote slowly and felt anxious. To be honest, you may not believe it. I started writing this book in January, writing a few thousand words every day, but considering that I had to visit relatives during the Chinese New Year, I didn't publish it. By the time I published the book in February, I had 80,000 words. But now, I only have a few chapters left in my hands, which I saved last week. One reason is that I write slowly. I can only write 1,000 words in an hour with 2 fingers. If I encounter a difficult part, I may struggle for several hours. The second reason is that I was excited to publish the book at that time, but the number of collections was in the single digits every day, and no one commented. I was completely discouraged. I didn't write anything that week. If I hadn't saved some drafts, I would have felt like I had nothing. That feeling was really too exhausting. Later, the test recommendations came in, and I had some achievements and motivation. I also started to be serious about finishing the book, which led to some gains and losses. I read the remaining drafts over and over again and kept revising them. I deleted and revised a lot of the plots before the book was put on the shelves, and made adjustments back and forth several times, which also delayed the writing and scrapped a lot of the drafts. I can only say that when writing novels, it is really bad to have high expectations but poor skills, and to have obsessive-compulsive disorder. Without further ado, let's talk about what will happen after the novel is put on the shelves. It will be put on the shelves on time at 12 noon, and I will release a few chapters of the manuscripts at that time. I looked at it and it has a total of 12,000 words, which is considered to meet the rule of 5 chapters before the novel is put on the shelves. With the code I continue to write today, it will be no problem to collect 15,000 by then. In short, I will try to write as much as I can. As for adding more chapters, 1 chapter for the Hall Master, 5 chapters for the Alliance Leader, and 1 chapter for 500 monthly votes. It's okay as long as the meaning is in place, and it motivates myself. After all, I don't have any manuscripts saved, and I write slowly. I can't pay back more. As for updating, I'm afraid of being embarrassed if I say too much, so I'll guarantee a minimum of 5,000. If the performance on the first day is good, I will try to write 7,000 to see if I can push myself and not be so lazy. That's it. Thank you all readers for your support, and thank you for everyone who votes, rewards, and comments for the little author. I also hope that all readers can subscribe to support. Thank you! Exclamation mark. Thank you! Exclamation mark. Chapter 70 Sister Maya Oj, I never go to such places. 2 days later. 2 iron-feathered eagles shuttled through the clouds like sharp swords. Changsheng, the Kowloon market is ahead, get ready to land. Be careful, don't bump into the market formation, otherwise you will be attacked by the formation. Lu Maya Oj, wearing a white dress, with long black hair falling like a waterfall on her shoulders, sat cross-legged on the iron-feathered eagle with an elegant posture, and said to Lu Changsheng, "Okay, Sister Maya Oj." Lu Changsheng nodded. He had already seen the Kowloon market in front of him. Looking down from the sky, the entire market looks larger than Qingzhu Mountain, covering an estimated area of tens of thousands of acres. It is surrounded by 9 towering and straight peaks that pierce the sky. This is also the origin of the name of the Kowloon market. On the 9 peaks, you can see layers of terraces full of spiritual plants, And there are also spiritual fields around the market. The market is covered by the formation, hazy, and only a general outline can be seen, and the specific situation inside cannot be seen clearly. Along the way, as they approached the Jilong market, more and more immortal cultivators came and went. Some rode on spirit birds, some flew on flying tools, and some drove flying boats. There were also many riding on demon beasts and spirit horses, galloping on land, or escorting goods or something. Changsheng felt a strong atmosphere of immortal cultivation. He stayed at Qingzhu Mountain all day, and it was his first time to come to such an immortal cultivation market. At the beginning, Qingzhu Mountain was just a small gathering place for casual cultivators, not even a market, and there was no atmosphere of immortal cultivation. After a while, Changsheng and Majestic rode on the iron-feathered eagle and landed safely at the entrance of Jilong Market. It was called a market, but it looked similar to a city. It was built more majestically than the Ruyi County city he had been to before. The nearly 100-meter-high city wall was like a blue dragon lying horizontally, connecting the 9 peaks it guarded. There was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy on the city wall, and it was obvious that the formation was engraved and arranged. Changsheng felt that the formation and defense of Jiulongfang City were one level higher than those of Qingzhu Mountain. But this was normal. Qingzhu Mountain was a second-level middle-grade spiritual vein. Jiulongfang City was rumored to be a second-level upper-grade spiritual vein, and there were many spiritual vein branches, which was much larger than Qingzhu Mountain. Moreover, Jiulongfang City was established by Qingyun Sect, so naturally there were formation masters to arrange the formation. The two came to the entrance gate tower. The gate tower was dozens of feet high, majestic and magnificent, making people standing in front of it look very small. There were 2 Qingyun Sect monks standing guard at the door, and there was a small pavilion next to it. Every monk who entered the market had to show an identity token. Without an identity token, you had to go to the small pavilion to register your information and pay spirit stones for processing. Majestic told Changsheng that this identity card was divided into temporary and long-term. Temporary is 1 spirit stone, and you can only stay in it for half a month. The long-term fee is 10 spirit stones, and it is valid for 2 years. Only by buying a house or holding a shop in the market can you get a free residence. If the identity card expires and is not reissued on time, and the person is still in the market, he will be arrested by the Qingyun Sect's law enforcement team and fined with spirit stones. If there are no spirit stones to fine, he will be caught and forced to do hard labor to pay it back. This is also one of the main profits of establishing a market. Hearing this, Changsheng couldn't help but sigh. No wonder many cultivators don't come to such a big market. Although it is safer and more convenient than outside. But for the bottom cultivators, this city entrance fee is not a small amount. And after entering the market, you still have to eat, drink, and live, and you will have to spend money at that time. As for buying a house and owning a shop in the market, you don't need to think about it. It must be difficult. It is indeed difficult to cultivate immortals, and it is even more difficult to survive. Afterwards, Changsheng followed the flow of people, paid 10 spirit stones, and applied for a long-term identity card. These 10 spirit stones can be reimbursed by the Lu family at that time. After holding the identity card, Changsheng followed Majestic into the Jilong market. Entering the city, there is a bustling street in front of you. There were people walking on the street, men, women, old and young, almost all of them were cultivators, and there were pavilions and palaces on both sides. Qingyun Sect has a rule that in the market, you cannot fight or cause trouble, set up stalls at will, or sleep on the street at night. Once you are discovered or reported, the law enforcement team will rush to punish you. And except for the law enforcement personnel and foundation building great cultivators of Qingyun Sect, ordinary key refining cultivators are not allowed to fly in the market, or ride monsters or something like that. Majestic said to Changsheng through voice transmission. Hearing this, Changsheng nodded. No wonder no one was seen flying, riding, or riding, everyone was walking. He was more relieved about the security environment of Jilong Market. Jilong Market is divided into 5 areas: East, West, South, North, and Center. The middle area is also the core area of the second-level spiritual vein. It is for the disciples of Qingyun Sect to live and practice. Only a small part of the cave is open to the public. The East District is where some immortal cultivation families and wealthy families live. Our Lu family has a large courtyard in the East District. You can also live there when the time comes. The spiritual energy there is between the low-grade and medium-grade spiritual veins. The West District is where independent cultivators live. The conditions there are relatively poor, but there are also first-grade spiritual veins. The South District and the North District are commercial and entertainment areas. All kinds of inns, restaurants, and shops for food, clothing, housing, transportation, etc. are in these two areas. We are in the North District now, and our Lu family's talisman shop is just in front. Lu Mioj led Lu Changsheng towards the city, constantly introducing the situation of Kowloon Market to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng nodded and listened. It was the first time he heard Lu Mioj talk so much. However, he also knew that Lu Mioj was just cold and quiet, and seemed to be out of touch with the world, but in fact, she had a good personality. This was also because she brought him to Kowloon Market and knew that he was unfamiliar with the place, so she said so much and introduced it in detail. While walking on the road, Lu Changsheng kept looking at the pavilions and towers on both sides of the street. Zuxin Tower, Juxin Tower, Wanbao Pavilion, Danding Pavilion, Bai Lianfang, Jinksilfang. Through the signboards of these towers and palaces, one can vaguely know what they are for. Seeing the Zuxin Tower, with red lanterns hanging high and bursts of decadent music faintly coming from the building, Lu Changsheng felt that it was not a decent restaurant. Changsheng, you are also a married man, so try not to go to such places. Not only is it a waste of money, but it also affects your cultivation. Seeing Lu Changsheng staring at Zuxian Lao, Lu Mioj spoke out, her soft voice with a bit of shyness. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched. Instantly determined what Zuxian Lao was. No wonder he faintly heard the sound of G, it turned out that he was not wrong. Sure enough, the fairy was not only in the human world, but also in the private room. Sister Mioj, I just think this restaurant is strange, I looked at it twice more, I never go to such a place. Lu Changsheng supported his waist and said seriously. He really has no interest in such a place. After all, he is a man with 5 wives, 6 concubines, 2 concubines and a maid. Why does he need to go to such a place? Even if he has always wanted to take a concubine and take a fairy to give birth to a baby for himself. It is impossible to come here to persuade the fairy to become a good woman, isn't that a hole in the brain? But this young lady actually knows such a place. Yes, this young lady looks like she is not worldly, but she is 6 years older than herself. She has been coming to the market all these years to manage the shop. How could she be a simple little girl who doesn't understand anything at all? That's good. Lu Mioj pursed her lips and replied lightly, without saying more in this regard. Then she continued to introduce some situations to Lu Changsheng. In this way, the two walked and talked. After about a quarter of an hour, Lu Mioj stopped in front of a shop. She said to Lu Changsheng, "This is our Lu family's talisman shop." Lu Changsheng looked at the shop in front of him. The shop is a 3-story structure in the mainstream of the street, about 6 feet high, with carved beams and painted rafters, magnificent and gorgeous. There is a plaque of Qingzhu Lu's talisman shop hanging on it. Boss. At the door of the shop, there was a 17 or 18-year-old woman with a pretty face, wearing a work suit with Qingzhu Lu's talisman shop printed on it. When she saw Lu Mioj, she immediately saluted. Then her eyes fell on Lu Changsheng beside her involuntarily. She was attracted by Lu Changsheng's handsome face and gentle temperament like jade. Well. Lu Mioj nodded coldly. She introduced to Lu Changsheng that this was the reception and sales of the store. At present, this talisman shop has a shopkeeper, 2 apprentices, and 2 receptionists. The shopkeeper's name is Zhang Shan, a cultivator of the 6th level of key refining, who has been working in the Lu family's talisman shop for more than 10 years. The 2 apprentices are called Li Shi and Wang Wu, who have been in the shop for 5 or 6 years. They are descendants of cultivators in Jiulongfang City, and have only 9th grade spiritual roots. But they have some talent in making talismans, so they were sent to the talisman shop as apprentices by their families. Their daily work is to draw talismans and make talisman paper and spiritual ink. The apprentices mentioned by the 4th elder before are these 2. This kind of apprentice is a long-term contract. As long as they are provided with food and accommodation, and occasionally teach and guide talisman making, they will be fine, and even the monthly salary will be paid. No. Learning skills is like this. Whether it is making talismans, refining pills, refining tools, or other skills with a threshold, it is the same, relying on hard work bit by bit. Even if you don't learn it in the end, it's not your fault. As for the two receptionists and salesmen, they are mortals. Although Jiulongfang market is a market for cultivating immortals, it is not all immortals, there are also many mortals. Some of them came here with immortals. There are also descendants of immortals who work and live here. Although it is not easy to live in the market. But as long as you can find a job, even mortals can survive. You can even save 1 or 2 spirit stones. After all, in the secular world, you earn gold and silver, but in Jiulongfang market, you earn spirit stones. He Liu, come in. I have something to tell you. Lu Mioj glanced at the woman. He took Lu Changsheng into the store. The store is about 200 square meters. The furnishings are very simple, with exquisite counters on both sides and in the center. Various talismans, as well as talisman paper, spiritual ink, talisman pens, and other talisman-related items are displayed. Boss. There was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s with a thin face and a young woman in war clothes in the hall. When they saw Lu Mioj and Lu Changsheng, they all bowed. Uncle Zhang, go call Li Shi and Wang Wu, I have something to tell you. Lu Mioj nodded and said to the thin-faced middle-aged man. Yes. Zhang Shan heard the words and went to the inner room. After a while, he brought 2 women in their 20s, with beautiful faces, wearing war clothes of Qingzhu Lu's talisman shop to the hall. Although the 2 were cultivators, their cultivation was not high, only the 2nd or 3rd level of key refining. This is Lu Changsheng, the middle-grade talisman master of my Lu family. I will have no time to manage the store in the future, so in the next period of time, I will hand over the store to Changsheng. Now he is the 2nd owner of the store. Uncle Zhang, in the future, if there is anything about the store, you can report directly to Changsheng. Li Shi, Wang Wu, if you have any matters in the future, please report directly to the 2nd boss. After seeing that everyone was present, Lu Mioj said to them. Her tone was cold, and there was a sense of vigor and determination. This made Lu Changsheng see a different side of this young lady. Usually when he was in contact with Lu Mioj, the latter always looked elegant and graceful, and she had never been like this before. The 5 people were all a little surprised when they heard it, and looked at Lu Changsheng in astonishment. Unexpectedly, the handsome young man in front of them was actually a mid-grade talisman master. Their future new boss. Zhang Shan, meet the 2nd boss. Li Shi, meet the 2nd boss. Wang Wu, meet the 2nd boss. He Liu, meet the 2nd boss. Sun Qi, meet the 2nd boss. The 5 of them didn't think much about it and bowed immediately. The surprise and astonishment in their eyes turned into envy, worship, respect and admiration. A mid-grade talisman master can live a good life no matter where he is. Especially when they heard Lu Changsheng's name, his surname was Lu. They subconsciously thought that he was a descendant of the Qingzhu Lu family. He came to take over the store just to gain experience and experience life. He is handsome, talented and has a good family background, which makes people even more enviable. Especially Li Shi, Wang Wu and the 2 receptionists, the way they looked at Lu Changsheng was different. I'll trouble you all in the future. Lu Changsheng smiled at everyone and bowed slightly. Before coming, Lu Mioj also told him something about the store. The shopkeeper Zhang Shan can basically handle the situation in the store, so he doesn't have to worry about it. In addition to instructing Li Shi and Wang Wu on making talismans, he mainly keeps an eye on the goods. The Lingfu shop needs to restock every month. These goods, of course, cannot be all made by the Lu family themselves. For example, the top grade and even the best grade talismans are mostly drawn by the 4 elders. And the basic talismans and the lower grade and middle grade talismans are mostly purchased from some independent cultivators. Although these independent cultivators have cooperated with the Lu family for many years, they still need him, the talisman master, to keep an eye on and control the quality. In order to avoid inferior products and poor quality situation. After all, the things sold in this kind of shop are generally more expensive than those sold in the stalls of individual cultivators. The expensiveness lies in the guarantee of quality. The same is true for things like talisman paper, spiritual ink, and talisman pens. In addition, sometimes a certain talisman is out of stock in the shop, and a customer happens to be in a hurry to get it. If he, as a talisman master, can draw it, he will try his best to draw it. After introducing Lu Changsheng to the employees, Lu Mioj didn't say anything else and asked everyone to disperse. From the storage bag, she took out a stack of talismans and handed them to Zhang Shan. They are all first-class, mid-grade and top-grade talismans. Every month when she goes back, in addition to the fourth elder's instructions on talisman making, she will also get a batch of talismans from the fourth elder. Lu Miaoj told Lu Changsheng that in addition to some mid-grade and top-grade talismans, the fourth elder will also draw 3 first-grade top-quality talismans every month. This is also the treasure of the talisman shop and the foundation of its existence. However, she will not give these 3 top-quality talismans to Zhang Shan, but keep them with herself. If someone wants them, they will trade face-to-face. Afterwards, she took Lu Changsheng to visit the store and introduced the store. This store has 3 floors. In addition to the sales hall on the first floor, there is also a reception room and a small courtyard at the back. The second floor is where Li Shi and Wang Wu work and rest and sleep. The third floor is where Lu Miaoj, the boss, rests and sleeps. There are living rooms, bedrooms, lounges, talisman rooms and storage rooms. The third floor is restricted and you must hold a token to come in. Afterwards, Lu Miaoj told Lu Changsheng that she rarely lives here. It was Lu Changsheng who found it troublesome and didn't want to live in the Lu family compound in the East District. He could live here at other times. Lu Changsheng didn't care. He said he would live in the Lu family compound first. Since he had come to Kowloon Market, he had to go there anyway. Before coming, the fourth elder had told him that Kowloon Market was not just about this talisman shop, but also about other businesses of the Lu family. The second elder of the Lu family managed the business of the Lu family market and was usually stationed in Kowloon Market. If he had anything to do, he could go directly to the second elder. So when he came, he naturally had to go and pay his respects. This is the family, there are many human relationships. Otherwise, it would seem too aloof and unsociable. Sister Miaoj, it's getting late, shall I treat you to a meal? I'll have to trouble you all the time in the next period of time, otherwise I'll feel bad. After Lu Miaoj took Lu Changsheng around the store and explained most of the things, Lu Changsheng spoke to Lu Miaoj. Okay, just eat something nearby. Lu Miaoj did not refuse and nodded. I haven't eaten anything in the past 2 days. I feel that my mouth has no taste at all. I'm just waiting to have a good meal today. How can I just eat casually? Sister Miaoj, is there anything delicious nearby? Lu Changsheng said directly. Then let's go to the Yushan Pavilion next door. I've eaten there a few times and the taste is very good. Lu Miaoj pondered slightly. Then let's go. Lu Changsheng nodded. Immediately, the two went downstairs. At this time, there were customers in the store who were looking at the talisman pen, and a clerk was introducing it to them. Although the clerk was an ordinary person, he was also trained and knew these things well. Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj didn't look at it much, and nodded slightly to the shopkeeper Zhang Shan, and then left the store. Not far away, they came to the Yushan Pavilion that Lu Miaoj mentioned. Chapter 71 I would be willing to be my boss's concubine. The front of Yushan Pavilion looks ordinary, and the decoration is also relatively plain and simple, not as good as Lu's talisman shop. But the business inside is also very good. It's not dinner time yet, but most of the people are already sitting there. After the two found a place to sit down, Lu Miaoj ordered 2 dishes and 2 portions of spiritual rice from the waiter. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile and said, Sister Miaoj, don't save for me. I have saved some spiritual stones over the years. His conditions have improved over the past 6 months. So there are still a lot of spiritual stones left. He counted them before going out, a total of 306. He left 30 spiritual stones at home as family expenses, and took the rest with him. So inviting Lu Miaoj to dinner would not be stingy. 2 dishes are enough for us to eat, and more is a waste. Lu Miaoj said with a smile. In the past 6 months, they have learned to make talismans together with the 4th elder, and the two have become more familiar with each other. This smile is no longer as distant as before, but just a polite smile, which seems much more natural. Okay. Lu Changsheng didn't say much after hearing that. Not long after, the waiter brought a water lily the size of a wash basin and placed it on the table. The water lily but opened automatically, revealing 2 dishes and 2 bowls of crystal clear spiritual rice inside, steaming hot and fragrant. This carp soup is the signature here. It uses the red blood carp from the Qingzhu Mountain Yu family. I order it every time I come here. You try it. Lu Miaoj pointed to a fish soup with good color, fragrance and taste and said. The red blood carp from the Qingzhu Mountain Yu family? Could it be that this restaurant is opened by the Qingzhu Mountain Yu family? Lu Changsheng asked in surprise after hearing that. The Qingzhu Mountain Yu family is also a large immortal cultivation family under the jurisdiction of the Qingyun Sect. There are 3 great foundation-building cultivators in the family, which is 1 level stronger than the Qingzhu Mountain Lu family. And this red blood carp is the specialty of Qingzhu Mountain. It is a bit like the jade bamboo wine and jade spirit rice of Qingzhu Mountain. The owner of this restaurant married a daughter of the Yu family in Qingzhu Mountain, so he can buy a batch of red blood carp from the Yu family every month. Lu Mioj said softly. I see. Lu Changsheng nodded, and without asking any more questions, he tasted a mouthful of carp soup. Suddenly, he felt a strong but not greasy delicious taste, which spread from his mouth to his stomach, then to his belly, and then to his brain, leaving him with a long aftertaste. Delicious. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but exclaimed. He thought he had been accustomed to tasting delicacies from mountains and seas and delicious dishes in the Lu family, but this carp soup was really fresh. Is the chef here also a spiritual chef? Lu Changsheng asked. Although this red blood carp is a spiritual fish, it would not taste like this if it were not a spiritual chef. Yes, the chef here is the owner of this restaurant, a spiritual chef. His prices are also more favorable than other places, so his business has always been good. Lu Mioj said softly. Pointing to another dish, he said, this is mole meat. It tastes very good and is one of the signature dishes here. Lu Changsheng picked up a piece of meat and tasted it. The skin was crispy and the meat was tender. The gravy was overflowing, smooth and refreshing. He couldn't help but pick up another piece. He nodded and praised, it's delicious. At this time, he saw that Lu Mioj didn't move her chopsticks, but just watched him enjoy the food. He couldn't help but say, Sister Mioj, why don't you eat it? Let's eat together. Okay. Lu Mioj nodded slightly, then picked up the chopsticks and picked up the mole meat. She ate very elegantly, but she ate very quickly. Lu Changsheng only ate 2 or 3 bites, and she had already eaten 7 or 8 bites. When Lu Changsheng only ate half a bowl of rice, Lu Mioj had already finished it. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he saw this scene. He couldn't believe that Lu Mioj, such an elegant and fairy-like woman, would behave like this when eating. I usually eat fast. Lu Mioj also felt that she was a little rude and embarrassed, and a blush appeared on her beautiful face. It's okay, I eat too slowly. Lu Changsheng smiled and felt that the young lady in front of him was suddenly cute and approachable. As expected, there are not so many in the world. You can only admire the fairies and goddesses from a distance and not blaspheme them. It's just that the gap between the two is too big, making the other party look unattainable, so there is such a feeling, an illusion. If you really get close to each other, it will be like that. He immediately waved his hand and asked the waiter to add 2 more dishes and rice. No, I'm full. Seeing this, Lu Mioj said aloud, took out a handkerchief and wiped her mouth gently. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng didn't force it, and then finished the remaining food and went to pay. 2 dishes and 2 servings of spiritual rice, a total of 4 spiritual stones. No wonder Lu Mioj only ordered 2 dishes, because the price is indeed a bit expensive. Like when he first came to the Lu family, it was only 2 spiritual stones for a month. Now he ate 4 spirit stones for a meal. But Lu Changsheng didn't feel too bad. He thought the price was okay. The carp soup and mole meat were both spiritual food, and the rice was also spiritual rice, which could nourish the body after eating. He could still feel the spiritual energy flowing slowly in his danchan and lower abdomen. Moreover, the process of tasting delicious food satisfies both the body and mind, and is very pleasant. It was just that he had just seen Lu Mioj eating so cutely, and thought that he could treat Lu Mioj to dinner more often in the future to get closer to her. But now think about it, forget it. With his current financial resources, it is not allowed. After all the talismans on his body are sold, it will be about the same to exchange them for spirit stones. Sister Mioj, is there a place where casual cultivators can set up stalls and trade in the Jiulongfang market? Lu Changsheng asked Lu Mioj. He came here to sell talismans and buy natural materials and treasures for practicing the 100 refining treasure body technique. So he thought about going to the place where casual cultivators set up stalls first. At the junction of the West District and the South District, there are several streets that are specially opened up for people to set up stalls and trade freely. Although the things there are cheaper than in the shops, there are many scams and there is no possibility of picking up bargains. If you want to buy something, try to find a regular store to buy it. Lu Maoj heard the words and guessed Lu Changsheng's intention, and reminded him. I am just curious about this kind of stall. I want to see it and broaden my horizons. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. He didn't have any idea of picking up bargains or being greedy for bargains. After all, these casual cultivators are all struggling at the bottom, and they are all very shrewd. How can you pick up bargains from them without some tricks? As they talked, the two walked back to the talisman shop. Sister Lu. At this time, a childish voice sounded. Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoj looked over. In front of them, a young woman with a dignified appearance, a graceful figure, and a plump body, holding a little girl of 3 or 4 years old and carrying a food box, walked towards here. It was the little girl in the young woman's arms who waved and called out to Lu Maoj. Boss. The young woman was wearing a plain goose yellow dress, with her jet black hair tied up in a bun and an ebony hairpin inserted diagonally, looking dignified and elegant. Seeing Lu Maoj, she also walked over quickly, bent slightly, and called out softly. Her face was not very beautiful, but only pretty, with curved eyebrows, peach lips, almond eyes, and a straight nose. She had the charm of a mature and charming young woman. But her skin was very white, whether it was her fair face or the skin on her neck, it was all snow white and delicate, greasy and soft. This snow-white skin, like condensed fat, and her plump and round proud figure made the young woman look like a ripe peach, giving people a feeling of fullness and juiciness. Aunt Bai, Nanan, come and serve Uncle Zhang a meal. Lu Maoj obviously knew the two of them and nodded with a faint smile. He sent a message to Lu Changsheng. This is Zhang Shan's wife and daughter. They come to deliver food to Zhang Shan every day. Zhang Shan, who was in the talisman shop, also saw his wife and daughter coming. He immediately stood up and walked out of the door quickly. He first bowed slightly to Lu Maoj and Lu Changsheng, and then explained, Second boss, this is my wife, who came to deliver food to me. It's okay. Lu Changsheng smiled. He knew that the latter explained this because he was worried that his new boss would have an opinion. He naturally didn't care about such things and wouldn't say anything. I just didn't expect that Zhang Shan looked like a 50-year-old man. His wife was not only a cultivator, but also so young, and the child was only 3 or 4 years old. But think about it, this kind of thing is also very normal. Most cultivators choose to get married and have children when they are old. And this woman looks mature and charming, only 28 or 29 years old, but it is not necessarily true. After all, most female cultivators will buy beauty pills and anti-aging pills. Like Lu Maoj, she has obviously taken anti-aging pills. She looked similar to when Lu Changsheng first met her 5 years ago, and still looked like she was 20 years old. This made Lu Changsheng think about buying a rejuvenating pill for his wives and concubines. He practiced the immortal appearance technique, which not only improved his charm, but also kept his youthful appearance forever. But his wives and concubines could not, and except for Lu Maoyan and Chu Zhansong who could practice, the others were all mortals and would gradually age. However, thinking of the price of the rejuvenating pill, if he wanted to give gifts, he would have to give more than 10 at once, so Lu Changsheng had to temporarily give up the idea. Lu Maoj did not chat with Zhang Shan and said anything more, just nodded slightly, and took Lu Changsheng to the 3rd floor with a cold face. She was usually on the 3rd floor, either practicing and resting, or drawing talismans, and rarely on the 1st floor. Now there was another Lu Changsheng on the 3rd floor. However, Lu Maoj and Lu Changsheng were familiar with each other, and they did not mind being in the same room with him. At this time, Lu Maoj also said to Lu Changsheng that although Zhang Shan was an old man in the store, he could not be too close to him. If he was too close, it would be difficult to manage him in the future. Lu Changsheng naturally understood this truth and nodded in response. Then Lu Maoj talked to Lu Changsheng about some store matters and management experience. They were all easy to understand experiences, and Lu Changsheng understood most of the principles. After all, even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. In his previous life, under the baptism of big data, Lu Changsheng still knew a lot about the art of controlling people. Of course, knowing is one thing, and doing it at that time will definitely be another matter. Sister Maoj, I thought you were a fairy who didn't care about the fireworks of the world before, but I didn't expect you to know so much. It makes me feel like I know you all over again. After listening to Lu Maoj's words, Lu Changsheng smiled and joked. Today, He can be said to have seen another side of Lu Maoj, so chatting will not be as restrained as before. When Lu Maoj heard this, she couldn't help but smile, like a fairy flower blooming, very moving. I don't know whether you are praising me or insulting me when you say this, but I'll take it as a compliment. Lu Maoj's eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, and she said with a faint smile, "Okay, I'm going to make talismans. You can go to the lounge to rest or practice. There is nothing to do in the shop on weekdays. Zhang Shen and others will come to notify if there is anything." Lu Maoj said this, and then got up and went to the talisman room to make talismans in peace. Lu Changsheng nodded and went to the lounge to rest. After all, he had been traveling for the past 2 days and didn't rest much. Although he was not very sleepy or tired, he also needed to recover from mental fatigue through sleep. After a short nap, Lu Changsheng saw that Lu Maoj was still in the talisman room and was a little bored, so he found something to do and went to the second floor. He looked at the talisman-making level of Li Shi and Wang Wu, and prepared to instruct the two women on their talisman-making skills. He has the second-level talisman-making skills given by the system, and his basic knowledge of talismans is very solid. It is completely different from those who learn and figure it out by themselves. Not to mention guiding two talisman-making apprentices. Even his grandmother, the fourth elder of the Lu family, a first-class top-level talisman master, he could give her some pointers. Second boss. Second boss. In the second-floor workshop, Wang Wu was making talisman paper. When she saw Lu Changsheng coming, Li Shi's eyes lit up immediately. She stopped her work and shouted. Her voice was involuntarily softer than usual. "I came to see how good your talisman-making skills are and give you some pointers," Lu Changsheng said. The two women in front of him looked pretty good. They were not very beautiful, but they were also pretty. After all, they were descendants of immortal cultivators, and their genes were generally not bad. However, he didn't have any ideas about the two women in front of him. Although he wanted to find a woman with spiritual roots to have a baby. But he didn't ask a woman to have a baby for him as soon as he saw her. What's more, he just came to the store and did nothing, but he attacked the apprentice. What kind of look would it be? Not only would it affect Lu Maoj, but also the fourth elder's impression of him. His reputation in the Lu family, which had just improved, would be ruined again. It was unnecessary, and the gain would not outweigh the loss. "Thank you, second boss. Second boss, please take a seat." The two women looked at Lu Changsheng and said in a soft voice, and then they brought the chairs and made tea. "What talismans have you learned now?" Lu Changsheng waved his hand and asked. Immediately, the two women said the talismans they knew. They have been in the spiritual talisman shop for 5 or 6 years, and they all know 10 or 20 basic talismans. This is also because, as apprentices, they have to learn many different talismans to create profits for the shop. Although basic talismans can't make much money, as a spiritual talisman shop, there must be enough types of talismans. "Okay, you draw the talismans you have practiced recently for me to see." Lu Changsheng nodded. Immediately, the two women took out the talisman pen, talisman paper, and spiritual ink and began to make talismans. Puff. At this time, Li Shi failed halfway through drawing, and green smoke came out of the talisman paper. Suddenly, she said to Lu Changsheng in a somewhat awkward and stammering manner, "Second master, I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous." She was usually very cheerful, but in front of Lu Changsheng, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Why are you nervous?" "I'm not a scourge, and I won't eat people. Just keep going after failure." Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smile and waved his hand. Hearing Lu Changsheng's comfort and smile, Li Shi's pretty face suddenly flushed. It was a little difficult for the whole person to breathe, and her heartbeat accelerated. There are many handsome men in the world. But how many men are handsome, have a good family, and are middle-grade talisman masters? At least Li Shi basically doesn't come into contact with them on weekdays, so Lu Changsheng's smile made Li Shi's heart palpitate and she seemed even more nervous. "You're blushing like a bubble teapot." Lu Changsheng was speechless when he saw the other person blushing and the spring-loving look on his face. "I haven't done anything yet, and you're like this? I don't realize that I have become so charming." Lu Changsheng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He also suddenly realized that he was no longer the person he used to be. Not only was he handsome, but he was also young and rich, and he had made great achievements. "Humph, a vulgar woman." Lu Changsheng restrained his smile, his expression was indifferent, and he said in a flat tone, "Continue." At this moment, he vaguely understood why Lu Miaoj didn't like to smile anymore, and looked indifferent all day long. This is the trouble of being good looking. Yes, second boss. Li Shi heard the words and nodded quickly. He immediately calmed down, didn't dare to look at Lu Changsheng too much, and started drawing talismans again. Lu Changsheng could see that the two women were pretty solid in basic talismans. They were almost ready to try to learn to draw low-grade talismans. However, he had no idea of teaching the two women to draw low-grade talismans for the time being. Once the two women started learning to draw low-grade talismans, most of their time and energy would be spent on low-grade talismans. Their current work would be delayed. It would be better to let the two girls continue to lay the foundation, and then try the lower-grade talismans after they have thoroughly mastered it. Immediately, Lu Changsheng instructs and teaches the two girls to make talismans with a calm expression. The two apprentices feel that the second master's teachings are more thorough than the first master's, making it easy for people to understand and benefit a lot. Okay, you guys practice more on your own. After a while, if you perform well, I will teach you the lower-grade talismans. After Lu Changsheng painted up high, he left the second floor. He could clearly feel that even if he acted indifferent, he could not dissuade the two girls at all. It is estimated that if he just waved his hand, the two apprentices would come up to him. But he still had no idea. As I said, there is no need, and the gain is not worth the loss. By the way, is this considered peach blossom luck? Lu Changsheng suddenly thought. Thank you, second master. Thank you, second master. The two girls were extremely happy when they heard this, and their eyes seemed to be dripping with tears when they looked at Lu Changsheng. He is handsome, has a good family, and is a mid-level talisman master. He is simply a dream lover. It would be great if I could marry the second master. Li Shi whispered after seeing Lu Changsheng's back disappear. Little girl is crazy about love, are you in love? Wang Wu on the side joked. The second master is so handsome, speaks so gently, and is a mid-level talisman master. Don't you like him? Li Shi said confidently in the face of Wang Wu's joke. I like him, but what if I like him? How can we be worthy of the second master? Even if I marry him as a concubine, I will be satisfied. Wang Wu also said confidently. Li Shi was a little discouraged when he heard this. There are more men than women in the world of immortal cultivation, so young female cultivators are very popular. Like the two of them, they naturally have suitors on weekdays, and many people come to propose marriage. But they are talented in making talismans, and they are expected to become high-level talisman masters in the future. As long as they become talisman masters, even if they are only high-level talisman masters, they can marry into a good family when they get married. But at this moment, in front of Lu Changsheng, thinking about getting married, she couldn't help feeling a little inferior. Chapter 72, See the Second Miss Again, Brother Cheng will take you to read books and drink tea. After Lu Changsheng came down from the second floor, he went to the first floor and checked the items for sale in the shop. To see if there was anything he wanted. He also wanted to buy a magic tool talisman pen, some top-grade talisman paper, and top-grade spiritual ink on this trip. When he was at the third level of key refining, Lu Changsheng tried to draw top-grade talismans. But due to the limitations of his cultivation and the tools for making talismans, the success rate was very low. He only drew a dozen or so and kept them on him to deal with unexpected events. Not long ago, after breaking through the fourth level of key refining, he tried to draw top-grade talismans again, but it was still a bit difficult. He could only draw a few relatively simple top-grade talismans. And the success rate was only about 40% to 50%. For other talisman masters, this success rate is already very good. But in Lu Changsheng's opinion, it is still a little bit worse. So he thought about buying a better magic tool talisman pen, and then buy some top-grade talisman paper and spiritual ink. In this way, not only can the success rate of talismans be improved, but he will also be able to draw some more difficult top-grade talismans. Whether the talismans are sold or not is one thing. At least put more high-quality talismans on your body, and you will feel more secure. Otherwise, what should you do if you encounter an accident when going back and forth between Jiulongfang City and Qingzhu Mountain? Lu Changsheng looked at the items for sale in the store. The talismans for sale are mostly low-quality talismans. Then there are basic talismans and medium-quality talismans, as well as a small number of high-quality talismans. In addition to spiritual talismans, the store not only has talisman pens, talisman paper, and spiritual ink, but also some related raw materials, as well as books related to talismans. Then, he looked at the prices of the magic tool talisman pens, top quality talisman paper, and top quality spiritual ink in the counter of talisman making tools. Low quality magic tool talisman pens, 70 spiritual stones. Medium quality magic tool talisman pens, 200 spiritual stones. High quality magic tool talisman pens, 600 spiritual stones. Top quality talisman paper has different qualities, divided into fine and good. Fine, 50 spiritual stones per stack, 10 sheets. Good quality, 30 spirit stones per stack, 10 sheets. Top quality spirit ink also has different qualities, divided into fine and good quality. Fine quality, 50 spirit stones per box. Good quality, 30 spirit stones per box. It's so expensive. Lu Changsheng looked at the price and couldn't help but smack his lips slightly. He felt that he was quite rich before. But looking at the price, he suddenly found that he was very poor, very poor. After buying a medium quality magic tool talisman pen, there were not many spirit stones left. For me now, a medium quality magic tool talisman pen is enough. And the magic tool talisman pen is not like an ordinary talisman pen. It is very durable and can be used thousands of times. You don't have to worry too much about damage. Lu Changsheng touched his chin and planned to buy a medium quality magic tool talisman pen. After all, this thing can be used for a long time after buying it. As for the price of talisman paper and spirit ink, he thought it was okay and not too expensive. After all, a high-quality talisman can be sold for 30 to 50 spirit stones. The best talismans can be sold for more than 200 spirit stones. However, they can be sold at such a price because of the threshold and difficulty. For example, the fourth elder, as a first-level top-level talisman master, only sells 3 best talismans every month because the failure rate is too high. After deducting the time cost and material cost, the profit is limited. Not everyone is like Lu Changsheng, who has a cheat and makes talismans like eating and drinking. Don't worry, I mainly use the spirit stones to buy materials for the 100 refining treasure body art. Let's go to Southwest Street tomorrow to have a look. See if there are any materials suitable for the 100 refining treasure body art, and see if I can sell some talismans for money. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He immediately asked the shopkeeper Zhang Shan what the cost price of these magic tool talisman pens, best talisman paper, and spiritual ink was. Zhang Shan did not hide this and told the truth. The purchase price of the lower grade magic tool talisman pen is 43 spirit stones. The purchase price of a medium grade magic weapon talisman pen is 139 spiritual stones, and the purchase price of a high grade magic weapon talisman pen is 500 spiritual stones. Because the Lu family does not have a weapon refiner, this is also purchased from other places to sell. As for talisman paper and spiritual ink, the high quality ones are made by the Lu family, and the good ones are made by themselves, and some are made by people who provide materials. Zhang Shan is not clear about the cost. After listening to him, Lu Changsheng nodded and planned to buy a magic weapon talisman pen at the cost price in the store. Then, he asked some questions about the store's daily revenue, sales, what talismans sell well, and the price and quantity of talismans purchased from other places, etc. Because Lu Changsheng had an idea in his mind. If he was fully responsible for the store in the future, could he sell all the talismans on his body through this store? Zhang Shan answered these questions truthfully, so that Lu Changsheng also had a certain understanding of this spiritual talisman store. Knowing that the business of this talisman shop is considered good in Jiulongfang City, it can have a revenue of thousands of spiritual stones every month. It seems that the business of the Lu family's talisman shop is better than I thought. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think after hearing this information. After chatting with Zhang Shan for a while, Lu Changsheng didn't ask any more questions. Returning to the lounge on the 3rd floor, seeing Lu Mayaoj still in the talisman room, he began to meditate and practice. It was almost dusk when Lu Mayaoj came out of the talisman room. Tell Lu Changsheng that he can go back at this time. Although there is no curfew in Jiulongfang City, it will be much quieter at night. After all, immortal cultivators also need to practice and rest. Li Shu Wangwu also lives in the shop and can help watch. Afterwards, Lu Mayaoj took Lu Changsheng to the Lu family compound in the East District. It is also a distance from here to the Lu family compound in the East District. The two walked relatively fast and walked for about half an hour. The Lu family compound covers an area of about 2,000 square meters. Compared with the residence in Qingzhu Valley, it is naturally small. But in the Jiulongfang city where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, this courtyard is already considered large. Lu Changsheng curiously asked Lu Maoj how many spirit stones such a courtyard would cost. Lu Maoj didn't know the specific price. He only said that a courtyard like this basically starts from 3 to 5 years for rent. As for the price, it ranges from dozens to hundreds of spirit stones a year. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but smack his lips. The rent for a year is dozens or hundreds of spirit stones, so if you want to buy it, wouldn't it cost thousands of spirit stones? Sure enough, buying a house is not easy no matter where you are. When he came to the courtyard, Lu Maoj asked the housekeeper in the courtyard if the second elder was at home. Now that Lu Changsheng was brought here, he naturally had to meet the second elder of the Lu family. The housekeeper said that the second elder was resting in the backyard, and brought the two to meet the second elder. After a while, Lu Changsheng saw the second elder of the Lu family. Although he had white hair, his face was very ruddy and shiny like a baby. The tall figure was wearing a green robe, and holding a jade bamboo staff in his hand, giving people a sense of oppression without anger. This second elder was in charge of the Lu family's business and was away for a long time. This was the first time Lu Changsheng had seen him. Second elder. Second grandpa. Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoj bowed to the second elder together. The second elder nodded, stood up and looked at Lu Changsheng, showing a little smile and said, "You are Changsheng, at this age, you are already a mid-grade talisman master, very good. In the future, if you have anything in this Jiulongfang city, you can come to me directly." The second elder patted Lu Changsheng's shoulder with his broad palm and said so. "Yes, second elder." Lu Changsheng responded respectfully. Then the second elder asked the housekeeper to arrange a room for Lu Changsheng. At the same time, he said that a banquet would be held in the evening to welcome him, so that he could get to know other Lu family children and have more contact and exchanges in normal times. Lu Changsheng naturally responded respectfully to this. Knowing that he was now integrated into the Lu family, these interpersonal interactions and human relationships were difficult to avoid. Immediately, the housekeeper arranged a side courtyard for him. The courtyard was not big, only more than 100 square meters, which was smaller than his courtyard in Qingzhu Villa. It had the effect of sound insulation and simple spirit gathering formation. The spiritual energy was not as good as that in Qingzhu Valley, but much better than that in Qingzhu Villa. At night, a servant came to inform Lu Changsheng to attend the dinner. Lu Changsheng nodded and came to the lobby. Lu Changsheng just came to the lobby and saw that in addition to the second elder, Lu Maoj, there were 2 Lu family stewards of the same generation as Lu Yuanding, and 5 Lu family children. However, his eyes instantly fell on a beautiful woman standing with Lu Maoj. The woman was wearing a white crane-embroidered long skirt. The tight long skirt perfectly outlined her curves, and her graceful figure was visible through the dress. But when she cut open her skirt, you can see that her straight and slender legs are wearing a pair of white silk stockings as thin as cicada wings, which makes her originally white, smooth and round legs more noble and holy. The small jade feet wrapped in white stockings are stepping on a pair of light silver high heels with flowing cloud patterns, which makes her graceful figure even taller and more graceful. This woman is the second lady, Lu Maoj, who once had a blind date with Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng didn't expect that this second lady would also be in Jiulongfang market. And the second lady actually changed from black silk to white silk. It must be said that the second lady has a really good figure. Especially the legs, the proportions are perfect, 1 point more fat, 1 point less thin, straight and round. Whether it is black silk or white silk, she gives people a stunning and attractive feeling. Lu Maoj also saw Lu Changsheng, and when he saw the latter's eyes on her, she snorted with a cold expression and turned her head to look elsewhere. Lu Changsheng just smiled and pretended not to see it. He knew that the second young lady still held a grudge. This was normal. It had only been half a year since the two of them had dated, and he had rejected the second young lady and married Lu Maoj. With the second young lady's arrogant temperament, how could she forget and not hold a grudge? If it weren't for the second elder's reception, the second young lady probably wouldn't even see him, so how could she be in a good mood? However, seeing Lu Maoj and Lu Maoj, a pair of sisters with similar looks and figures standing side by side, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think in his heart, what would happen if the eldest young lady also dressed like this? Or, the two sisters were one white and one black. Lu Changsheng didn't dare to think too much, and immediately suppressed his thoughts. This thing was too exciting, and he couldn't think too much. If the head of the family, Lu Yuanding, knew that he was thinking about beating his 2 daughters, he would probably chop him with a sword. Second elder. He bowed to the second elder. Changsheng, let me introduce you. The second elder naturally saw Lu Miaohun's little behavior, but didn't say anything. I know a little grudge between Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaohun. It was because of this incident that Lu Yuanding saw that his daughter was upset at home, so he asked her to come to Jilong Market to find something to do and relax. Soon, under the introduction of the second elder, Lu Changsheng got to know the 2 Lu family managers and the other 4 Lu family members. These people were able to work in Jilong Market, and their status in the Lu family was not low, and they were future senior executives. Except for Lu Miaohun, who didn't give Lu Changsheng a good face because of the grudge, the others seemed very enthusiastic. After all, there is no love or hate without reason. Lu Changsheng has an easygoing personality, never offends anyone, and is a mid-level talisman master, so they are naturally willing to make friends with him. Especially these few people, they all know Lu Changsheng's talent for making talismans. The family has been trying to let Lu Changsheng completely integrate into the Lu family, so they will naturally want to make friends with Lu Changsheng and will not do anything to offend others. In this way, Lu Changsheng also got to know several people. After eating and drinking, everyone left. A young man named Lu Miacheng put his arm around Lu Changsheng's shoulder and said in a familiar manner, Changsheng, this is your first time going out. As the host, I, Chang, will take you to read books and taste tea tomorrow. Read books and taste tea. Lu Changsheng was stunned. Yes, this tea house is very good. There are many famous teas and various kinds of books. Especially yesterday, a batch of new teas and new books just arrived. You will definitely not be disappointed. Lu Miacheng said meaningfully. Brother Chang, is your reading and tasting tea serious? Lu Changsheng faintly heard something wrong and asked in a strange tone. Lu Miacheng glanced at the side and lowered his voice. Don't worry, can I take you to a serious place? Let's go together tomorrow, I will take you to broaden your horizons. Lu Changsheng was silent for a moment. Sure enough, he was right. This was not a serious reading and tea tasting. I am your brother-in-law after all. How can a brother-in-law take his brother-in-law to broaden his horizons in this area? Moreover, you told me this when I just came to Jiulongfang City. It's not good to take me to such a place. Or am I such a person in your heart? Lu Changsheng couldn't help thinking in his heart, and then said, Brother Chang, I am not such a person, I don't go to such places. How can I increase my experience if I don't see the world more? This is also a kind of experience. It is said that beauty is like tea, which must be tasted slowly, and beauty is like a book, which must be read carefully. Reading books and tasting tea is to see the various aspects of the world and taste the various flavors of life. It is the best way to increase life experience. Don't worry, I will never tell my Owen's sister about this. Lu Miacheng said so. Lu Changsheng. Damn, going to a brothel is said to be so fresh and refined. Lu Changsheng didn't expect that the Lu family actually had such talents. But he actually felt that what the other party said was not wrong, and there was some truth in it. This is also a way to see the world and increase experience. When a person goes out, he must see more of the market, right? Next time. Lu Changsheng said after a moment of hesitation. Although he wanted to gain experience and gain more knowledge, he felt a little guilty for doing this just after arriving at Kowloon Market. Besides, business was more important. He was going to go to the street where casual cultivators set up stalls tomorrow. Okay, if you want to go there someday, you can find me, Brother Chang. I'm familiar with this area of Kowloon Market. Seeing Lu Changsheng like this, Lu Miacheng patted Lu Changsheng on the shoulder and said, feeling a little bored. He had heard of Lu Changsheng's reputation and thought he could find a soulmate and a fellow traveler, but he didn't expect the latter to refuse. Okay, thank you, Brother Chang. Lu Changsheng nodded, returned to his room, meditated for 2 hours, and then laid down to sleep. But lying on the bed, he couldn't fall asleep no matter what, and always felt that something was missing. Alice, I'm a little uncomfortable being alone all of a sudden. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. He was used to sleeping with his wife and concubines every night, but he was a little uncomfortable sleeping alone all of a sudden, and felt uneasy. He immediately stood up, took out the talisman-making tools from the storage bag, and began to draw talismans. After drawing 3 medium-grade talismans, He felt a little more tired in his mind. He took out the white jade 100 flowers wine and took a sip, then lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Lu Changsheng got up, had a simple meal in the morning, and then went to find Lu Maiyoj to go to the talisman shop. In the process, he saw Lu Maiyahun again. But the latter did not have a good face for him at all. She was originally chatting with her sister Lu Maiyoj, and when she saw him coming, she immediately snorted coldly, with a face full of disgust. Huanhun is just like this. In fact, she has no malice. Don't mind it. Lu Maiyoj said with a little apology on her face. Last night, Lu Maiyahun came to her to ask why Lu Changsheng came to Jiulongfang City. She did not hide it and told her sister Lu Maiyahun that the fourth elder wanted to hand over the shop to Lu Changsheng. After hearing this, although Lu Maiyahun said all kinds of cold words to Lu Changsheng, thinking that he could also manage a shop, he must be so and so. But she knew her sister's character clearly. The more this was the case, the more her sister cared about Lu Changsheng. If Lu Maiyahun didn't care about Lu Changsheng, she wouldn't be like this at all, and wouldn't behave like this. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but sigh slightly. If Lu Changsheng was just an ordinary cultivator, her sister might gradually forget about this kind of thing after a while and not take it to heart. But the problem is that Lu Changsheng is not an ordinary cultivator. Not only is he handsome, but he is also gifted in the way of talismans, and he is far ahead of others. As time goes by, he will become a first-class upper-grade talisman master, a first-class top-level talisman master, and even a second-class talisman master. Now, Lu Changsheng has come to Jiulongfang City again to meet his sister. In this case, his sister will always keep this matter in mind, and remembering Lu Changsheng will gradually form a subtle and dangerous emotion. But facing this kind of thing, she doesn't know how to persuade her sister. Because Lu Maiyahun didn't like to listen to her preaching, and even had a rebellious mentality. It's okay, the second lady has a straightforward personality, why would I care? Besides, this matter is indeed my fault. Lu Changsheng shook his head slightly and said. He didn't care much about Lu Maiyahun's attitude. After all, when he was dating, he did coax the other party and said a lot of good things. In the end, the other party agreed, and he refused. Anyone would be a little unhappy. What's more, Lu Maiyahun's arrogant and proud eldest lady's temperament. And Lu Changsheng felt that he also had a tendency to be a face dog. For good-looking women, he would be relatively tolerant. The two walked and chatted. After arriving at the door of the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng told Lu Maiyoj that if there was nothing to do today, he would go out for a walk. Hearing this, Lu Maiyoj was silent for a moment, and then said, "You should spend less time with Maiyacheng, and don't follow him to some improper places." When Lu Changsheng heard this, he was stunned at first, a little confused, and then couldn't help but say in his heart, "Fuck, this brother Cheng has such a bad reputation." Lu Maiyacheng chatted with him yesterday. But today, when he said he was going out for a walk, Lu Maiyoj thought he was going to read books and drink tea with Lu Maiyacheng. This made Lu Changsheng not know what to say for a while. He even had the illusion that he was going to a brothel and was caught by his wife. "Sister Maiyoj, Brother Cheng asked me to read books and drink tea yesterday, but I refused directly. I just wanted to take a walk and go to Southwest Street to see the independent cultivator market." Lu Changsheng said immediately, directly distancing himself from Lu Maiyacheng. He really didn't expect the latter to have such a bad reputation. "Okay, I'm in the store, you go ahead. Why don't you let Li Shi or Wang Wu take you for a walk? They are very familiar with the market." Lu Maiyoj said without saying much, and nodded slightly. "No, I'll just walk around." Lu Changsheng waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need it. He still clearly remembered the look Li Shi and Wang Wu gave him yesterday. So he didn't want to have too much contact, otherwise the employees would lose their focus on work. "Okay, remember to come back before dark. Do you have a message talisman? If you get lost, you can send me a message." There are also many guides in the market, who specialize in introducing the market and guiding shops. If you want to buy something, you can find a guide. Lu Maiyoj's voice was soft, like an elder, and she instructed Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng felt that Lu Maiyoj in front of him suddenly looked a little old. She treated him like a child who had never experienced the world. You know, he is the father of 30 children. But he also knew that Lu Maiyoj treated him like a younger brother or something. "Okay, Sister Maiyoj, don't worry." Lu Changsheng smiled and waved his hand.
I felt that if Lu Miaoj really treated me as a younger brother, it would be more difficult to change this relationship. Chapter 73 Cat Girl? Fox Girl? Snake Girl? After parting with Lu Miaoj, Lu Changsheng strolled around the street for 2 laps and then walked into an empty alley. He took out a human skin mask from his storage bag and put on a gray-brown loose robe, took out the potion that had been prepared long ago and poured it into his palm, wiped it on his neck, and made his skin no longer so white. In an instant, he changed from a handsome and unrestrained appearance to a young man with dark skin and ordinary face. But his figure was still tall and slender. This was a little disguise method he learned from Li Fiao before. It was not very profound, but it was okay to make do with it. Then, Lu Changsheng took out another talisman from his storage bag and used it on himself, and the spiritual energy of his whole body was restrained. Middle grade key restraining talisman. The effect is the same as the key restraining technique, but it is several times better than the key restraining technique that Lu Changsheng himself just started. If it is not a cultivator in the late stage of key refining, using the spiritual eye technique to observe his spiritual power cultivation, it is impossible to see his cultivation. This is also the reason why Lu Changsheng usually does not spend too much time and energy on practicing spells. One is that it is a waste of time and energy. On the other hand, in many cases, talismans can be used as a substitute. Alice, sometimes being handsome is also a kind of trouble. Lu Changsheng sighed and walked out of the alley. He is handsome and has an outstanding temperament. It is very easy for people to remember him and have an impact. If he goes to sell talismans, he will be recognized as the owner of Lu's talisman shop in the future, which will be difficult to explain. So he simply changed his appearance, hid his aura, and made himself look more ordinary. Although this disguise is very ordinary, even a little rough, some people can see that he has disguised himself. But as long as his true face is not seen by others and he is not remembered by others, it will be fine. After walking out of the alley, Lu Changsheng walked to a street entrance. He saw several teenagers squatting there, looking around, holding a guide sign. Before he could step forward, a young man stepped forward and said enthusiastically, "Senior, do you need a guide? I grew up in Jiulongfeng City since I was a child. I am very familiar with all the areas. No matter what you want to know or buy, I know everything." The young man said enthusiastically. Although Lu Changsheng disguised himself and hid his aura, he looked like an ordinary person. But they have been making a living in Jiulongfeng City for a long time and have been guides, so they naturally have a certain eye. At a glance, it can be seen that Lu Changsheng wants to find a guide. Even if there is no intention, it is just a question at most, and there is no loss. "How much do you charge?" Lu Changsheng nodded and asked. "Senior, I only need 1 or 2 spirit stones a day." The young man said immediately. A spirit stone weighs 10 taels. After the spiritual energy inside is consumed, the weight will become lighter. And when the spirit stone mine is mined, some broken spirit stones will also appear. This unit of calculation of spirit stones is generally rarely used by cultivators. It is relatively common in this kind of market. "Okay, then you take me around. Do you have some spiritual stones to change?" Hearing this, Lu Changsheng took out a spiritual stone that he had used before, which weighed about 4 or 5 taels. The boy showed some regret in his eyes, but immediately responded enthusiastically, "Yes, yes." He took the spiritual stone and looked at it for a while, weighed it a little, and then took out 2 broken spiritual stones from his body and gave them to Lu Changsheng. Then he said, "Senior, I don't know what you want to buy or what you want to know. Take me to the place where the stalls are set up to trade." Lu Changsheng said. "The stalls are set up to trade on Southwest Street. Please go this way, Senior. It takes about half an hour to get to Southwest Street from here. If you want to buy anything, you can also tell me. I know a lot of shops. The quality of the things inside is guaranteed." The boy said. "They are guides, and the real money is to take cultivators to shops to spend. Is there any shop selling natural materials and treasures in this market?" Lu Changsheng asked. "If you want to buy natural treasures, you can go to Qingyun Chamber of Commerce and Wanbao Pavilion. These 2 places are not only affordable, but also have a lot of things and guaranteed quality. If you want to spend less money, I know a lot of shops that sell natural treasures. The quality is also guaranteed. I can take you there." The young man said immediately. Although he wanted to make money by taking people to the shops, he couldn't lie and trick others into spending. After all, He was just a mortal. If you dare to deceive a cultivator, once you are discovered, you will basically die. If I have some talismans that I want to sell, can I also find a shop to sell them? Lu Changsheng asked in a flat tone. Hearing Lu Changsheng say that he was selling talismans, the young man immediately realized that Lu Changsheng in front of him might be a talisman master. But as a guide, he naturally wouldn't ask too many questions, just answer them. He immediately said respectfully, "Senior, most of the talisman shops in Jiulongfang City will buy talismans. Then are there any talisman shops with a good reputation in this market?" Lu Changsheng continued. In fact, being able to open a shop in the market has a good reputation, but the one with the best reputation in the field of talismans is naturally the Xianfu Pavilion of the Xianfu Shen family. Their talismans are not only of guaranteed quality, but they also often have discounts, but they don't buy talismans from outside. The next is the shops of the immortal cultivation families, such as the Yu family of Qingzhu Mountain, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, the Chen family of Hongai Valley, and the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge, which are guaranteed in terms of quality and reputation. If the senior wants to buy talisman paper, I recommend the talisman paper of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Chen family of Hongai Valley. Their talisman paper is made of self-produced materials, which is much better than ordinary talisman paper. The young man talked incessantly. Hearing Qingzhu Lu's spiritual talisman shop, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. He knew that what the young man said was more pertinent, and it was similar to the situation of the shop he learned from Zhang Shan yesterday. Well, Baiyu Tower. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw an antique painted pavilion and red building not far away. The three words Baiyu Lu were written on the attic sign, which reminded him of the two concubines that Hong Yu gave him as gifts. He said that he had bought them from Baiyu Lu at a great price. When the young man saw Lu Changsheng looking at Baiyu Lu, he immediately said, "Senior, this Baiyu Lu is a place to match marriages, introduce wives and concubines, and sell maids. If you want to marry a wife, take a concubine, or buy a maid, you can come to Baiyu Lu. This Baiyu Lu is also a time-honored brand. I heard that it has branches not only in Zhejiang Market, but also in many markets, and even in Xiancheng." The young man said so. Oh. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He couldn't help but wonder in his heart, could it be that the Baiyu Lu where Hong Yu bought Jiwer and Shuir is really the same store as this Baiyu Lu? Just different branches? Then the business of Baiyu Lu is indeed a bit wide. The next time Hong Yu writes, he can ask if it is the same Baiyu Lu. Among the wives, concubines and maids introduced by the White Jade Tower, are there fairies with spiritual roots? Lu Changsheng asked. He would naturally not forget to find a fairy. After all, everything is floating in the clouds, and only marrying a wife, taking concubines and having children is the kingly way. He was quite satisfied with Jior and Shuir, who were sent by Hong Yu before. If you can buy a concubine with spiritual roots, who is well-behaved and sensible, it would be the best. Of course there are, but they are only a few. Most of them are mortals with outstanding beauty and pleasant temperament, and descendants of immortal cultivators. I heard that there are not only human women in this White Jade Tower, but also women of alien races and demon races, but I don't know the specific situation and price. If you are interested, you can go in and find out. The young man said. There are not only human women, but also women of alien races and demon races. Lu Changsheng knew that the two Jiwer and Shuir sent by Hong Yu were women of alien races. Hearing that there were still women from the demon tribe, Lu Changsheng immediately thought of cat girls, fox girls, and snake princesses. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, without asking any more questions, and kept this White Jade Tower in mind. He planned to come back later to take a look and learn more. After all, women in such places must be miserable. If he had the ability, he would help and save one. It was better to save a life than to build a 7-story pagoda. In this way, Lu Changsheng chatted with a boy all the way and learned about the various situations and information in the market. The two also came to Lu Changsheng's destination, the Southwest Street where casual cultivators set up stalls and traded. Senior, the Southwest Street where casual cultivators trade freely is in front. If you want to set up a stall, you need to go to the toll booth in front and pay a spirit stone as a management fee. The boy said to Lu Changsheng. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, thinking that this Zhejiang market really charges for everything. You have to pay a spirit stone as a management fee to set up a stall. He came to the Southwest Street. Suddenly, I saw a street lined with lanterns, and on both sides were stalls that were planned in grids. There was a surge of people in the middle, as if it was a secular bustling city, and the hawking sounds were endless, which was much more lively than the previous few streets. Okay, your task is completed. You don't have to follow me next. I'll go shopping by myself. Changsheng looked at the crowded street in front of him and waved to the boy. Yes, I'll take my leave. I wish you good luck, everything goes well, and the blessings from heaven will be prosperous. Hearing this, the boy bowed and said a bunch of blessings. Changsheng heard these blessings, and his heart was not moved. He walked into the street without any idea of tipping. Seeing this, the boy was not disappointed. After all, there are only a few rich brothers. It's rare to meet a few in a year. Changsheng was not in a hurry to sell the talismans, and he was going to go shopping first. See if there's anything he needs and is interested in. At the same time, understand the prices here. Second-hand robes are for sale at a low price. They are all 90% new without patches. Red striped tiger meat, the meat is tender, just killed last night, it's still fresh. 10-year black truffles, 3 spirit stones per pound, 10 spirit stones for 3 pounds. Brother, do you want elixirs? Just a freshly made immortality elixir, just take one, and all your troubles in the world will be gone. People shouted and sold at each stall. Changsheng followed the flow of people and looked at each stall. The stalls here sell a variety of things. It is much higher than the stalls at the Qingzhu Mountain gathering. The things sold are basically spiritual objects used by immortal cultivators. Come to think of it, you have to pay a spirit stone to set up a stall. If you sell some garbage, you may not be able to make back the stall fee. Changsheng also looked at it in detail. When he saw materials suitable for practicing the 100 refining treasure body art, he bought them directly. Because he practiced the 100 refining treasure body art, he could roughly feel the effect of the spiritual materials, so he would not be cheated. As for picking up a bargain, it doesn't exist at all. Not to mention that the chance is too small. He needs to be able to touch to sense the quality of spiritual materials with the 100 refining treasure body art. If you just look at it, you can't see anything at all, and he doesn't have that kind of eyesight. Before he walked halfway through the street, Changsheng had spent half of his spiritual stones, all of which were used to buy spiritual materials for practicing the 100 refining treasure body art. This made him sigh that money is not spent easily. Afterwards, Changsheng also restrained himself a little and focused on looking. If he really wants to buy, he will wait and see more before coming back to buy. During this process, Changsheng heard people bargaining and chatting next to him, and they would stand aside to listen if they heard something interesting. Not to mention, after walking around and listening all the way, Changsheng really learned a lot of knowledge and gained a lot of insights. Dao, I'll trade this magic weapon fragment for your thing, will you? Magic weapon fragment? Let me see. What kind of magic weapon fragment is this? It's just a piece of waste. I won't trade it. At this time, Changsheng heard a conversation from a stall next to him. He paused in his heart and turned his head to look over. He saw a refined middle-aged man standing in front of a stall, taking back an egg-sized, uneven black iron block on the table. Dao, you said this is a magic weapon fragment. Does this fragment have any effect? A woman in blue stepped forward and asked politely in front of the refined man. Obviously, she also heard about the magic weapon fragment and wanted to see if she could get a bargain. It doesn't have any special effect, it's just hard. I used a medium-grade magic weapon flying sword to chop it before, and a gap appeared on my flying sword. The refined man said, with a look of pain on his face. As soon as this was said, other people who were paying attention nearby also became curious. The fact that a flying sword magic weapon could chop a gap on it shows that this is not ordinary waste. Even if it is not a fragment of a magic weapon, it is a very rare material. Brother, I am willing to pay 20 spirit stones for this fragment. Will you sell it? Someone said. No, you can sell it for at least 100 spirit stones. The elegant man waved his hand and said. 100 spirit stones are too expensive, fellow Taoist, I am willing to pay 30 spirit stones. Fellow Taoist, can you use the flying sword to chop it off in front of me and show me? If you can really make a gap, I am willing to pay 40 spirit stones. Someone else spoke. However, when the elegant man heard this, his face suddenly turned black and he shouted, Get out. Fellow Taoist, can you show me this fragment of a magic weapon? Changsheng, who was standing aside, also stepped forward and said with a bow. His Balian Baodiju requires natural materials and treasures to practice. If the iron block in front of him is really a fragment of a magic weapon, if he can condense it into his body and use it to practice Balian Baodiju, let alone 100 spirit stones. Even 200 spirit stones or 300 spirit stones are worth it in his opinion. Even if it is not a fragment of a magic weapon, it is some kind of natural treasure, which is not bad for him. 100 spirit stones, not one less. The elegant man handed the bumpy black iron block in his hand to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng took the iron block, and it felt cold and sank slightly. It weighed at least 20 to 30 kilograms. Such a large iron block, with this weight, is also very unusual. Lu Changsheng slowly practiced the 100 refining treasure body art. His fingers turned slightly red, sensing the essence of heaven and earth in the iron block. He immediately felt that the essence contained in it was very powerful. It was far better than the materials he had bought before. Although he didn't know if it was a fragment of a magic weapon. But Lu Changsheng could be sure that it was a good thing and it shouldn't be a loss to buy it. Dao, I don't have enough spirit stones on me. Can I use these 2 talismans to exchange for some spirit stones? Lu Changsheng said calmly, and took out 2 high-quality talismans from his sleeves. He only had 140 spirit stones left on him. If he bought this fragment, he wouldn't have to spend more spirit stones to buy other things. He tried to barter and digest the talismans on his body. He saw a lot of bartering along the way. After all, most casual cultivators don't have that many spiritual stones on them to trade. Flying talisman, golden light shield talisman. The elegant man looked at the 2 talismans and immediately recognized them. His eyes lit up and he said, I won't take advantage of you. These 2 talismans can be worth 70 spiritual stones. Just give me another 30 spiritual stones. The elegant man said very straightforwardly. He just guessed that this piece of iron was a fragment of a magic weapon, but he was not sure. He had sold it several times and asked someone to identify it, but no one was willing to pay a high price for it. Otherwise, he would not have offered only 100 spiritual stones. Seeing that Lu Changsheng was interested, he was naturally very willing. Okay, but I also want to see the gap that the flying sword cut on this iron block, that Dao said. If it's true, I will trade it immediately. Lu Changsheng said. These 2 talismans are about 30 spiritual stones each, and the other party is also sincere. However, although he knew that the iron block was a good thing, he couldn't act like he had made a profit, which would easily arouse suspicion. Okay. Upon hearing this, the elegant man took out a blue flying sword from his storage bag. Pointing to a small gap on it, he sighed and said, Look, this gap was cut by me when I was so careless. Lu Changsheng could see that there was a finger-wide gap in the middle of the flying sword. He nodded immediately, handed 2 talismans to the man, and took out 30 spirit stones and said, Okay, in that case, I'll take this fragment. Okay. Taoist friend, you're straightforward. The elegant man accepted the talismans and spirit stones, his face showing joy, and cupped his hands. Lu Changsheng also cupped his hands slightly, put away the iron piece, and continued to stroll. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Someone actually spent 100 spirit stones to buy this so-called magic weapon fragment. This iron piece can allow a flying sword to cut a gap. It is indeed a good material, but it is too small. If it is really worth this money, he would have gone to one Bao pavilion to identify and sell it. Why would he only offer 100 spirit stones? Even if it is really a magic weapon fragment, it is a fragment of a large magic weapon, otherwise it is impossible to have no restriction effect. That's right, how can magic weapon fragments be so easy to smelt? This thing belongs to those who can use it but don't like it, and those who like it don't use it. Indeed, for key refining cultivators like us, it is useless. Maybe it has other wonderful uses. Several people nearby saw this scene and talked about it. Lu Changsheng also heard the discussion, but he didn't care. After all, someone was right. He did have another wonderful use and bought it back to practice. I don't know if this thing is a fragment of a magic weapon. If it is a fragment of a magic weapon, and it can be condensed into the body and used to practice the 100 refining treasure body art, then I can be considered a small bargain. As long as I practice the first level of the 100 refining treasure body art, my body will be comparable to a low-grade magic weapon, and then my physical body will be qualitatively improved. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. After 6 months of nurturing, his physical body has become much stronger than before.
But there is still a long way to go before he can reach the first level of the 100 refining treasure body art and refine his physical body into a low-grade magic weapon. There is no way. The body refining technique is time-consuming and costly. And the 100 refining treasure body art is far superior to ordinary body refining techniques. He has only been practicing for more than half a year. He spent more than 100 spirit stones on buying materials before, and now he spent another 100 spirit stones to buy this magic weapon fragment. Lu Changsheng was also worried that he would be targeted, so he left Southwest Street directly. Although the Qingyun Sect is in charge of the Jiulongfang city, the public security is very good, but you still have to be careful. Chapter 74. Sir, are you here to have fun? After leaving Southwest Street, Lu Changsheng did not go back directly. Instead, he found an inn on the street next to him and spent a spirit stone to open a room. After arriving in the room, Lu Changsheng took out a medium-grade purification talisman from the storage bag and used it on himself. There are many magical methods for cultivators, many of which leave marks on others for tracking. This purification talisman can dispel and purify the marks on the body. Seeing that the purification talisman had no effect on him, Lu Changsheng was relieved. He knew that he was not being tracked and marked. After all, the last time he sold something in Qingzhu Mountain, he was targeted as soon as he came down the mountain. It is better to be cautious. Lu Changsheng himself can also feel that the comfortable life in the Lu family for the past 2 years has made him less cautious when he first came to the Lu family. So he always reminds himself to be vigilant when he is in peace. Otherwise, he may encounter dangerous accidents at any time. After resting in the room for half a quarter of an hour, Lu Changsheng changed into a human skin mask and went out. His face was still dark and ordinary. After all, if you look ordinary, you will not be easily remembered. After leaving the inn, Lu Changsheng returned to Southwest Street. He had used so many spirit stones today, but he did not earn a single one. Naturally, he would not go back so soon, and he was going to sell some things in exchange for spirit stones. He continued to stroll along the previous street. He had just bought so many spiritual materials for the Balian Baodiju, which was enough for him to practice for a while, so he did not buy more. After all, he had to have some spirit stones on him in case of emergency. He saw a stall selling books. He spent 2 spirit stones to buy The Secret Art of Locking Dragon and The Secret of the Jade Chamber. It teaches how to enhance that ability, unlock the yang energy, blood, and reduce the deficit during sex. It is just an ordinary art of sex, not some secret art of cultivating immortals. Otherwise, it would not be this price. In Lu Changsheng's opinion, this thing is just for fun. If you really want to practice the secret art and art of dual cultivation, you have to look at the system. After walking around for a while, Lu Changsheng came to the toll booth at a corner of the street, paid a spirit stone, and prepared to set up a stall. The monk at the toll booth gave him a wooden sign. There was a number on the wooden sign, corresponding to a stall, and the stall could be set up for 3 days. After Lu Changsheng took the wooden sign, he found the corresponding street stall and sat down. He took out a stack of talismans. There were a total of 30 low-grade talismans and 5 medium-grade talismans. When he was strolling just now, he also observed other stalls selling talismans. He knew that he couldn't take too many, otherwise it would easily attract other people's attention. Then, he put out the flying swords, flying knives, and bells that he had obtained from the 3 robbery cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain. He had the Qingyun sword and a lot of talismans, and he didn't need these 3 magic tools, so he naturally chose to sell them for money. As for the 3 storage bags he had obtained before, he used one to store sundries and one to store talismans, so he didn't sell them for the time being. Maybe they would be useful in the future. After marking all the items with prices, Lu Changsheng waited for business to pick up. However, half an hour passed. From time to time, people looked at his stall, but most of them were not interested. He only sold 5 or 6 talismans. The location of my stall is not good, it's too far back. And in a place like Kowloon Market, there are too many people selling talismans and magic tools, and they are too eager. Most people rely on the reputation and customers they have accumulated in their daily lives. Although my price is a little lower than other stalls, it is still not competitive unless I lower the price further. But it's useless to lower it a little. The price must be very low, but in this way, it will obviously disrupt the market and be easily targeted. After selling for so long, Lu Changsheng didn't sell many things.
He also felt a little impatient and got up to pack up the stall and leave. He was going to go and see if there were any talismans and magic tools for sale. It didn't matter if the price was a little lower. Otherwise, I don't know when I can sell it by setting up a stall. I have 30 low-grade talismans and 5 medium-grade talismans. Can you take them? No. 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 What's your price? After asking for stalls, a stall owner spoke up. You're selling at a 10% discount now. Lu Changsheng said. Too high, 50% off, I want them all. The stall owner said. Forget it, I might as well set up a stall to sell them myself. Lu Changsheng turned around and left. Damn, there must be a limit to being a swindler. I really don't know how he could say 50% off. Brother, 60% off. Seeing Lu Changsheng leave, the stall owner immediately shouted. 80% off. Lu Changsheng paused. How about this, let's take a step back and 70% off. The stall owner said. Lu Changsheng looked a little entangled, and finally nodded and said, okay. He took out a stack of talismans and asked the other party to count them. He suddenly felt a little guilty towards Hong Yi. He was selling talismans here at a 70% discount. But selling them to Hong Yi was only 20% cheaper. According to the market price, there are a total of 80 spiritual stones. If it is 30% off, it will be 56 spiritual stones. The stall owner counted the talismans and quoted a price. Deal. After Lu Changsheng completed the transaction, he immediately left Southwest Street. He changed his face and clothes again and found 4 spiritual talisman shops to sell talismans. Considering his identity and his lack of disguise skills, Lu Changsheng did not look for those big spiritual talisman shops. The few spiritual talisman shops he found were now relatively small. The price of purchasing talismans was about 30% off. In this way, Lu Changsheng sold 145 low-grade talismans and 60 medium-grade talismans in 5 spiritual talisman shops. A total of 366 spiritual stones were obtained. After leaving the last spiritual talisman shop, Lu Changsheng did not continue to sell. As I said, there is still a long time, so be careful in everything. There are more than 400 spiritual stones on him, which is enough for him to use for a long time. Moreover, he only has 5 human skin masks on him. All of them are used up in this wave. After leaving the last talisman shop, Lu Changsheng did not change his clothes. He went to a magic weapon shop next to him and asked if they would accept magic weapons. After hearing the other party's acceptance, Lu Changsheng took out 3 magic weapons. Although these 3 magic weapons look intact, they have obviously been used for a long time and have obvious flaws. They may be damaged during use. If you want to sell them, our shop is willing to buy them for 30 spirit stones each. The shopkeeper of the magic weapon shop looked at Lu Changsheng's 3 magic weapons and then quoted a price. It's really black. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think in his heart when he heard this. He had played with these 3 magic weapons. It can only be said that the 3 robber cultivators of Qingzhu Mountain at that time took great care of the magic weapons, and none of them were damaged. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are 90% new. In the end, the other party only offered 30 spirit stones for each one. Forget it, the minimum price for 3 pieces is 120 spirit stones. Lu Changsheng shook his head, quoted a psychological price, and pretended to leave. It's too high. 120 spirit stones is too high. 100 spirit stones, 3 pieces for 100. The shopkeeper of the magic weapon shop said when he saw this. 1 step, 2 steps, stroll. Seeing Lu Changsheng was about to leave, he said again, 110, it's really the lowest price. You can ask other places for the same price. But seeing that Lu Changsheng really left, he immediately went out and shouted, 115 spirit stones. Okay. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng felt that it was about the same and could accept it, so he stopped. He exchanged 3 magic weapons for 115 spirit stones. At this time, Lu Changsheng saw a pair of green boots in the store, which matched his robes. He couldn't help but point at the boots and asked, Shopkeeper, what level of magic boots are these? What effects do they have? This pair of boots is a medium-grade magic weapon, made of the fur of the monster King Fang Wolf, and has 6 major effects, big and small as you wish, avoiding dust, hiding yourself, light body, stepping on waves, and controlling the wind. The shopkeeper introduced immediately. A medium-grade magic weapon. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and asked, can I try it? Of course. The shopkeeper smiled and said. He took the magic boots out of the cabinet and let Lu Changsheng try them on. The boots were not heavy, very thin, soft, and had fine plush inside. When he put them on, Lu Changsheng's first feeling was that they were very comfortable and soft, as if nothing was on them. The whole person seemed to be much lighter. This is the effect of the boots making the body lighter. It is equivalent to having the effect of a light body technique all the time. As for treading waves and controlling the wind, when activated, they can walk quickly on the water and are equivalent to adding a wind control technique. How much is this pair of magic boots? Lu Changsheng asked. He was quite satisfied with the boots. Not only is the style good, but it is also very comfortable to wear. If he encounters something in the future and needs to run away, he can also run much faster. This is also the first order of our store today. The original price was 210 spirit stones, but I just did business with you, fellow Taoist, so you can just give 200. The shopkeeper said. Too expensive. Normally, a medium-grade magic weapon costs only 150 spirit stones. Can you offer it for 140 spirit stones? Lu Changsheng bargained directly. Just now, he bought 3 magic weapons, and the other party asked for 30 spirit stones each. Obviously, there is a lot of room for bargaining. Moreover, let alone buying things in his previous life. Just after shopping all the way, he also knew that he had to bargain when buying things. If you agree to the price they ask, they might say you are a grudge. Too low. This magic boot is not only made of Qingfang wolf skin, but also contains spiritual silk. The weaving, printing, dyeing, and embroidery of the magic array are all very fine. If you want it, the minimum is 195 spirit stones. The shopkeeper said a lot and requoted. In the end, Lu Changsheng bargained and took the pair of magic boots for 160 spirit stones. After buying the magic boots, Lu Changsheng looked around the store again. See if there are any magic weapons suitable for him. He felt that he still had too few means now, and he needed more self-defense means. Then, in the store, he spent 63 and 210 spirit stones respectively to buy a low-grade magic weapon, the 100 change mask, and a medium-grade magic weapon, the cold jade spirit pendant. The 100 change mask fits on the face and can change into another face at will. Unless it is a cultivator in the late stage of key refining, no one can tell the situation with his spiritual eye. With this magic mask, he doesn't have to buy that kind of ordinary human skin mask. And the cold jade spirit pendant, when worn on the body, has the effect of refreshing the mind, converging spiritual power, concealing breath, and shielding spiritual consciousness. And in case of danger, it can passively generate a protective spell to resist a blow from the middle stage of key refining. Dao, take care. When sending Lu Changsheng out of the store, the shopkeeper was full of smiles. Alice, this money is not long-lasting. After leaving the store, Lu Changsheng sighed. Just now, he thought that he had a huge sum of money on him, which would last for a long time. As a result, in a blink of an eye, the money from selling talismans and magic weapons was almost used up, and there were only more than 100 spirit stones left. There was no money left to buy magic tools and talisman pens. Isn't money meant to be spent? You can't save money to update your equipment. Wait 10 days or half a month, I'll come back to sell a wave of talismans, and I'll have money again. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and ran to him to open a room. He used the purification talisman to check if he was being tracked. After confirming that he was not being tracked, Lu Changsheng put on the mask of change on his face, and his mind moved slightly, and his face changed into that of Li Fiyu. It's worthy of being a magic tool. This way I don't have to change my appearance. Lu Changsheng looked at himself in the mirror, his face constantly changing, and he nodded with satisfaction. It's a pity that this mask is only a low-grade magic tool. The changing appearance can be seen by a cultivator in the late stage of key refining with a spiritual eye technique. But it doesn't matter, he will wear a layer of human skin mask at that time. Anyway, as long as people can't see his true face, it's fine. After all, it's a low-grade magic tool, what else do you need a bicycle? Lu Changsheng transformed into a common face with a mask of change and walked out of the inn. Then he turned left and right, and restored himself in an alley. He was wearing a bamboo-embroidered robe, green wind boots, and a handsome face. Just as Lu Changsheng was about to walk out of the alley, a charming woman who was only wearing a pink gauze dress, with a protruding front and a curved back,
and showing her white shoulders, just walked out of a small courtyard next to him. When she saw Lu Changsheng, her eyes lit up, and she smiled sweetly, saying, "Sir, are you here to have fun?" Lu Changsheng's face was full of question marks. "Since you are here, why not come in and experience it? For only 5 spirit stones, I can let you enjoy the ultimate happiness," the woman said in a delicate voice. Her eyes were as charming as silk, and she stretched out her white jade to pull Lu Changsheng. It made Lu Changsheng feel a slight tingling feeling like an electric shock. In particular, the woman was filled with an alluring fragrance like orchid and musk, full of charm, which made people feel hot and ecstatic, and wanted to sink into the beauty in front of them. At the same time, the cold jade pendant worn on Lu Changsheng's chest gave off a refreshing aura, which slightly suppressed his heat. Charm technique. Lu Changsheng immediately became alert, knowing that the woman in front of him was using charm technique on him. He hurriedly took a step back and shook his head, saying, "Sorry, I'm just passing by. Today, I see that you are very fond of me, and I only need 2 spirit stones to do it for you." The woman continued to speak, with a beautiful and charming face showing a pitiful look. It makes people feel pity and pamper her well. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng repeatedly chanted Namo Amitabha in his heart, bowed his hands, and left quickly. "Young master, at worst, I won't accept your spirit stones today," the woman continued to shout softly. However, Lu Changsheng didn't even turn his head and walked out of the alley quickly, which made the woman look a little ugly. She cursed angrily, "Huh, you don't know what's good for you, you're so handsome." Then she turned around and went back to the yard. "Huh?" Lu Changsheng walked out of the alley and let out a long breath. There was no trace of charm in his heart, he just felt that it was a close call. "I thought I had been through hundreds of battles, experienced thousands of sales, and had an extremely strong will. I would not be easily affected by women, but I didn't expect that the charm technique was so powerful. The cultivation of this female cultivator just now should not be very high, only in the middle and late stages of key refining, but in this case, I was actually affected and charmed. If this is a cultivator with a high level of cultivation or proficient in charm techniques, it is simply hard to guard against." Lu Changsheng couldn't help but think in his heart. Although the woman just now looked good and had a very charming figure, she was not enough to make him feel anything. But when the other party approached, his words and deeds made him feel hot in his heart and wanted to sink into it. Strength, improving strength is the kingly way. Lu Changsheng let out a long breath and thought in his heart. If this really encounters a powerful charm technique, or other means that are hard to guard against, even if he has a talisman and a talisman treasure, he may not be able to use it. I can't walk around in this kind of alleys in the future. I might run into danger any time. Lu Changsheng shook his head and walked towards the talisman shop. He planned to stay away from these small alleys where there were few people. The security in Jiulongfang City was good, but it was impossible for it to be free of danger. There would be some troubles at ordinary times. Maybe there would be some evil cultivators or robbers in this deserted alley. On the way back to the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng paused when he passed by the White Jade Building. Then he looked at the White Jade Building in front of him, narrowed his eyes, and strode in. After all, marrying a wife, taking concubines, and having children cannot stop. This is the foundation of one's life in this world. If you can buy a concubine with spiritual roots by spending money, then it would be the best. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find one by yourself. This difficulty does not only refer to the difficulty of taking a wife and concubines. Lu Changsheng knew that with his current conditions, it would not be a problem for him to marry a few more fairies with spiritual roots. But after marrying a wife and taking concubines, asking others to give birth to children for you also requires time, energy and emotions. Now that there are so many wives and concubines, Lu Changsheng can already feel that his time and energy are limited, and it is impossible to take care of all of them. If you can solve it with money, relatively speaking, you don't have to invest so much emotion and energy in it. The White Jade Building is very spacious and the decoration is very elegant. There are only simple elegant seats, and 7 or 8 young women wearing uniform red dresses are standing. In the hall, there are 2 young women in red dresses, explaining something to 2 immortal cultivators who look like guests. What does this young man want to know? Do you want to marry a wife and take concubines, or buy maids? Otherwise, I will introduce you to them. At this time, a woman in a red dress saw Lu Changsheng and said with a smile, "Do you have concubines and maids with spiritual roots here?" Lu Changsheng said directly,
The woman in the red dress was slightly startled when she heard this. Then she carefully looked at Lu Changsheng's appearance and temperament, and after confirming that he was not joking, the smile on her face became deeper. Knowing that Lu Changsheng was a big customer, she quickly invited him to the second floor. The furnishings on the second floor were different from the lobby downstairs. There were many small rooms. The woman in the red dress took Lu Changsheng to a room and knocked on the door. "Come in." A lazy and charming voice came from inside, which was so charming that people could not help but tremble when they heard it. Chapter 75. Do you have the scent of another woman? The woman in the red dress pushed open the door and walked into the room with Lu Changsheng. The room was very simple, with only a set of antique tables and chairs and a bookshelf, which looked very elegant and comfortable. There was also a purple incense burner next to the window of the room, and wisps of incense were burning in the burner, filling the room with a faint sandalwood scent. A beautiful woman in her 30s was holding an ancient book and leaning against the window. She had a head of black hair that was lightly tied up and twisted into a black cloud bun, with a golden hairpin inserted diagonally. She was wearing a black phoenix mist gauze long dress with a slightly open collar, revealing her slender neck, delicate collarbone and a proud touch of snow white on her chest. She wore a pair of long black gauze sleeves in both hands, holding an ancient scroll in one hand and a cup of strong tea in the other, dignified and elegant with full of charm. Under the gauze skirt, a pair of slender legs were crossed and stacked. Through the black gauze skirt, one could vaguely see a pair of plump long legs wrapped in black silk stockings. One of the legs was crossed, and the toes were hooked on a black phoenix-shaped high-heeled shoe with a golden pattern, which seemed to be falling off, but not falling off. It was very tempting. When Lu Changsheng saw this beautiful woman, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. This woman is so charming. Different from the enchanting woman he met in the alley just now. It's not the kind of charm that is achieved through charm. Instead, she exudes a charming and seductive feeling all over her body. Just sitting like this, it gives people infinite temptation and makes men's hearts hot. I can only say that it is worthy of Baialao. It really understands men. When the beautiful woman saw Lu Changsheng coming in, she put down the book in her hand slowly. Her bright red lips took a sip of the teacup in her hand, leaving a red mark on the rim of the white porcelain cup, and then smiled softly at Lu Changsheng. This smile can be said to be full of charm. At this time, the woman in the red dress who came with Lu Changsheng stepped forward quickly and whispered a few words in the beautiful woman's ear. After listening, the beautiful woman also stood up. The thin cone high heels stepped lightly on the ground, and her figure swayed, making a crisp da-da-da sound, and she laughed out loud. "I am the manager of Baiyu Tower, Feng Jiunyang. I don't know what you call me. Han Li." Lu Changsheng didn't want to hide his name. After all, he came here in his true face. But seeing the woman in front of him so charming and seductive, he subconsciously reported a fake name. It turns out to be Mr. Han. "Mr. Han, please sit down." After the beautiful woman led Lu Changsheng to sit down, she then bent over to pour tea for Lu Changsheng. Not only did Lu Changsheng smell a rich fragrance, but he also happened to see a hint of whiteness in the plump and proud beauty of the beautiful woman. "Damn, a fairy," Lu Changsheng said in his heart. Without thinking, he knew that this was intentional by the beautiful woman to seduce him. As expected, the tricks in the city are deep. He originally came in to learn more and see what the White Jade building is like. He hadn't planned to buy anything right after coming in, taking concubines or buying maids. But the other party used such a trick, he felt a little embarrassed that he didn't buy anything in the end. Mr. Han should be visiting this building for the first time. After pouring the tea slowly, the beautiful woman also sat down, smiling, and said in a soft and seductive voice, "Yes, this is indeed the first time for Mr. Han to visit your building." Lu Changsheng nodded. Mr. Han's visit to our Baialao is a sign of his love for us. The purpose of our Baialao is to make every customer return with satisfaction. Feng Jiunyang said calmly, "I wonder what Mr. Han's requirements are for taking concubines and buying maids. You can put forward some information so that I can select and recommend them to Mr. Han." After hearing this, Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and said, "Have spiritual roots, be well-behaved and sensible, not too old, and have an upper-middle-class appearance and figure." His requirements for concubines and maids are not high. As long as they have spiritual roots, quality doesn't matter. I'm not considering this aspect now. Then good character, well-behaved and sensible will do. Secondly, the appearance and figure are about the same. Of course,
It would be best to be alone like Changsheng, without any worries. He was just thinking that if he took a concubine, he was afraid that it would involve too much, so he might as well come to this Bay Isle out to save trouble. Young Master Han only wants to take concubines and buy maids, but not marry a wife. Feng Jiuniang kept smiling all the time, and her voice was charming and tender. That's right. Lu Changsheng nodded. Since he has come to Baiyu Tower, he will definitely not marry a wife, although he is now trying to treat his wives and concubines equally. But since he stepped into Baiyu Tower, he has been thinking about utilitarianism and doesn't want to get involved in any feelings. As time goes by, Lu Changsheng also feels that he is gradually adapting to this world, and his morality is becoming more and more flexible. Thinking back to the past, he would worry about his wives, concubines and children all day long. But now he is relatively indifferent. I don't know if this is considered a kind of arrogance from a high position. Okay, I understand young Master Han's request. Please wait for a moment, young Master Han. I'll be back soon. Feng Jiuniang heard the words, chuckled, got up and left the room with light steps, leaving Lu Changsheng alone. After a while, a tempting click sound of high heels came. Accompanied by a fragrant breeze, Feng Jiuniang returned to the room, sat down at the table, and placed 5 jade slips on the table. I just checked and found that there are 5 women who meet Mr. Han's requirements. These 3 are maids, and these 2 are concubines. Mr. Han can take a look and see if there is anyone he likes. Feng Jiuniang wore a pair of black gauze sleeves on her hands, revealing only half of her white jade fingers, which made her fingers look slender and charming. Lu Changsheng nodded, picked up a jade slip and placed it between his eyebrows, sensing it with his mind. He immediately saw a lifelike and vivid woman in a yellow skirt. This woman was about 18 or 19 years old, with a good-looking face and figure, but her eyes were dull and a bit numb and dead. Although there was a smile on her face, it could be seen that it was a forced smile. He shook his head slightly and picked up the second jade slip. Inside was a beautiful woman in white clothes in her 20s, similar to the previous one, with dim eyes and a forced smile. Inside the third jade slip was a young woman in her 20s. She had a pretty face, a plump figure, and a graceful and sophisticated aura of a young woman. Although she didn't have the same numb eyes as the 2 above, she was also somewhat reluctant. After reading the jade slips of the 3 maids, Lu Changsheng frowned and picked up the 4th jade slip. Compared with the 3 women in front, this woman looked very normal. She was in her 20s, with a pretty face, wearing a purple dress, a very sweet smile on her face, and 2 shallow dimples. Lu Changsheng picked up the 5th jade slip to check. It was a girl with a cute face and a petite but exquisite figure. What surprised Lu Changsheng was that this girl actually had a pair of furry fox ears on her head and a furry fox tail behind her. It didn't look like a decoration, but was born with it. Is this a demon girl, or a half-demon? Lu Changsheng was a little surprised when he saw the fox-tailed woman in this jade slip. He usually read so many books, and knew that some monsters can refine their horizontal bones and transform after breaking through to a certain realm. If the transformed monster combines with a human race, there is also a probability that it will give birth to offspring. This kind of offspring may be in human form, and will also have some characteristics of monsters. He put down the jade slip and said to Feng Jiuniang in front of him, "Manager Feng, I see the appearance of the girl in this jade slip. Is she a girl from the monster race?" "Yes, this woman is a half-monster, with a 7th level of ki refining. She not only has a 6th grade spiritual root, but also has the blood of a high-level monster golden-eyed white fox. Although this woman is willing to be a concubine, her requirements are relatively high. Not only does she have requirements for the appearance and age of the Taoist partner, but she also wants 48 medium-grade spirit stones as a betrothal gift. But with Mr. Han's appearance, I think any little girl will like him," Feng Jiuniang said with a smile, and her charming eyes looked at Lu Changsheng as if looking at a lover. There are requirements for age and appearance, and 48 middle-grade spirit stones are required as a betrothal gift. Lu Changsheng didn't know what to say for a moment when he heard this. Spirit stones are divided into low-grade spirit stones, middle-grade spirit stones, high-grade spirit stones, and top-grade spirit stones. The spirit stones he usually uses are all low-grade spirit stones. 48 middle-grade spirit stones are equivalent to 4,800 low-grade spirit stones. He just thought this beast-ear girl was good. But when he heard the price, he immediately gave up. This is just the betrothal gift for taking a concubine, and it does not include future consumption and the agency fee for Bai Lao. What about this one? Lu Changsheng pointed to the jade slip of another purple-clothed woman and asked. This woman has the 6th level of key refining and a 7th grade spiritual root. She has no requirements for a Taoist partner, and only wants 19 middle grade spirit stones as a betrothal gift. Feng Jiuniang said aloud. Seeing Lu Changsheng frowning slightly, Feng Jiuniang opened her red lips and said, Mr. Han, there have always been few women with spiritual roots who are willing to be concubines, and the supply has always been in short supply. The requirements for these 2 women are not very high. Maybe someone will take a fancy to them in a few days. If Mr. Han thinks it's too expensive, you can take a look at these 3 maids. Feng Jiuniang said so. These 3 people, I think they all seem a little reluctant. Lu Changsheng said in a tactful tone. Mr. Han, you can rest assured. The 3 of them came to our Baiyu building for various reasons. Mr. Han bought them back as maids, and there will be no cause and effect involving you, Mr. Han. Our Baiyu building is doing long-term business, and the main focus is word of mouth. The maids purchased from our Baiyu building have a 3-year after-sales guarantee period. Within 3 years, if the maids purchased from our Baiyu building are involved in any trouble or problems, our Baiyu building will be responsible for handling them and give customers a satisfactory solution. Feng Jiuniang took the tea, took a sip, and her red lips raised a soft smile, and her voice was confident. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. The other party dared to say this, which means that the problem should not be big. But he still felt that this kind of maid was not very reliable. He couldn't help but ask, is there no maid in Baiyu building who has been raised since childhood and has spiritual roots? He was already certain in his heart that this Baiyu building was the Baiyu building where Hong Yu bought Jiwer and Shuier. I remember Hong Yu said that the 2 girls were orphans adopted by Baiyu Lao and raised since childhood. It seems that Mr. Han also knows something about our Baiyu Lao. We naturally have our own young maids in Baiyu Lao, but maids with spiritual roots have always been in short supply. Every year, a batch of maids are released, and they are all pre-ordered early. If Mr. Han wants to buy such maids, he can only book them in advance. Feng Jiuniang said with a chuckle. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was a little disappointed. He originally wanted to buy a few concubines and maids with spiritual roots like Jiwer and Shuier. Now it seems that maids with spiritual roots are very popular, not so easy to buy, and the price is not cheap. It's normal to think about it. There are more men than women in the world of cultivating immortals. Not all cultivators are pure-hearted and dedicated to hard work. And not only casual cultivators will buy maids with spiritual roots. Many families of cultivating immortals will also buy such maids with spiritual roots for their descendants. I wonder what the situation is with these 3 maids, and what is the price? Lu Changsheng sighed, pointing to the 3 maids in the jade slips on the table, and asked. It can be seen that these 3 women should have fallen into the White Jade Tower for some reason and were sold as maids. They are also poor and miserable people. If possible, I will just lend a helping hand to save them. Giving birth to a baby for myself is better than this, right? Besides, if you can't repay the life-saving grace, you can repay it with your body and give birth to a baby, which is also reasonable. This woman is in the 2nd level of key refining and has a 9th grade spiritual root. The price is 150 spiritual stones. This woman is in the 4th level of key refining and has a 7th grade spiritual root. The price is 650 spiritual stones. This woman is in the 6th level of key refining and has a 6th grade spiritual root. The price is 15 medium grade spiritual stones. Feng Jiuniang pointed to the 3 jade slips and introduced them one by one. Hearing the price, Lu Changsheng nodded slightly. This price sounded okay to him. The first woman was only 150 spiritual stones. But the price of a medium-grade magic weapon. He spent more than 400 spirit stones to buy several magic weapons today. Are the prices of these 3 people based on their spiritual roots and cultivation? Lu Changsheng asked curiously. After all, the prices of the 3 women are indeed quite different, but the spiritual roots and cultivation are also quite different. Spiritual roots and cultivation, appearance are the main reasons, and there will be other aspects. Feng Jiuniang said softly, does Mr. Han have someone he likes? This one. Lu Changsheng pondered for a moment and pointed to the first woman who cost 150 spirit stones. The spirit stones he has now can only afford this woman. The main reason is that he is not very confident about the maids of Baiyu Lao. I want to buy a cheap one to test the water and see the situation. If it is really okay and there is no problem, he will be a regular customer of Bai Lao in the future. If the person arrives and feels that it is not okay, just treat it as buying a lesson with 150 spirit stones. By the way, Manager Feng, there is no problem with the physical condition of this kind of maid, such as infertility. Lu Changsheng suddenly thought of a point and asked. He bought a maid mainly for the birth of a baby, so he naturally had to ask her well. Feng Jiuniang heard this, laughed softly, and said softly, Mr. Han, you can rest assured. If you are sure you want to buy it, our Baiyu building will give you all the information about the maid, and give her a physical examination to ensure that there is no problem. But this woman is not in Jiulongfang City now, but in other branches of our Baiyu building. If Mr. Han is sure to want it, you need to pay a deposit first, so that I can have someone send her over. Feng Jiuniang said so. Okay, how much is the deposit, and how long will it take to send it over? Since he was sure to buy it, Lu Changsheng did not hesitate. This maid is 150 spirit stones, and the deposit is 30 spirit stones. As for how long it will take to send it over, I don't have an exact time, and I need to give you an answer later. But this time, no matter how long it takes, it will not exceed 1 month. Feng Jiuniang smiled. Okay. Lu Changsheng took out the 30 spirit stones. Then Feng Jiuniang brought a spirit contract and a piece of information. Lu Changsheng picked it up and checked it. The content of the spiritual contract is very simple. Lu Changsheng has paid a deposit of 30 spiritual stones. If he does not want it later, the deposit will not be refunded. Bai Lao must hand over the person within 1 month. If he cannot hand over the person, or the person does not match the introduction at that time, not only will the spiritual stones be returned, but also double compensation will be given. The information is the information of the maid Lu Changsheng bought. The woman's name is Xiao Yuiao, she is 19 years old this year, and she is a woman from a key refining family. Because her family was destroyed, she was sold to Bai Lao. She is very healthy and still a virgin, without any problems. After reading the information, Lu Changsheng signed the contract. Mr. Han, if you live in Jiulongfang City, you can tell me the address, so that when the person arrives, I can also send someone to notify you directly. Feng Jiuniang handed each person a copy of the spiritual contract and smiled softly at Lu Changsheng. Okay, when the person arrives, you can send someone to Qingzhu Lu's spirit talisman shop to notify me. Lu Changsheng did not hide the address. One is that Bai Lao has a good reputation, and there is no need to worry about it. This is indeed much more convenient. Secondly, it also means that he is not a casual cultivator and has the support of the Qingzhu Lu family. When Feng Jiuniang heard Lu Changsheng mention the Qingzhu Lu family's talisman shop, her expression did not change. She just put on an alluring smile on her red lips and said, okay, no problem. When this maid arrives, I will send someone to the Qingzhu Lu family's talisman shop to inform you. Okay, in that case, Han will take his leave first. Lu Changsheng put away the spiritual contract certificate and stood up to say goodbye. Young Master Han, when you come to Baiyu Tower in the future, just tell the maid that you are here to see me, Feng Jiuniang said with a smile, full of charm. Her words and actions are full of temptation. Okay. After Lu Changsheng walked out of Baiyu Tower, he let out a long breath. He felt that the manager of Baiyu Tower was really a goblin, and every move he made was tempting. I don't know if Baiyu Tower will sell its own people. Lu Changsheng suddenly had an idea in his mind. He smiled, shook his head, and walked towards the talisman shop without thinking about it. A quarter of an hour later, returning to the talisman shop, Lu Changsheng and several employees nodded slightly and went directly to the 3rd floor. When he arrived at the 3rd floor, he saw Lu Miaoj sitting by the window reading a book seriously, with her waist-length hair hanging down and her snow-white dress sticking to her body, showing her graceful figure. Hearing the movement, she tilted her beautiful profile slightly and nodded to Lu Changsheng, saying, Changsheng, you are back. Sister Miaoj. Lu Changsheng smiled and nodded. The way Lu Miaoj read a book reminded him of Feng Jiuniang and Baiyu Tower. When he entered the room, Feng Jiuniang was also sitting by the window reading a book, but the way they read books was completely different, and they had different styles. Just as Lu Changsheng sat down beside him, Lu Miaoj suddenly frowned slightly, looked at Lu Changsheng and sniffed lightly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like, Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.